Hey everyone, okay, welcome to chapter 4 of the course where we're now going to talk about arrays in JavaScript. So this chapter is entirely dedicated to arrays. We saw arrays in chapter 1 of this course when we started to look at the primitive data types in JavaScript. So we now know there are different types of data in JavaScript. There's string, there's numbers, there's booleans, so true and false values, which we've seen many times, for example, in if statements. We've null, we've undefined, we have arrays, and a very other important data type we'll move on to in a while, which are objects in JavaScript. But for this tutorial and this chapter, we're going to focus on arrays. Now, you've seen arrays hopefully previously in this course, so this video is just going to be a reintroduction to arrays. It's going to be relatively straightforward. So what we're going to do is we're going to create an array in JavaScript. It'll just be an array of string values. So we'll do heroes from the DC universe, Superman, Wonder Woman, etc. Then we'll just log out the array. I want to show you how to access the elements in the array, and then I'm going to show you once again how a for loop works very well with an array to iterate over the elements of an array. So that's what we have to look forward to in this tutorial. Okay, awesome. So what I can do to create an array is I can say let, and I'm going to call this heroes, let heroes be equal to, and we're going to use square bracket notation. So right now I have declared an empty array. If I was to try log out the value of heroes, we're just going to get an empty array. So what we can do is we can store different elements in the array. So we'll put in Superman, Wonder Woman, we will put in Batman, Robin, and we'll put in the Flash, okay? So we now have our array of heroes. So let's just log this out to the console and see what we get. If we say console.log heroes, semicolon to end statement, what happens? And arrays are awesome, by the way. They really are, if you're ever looking to get data from like an API. So we see here we have our array. It has different elements in it. So Superman is at index 0, Wonder Woman is at index 1, etc. So the key point to note, as we've seen previously, is JavaScript is a zero-based language, and what that means basically is that JavaScript starts counting at 0. So if I wanted to log out Superman to the console, I'd have to say heroes at index 0, okay? So now that's going to give us the value of Superman. That's almost like Surferman, Superman, apologies. Okay, so if I save and refresh, we go back to the console, we get Superman. So we've seen this before, how we can access the various elements of an array. So for practice, I do want to log out a couple of them. So if if Superman is at index 0, I'm obsessed with Batman, I think the movies are great. But if Superman is at index 0, what do you think Wonder Woman's at? Well, she's at index 1, right? Because heroes at index 0 is Superman, heroes at index 1 is Wonder Woman, heroes at index 2 is Batman, heroes at index 3 is Robin, and heroes at index 4 is the Flash. So, if I was to log out heroes at index 1, that's going to give us the value of Wonder Woman, okay? So to prove that to you, if I save and refresh, we get Wonder Woman. So the key point I'm trying to emphasize is just remember arrays start counting at 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay? I lost control of the mouse a moment ago, but yeah, Batman is at index 2. He's just there by himself. So if we just say console.log heroes at index 2, we now are going to get the value of Batman. They really are great movies, by the way. I haven't watched them in a long time, though. I've watched them too many times. So I know each scene. But yeah, we have our heroes logged out. Now, another thing we can do, you might have seen it a moment ago, is if I log out, if I say console.log heroes, you'll notice once again, when I log out the array, okay, if I just expand this here, you'll notice we've access to this length property, okay? So this is really powerful because this actually allows us to iterate over an array and the various elements in an array. So hypothetically, what we could do is we could just log out to the console, heroes at index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 like we've done, I'll just do this very quickly. Okay, so if I say here is index 0, index 1, index 2, index 3, index 4, we know we're going to get Superman. I should not have deleted the code, but this is good practice. So Superman, we're going to get Wonder Woman. There's a purpose to this, by the way. Please bear with me. So we get Wonder Woman, we get Batman at index 2, we get Robin at index 3, and we get the Flash at index 4. Okay, so remember, the length property of the array is a value of 5. So we saw that, right? So if we were to say console.log the name of the array, so heroes.length, what is that going to give us? That's going to give us a value of 5. Keep that in the back of your mind, right? So this is commented out. We're not going to see this. What we're going to see is console.log heroes at index 0. So Superman, Wonder Woman at index 1, Batman index 2, Robin index 3, and the Flash index 4. So if we save and refresh, that's what we get, okay? The only thing is, we're after writing out like 5 lines of code to log out to the console each of the different elements in the array. But if you had an array that got very long, so for example, maybe an array of movies or Taylor Swift songs or stocks in the Dow Jones Industrial Average, who knows, you'd have to write out an awful lot of lines of code. And that is where and why a for loop and arrays work so well together. What we can do is we can use a for loop to iterate over the values of an array rather than saying, console.log heroes, i.e. the array name at index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's do that and just compare how long these 5 lines of code are compared to a for loop. So we've seen for loops before, so we can say for. We want to have a counter variable. We'll just use I, so we'll say let I be equal to. And what do you want to start counting at? Well, remember, heroes are array, and all arrays, they start at index 0. If you want to access the very first element of the array, you have to type out the array name at index 0, okay? So therefore, we want to start counting at 0 and not 1. So we're going to say, we're going to say for, let I be equal to 0. I'm always enthusiastic to get to the while condition of the for loop. So when do we want to run our loop? We want to run our loop while this condition evaluates to true. What condition? Well, we know we have to count from 0 to 4, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So what we can do is, we could say we want to run while I is basically less than 5, but didn't we just see up here how heroes.length has a value of 5? So if I was to hard code, we'll run the loop while I is less than 5. If I add other heroes to the array, like Cyborg, for example, they're not going to be included, right? Or Aquaman. So we don't want that. We want this to be dynamic. So what we can do is we can just run the loop while I is less than the array name dot length. And that's really cool because that's dynamic. In other words, if you were to add more heroes to the array, that will be accounted for in our code. And obviously, after each loop iteration, we want to increment I, our counter variable. If I was to forget to increment I, we could be in an infinite loop where just I is always 0. So we'd log out heroes at index 0 is Superman, heroes at index 0 is Superman, heroes at index 0 is Superman. We want to increment our counter variable to get to 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. So therefore, we're going to say I++. So we're just going to use ++, the increment operator, to increment our counter variable after every loop. So here we saw, if we just log out console.log heroes at index 0, we're going to get Superman. But we don't want to log out the same index over and over. No, we want to just log out index of I. So now what's going to happen is, the first time we enter the loop, I will have a value of 0, okay? We're going to do our check. Okay, is 0 less than heroes.length? Well, 0 is less than 5. That evaluates to true. Therefore, we're just going to log out console.log heroes at index I, which will be heroes at index 0, which will be Superman. Then after the loop runs, we come up here, we add 1 to our I counter variable, I++. Therefore, I now has a value of 1, and we know that will log out heroes at index 1 is Wonder Woman. Then we add to our counter variable, so we have heroes at index 2, Batman, Robin, the Flash. Remember, each time we iterate through the loop, we add to our counter variable. So if I save and refresh, what we see here is we have our heroes again, but this is written dynamically by the for loop. So this piece of code is way shorter than that piece of code. So if I delete all of this, we're still going to be able to log out our heroes to the console. Just to prove that to you. So we still get our heroes. And the great thing is, because we haven't hard-coded this to be, I is less than 5, we've said I is less than heroes.length. If we were to add another element to the array, so maybe Aquaman, whoa, that was a really bad spelling attempt. What's going to happen now is, well, there's now 6 superheroes in the array. We've got the first tree and we've got the second tree. So we got 6 in total, right? So now we're going to run while I is less than 6. So it's going to be 0, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have to say Batman twice because the mouse didn't move. But yeah, basically, the array now, heroes.length, has a value of 6. And if we run while I is less than 6, we run from I being 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's really great. So even though we've added another element to the array, or a hero, Aquaman, if I save and refresh, because we did run the loop while I is less than heroes.length, Aquaman is added. So that's the really great thing about the for loop with arrays. You know that if you want to make sure you always get the last element of the array, just run your condition while the counter variable is less than the array name .length. So basically, we have the length property inbuilt into arrays in JavaScript, and we can just access that. Okay, I actually really enjoyed that tutorial. I hope you enjoyed it. Once again, we saw how we can create an array in JavaScript. We also saw that we can access the length property of an array. We saw how we can access each individual element of an array, and how we can iterate over an array using a for loop. So even though I've only written out 3 things here, we actually learned 4 things in this tutorial, because we also were able to access the length property of the array. Okay, awesome. I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. I hope you learned 4 different things there. I'll see you in the next tutorial. We'll keep talking about arrays, so we're going to have a great time. I'll see you then. Okay friends, this is going to be a short tutorial. I just want to introduce you to the spread operator in JavaScript, and we're going to use the spread operator with this array. So the spread operator was introduced as part of the ES6 update to JavaScript around 2015. It is a new cool piece of syntax which we can use. It's another superpower. So what do I mean by that? Well, what if I try to log out, if I say console.log heroes? No, that was a spelling mistake, apologies. My fingers, oh my god, Darry, you cannot type. Okay, if I try, say, console.log heroes, well, we've seen this before, right? If I just refresh, we get the heroes in the console, but I just don't quite feel we're actually getting the data, because, like, there's this 6 here, and there's this drop down, and, I don't want to see the index. I just want Superman, Wonder Woman. I want the actual elements of the array. There's this length property, there's this drop down with, I don't know what is going on here. I actually do. We'll talk about all of this later, so pop and map and push and everything. Basically, there's a lot of inbuilt stuff here in JavaScript. But what I'm saying is, there's a lot of, I suppose you could say, mumbo jumbo, right? I mean, I wanted to just do console.log heroes, and, there's a lot of this going on. Now, in the last tutorial we saw we can actually, write console.log heroes at index 0, index 1, index 2, index 3, etc. You might be thinking, well, we could do a for loop. There, you showed us the for loop, so we can write a for loop and, iterate over the elements of the array. But here's a really cool thing we can do. We can use the spread operator. The spread operator is just literally 3 dots on front of the array name, and what it does is it essentially unpacks the elements of the array. So instead of saying console.log heroes and getting all of this, watch what happens when I use the spread operator, i.e. ... the array name. We get the elements of the array. We have Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, Robin, the Flash, and Aquaman. Okay, awesome. So that was a lot shorter syntax than, for example, logging out heroes at index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or doing a for loop. So that is just a cool piece of syntax I want you to be aware of. It is called the spread operator, and it's very useful for unpacking arrays in JavaScript, actually really getting the data. So, you might maybe want to create a new array and then basically assign elements of an array into another array, etc. So that's a spread operator. I just want you to be aware of it. It was introduced as part of the ES6 update in 2015, and how you can use it to unpack the elements of an array is just console.log, use ... heroes, or the array name. Okay, that's awesome. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so in this tutorial, I want to start talking to you about methods in JavaScript and the difference between functions and methods. So anytime in this course we've created a function, we've used the function keyword, like function say hello, console.log say hello, or we've done arrow functions. Those are functions that we have defined, functions that did something, whether they added two numbers together, whether they return heads or tails in a coin toss, whether it provides a solution for the FizzBuzz challenge, okay? Those are functions that we wrote in JavaScript. But in JavaScript, there's all these inbuilt methods, I like to call them superpowers, that we can use. And we've seen them before. So for example, anytime we've created a random number, okay, and we've said, for example, mat.random, okay, .random is an inbuilt method in JavaScript. We're calling it on the mat object, okay, to generate a random number. We'll talk more about objects in the next chapter and later on in the course, but essentially using .random we were able to access this inbuilt method in JavaScript. And what we've seen is if we create an array, when we log out heroes, for example, so if I say let heroes be equal to, we'll just do Superman, we'll do Robin, sorry guys, sorry, apologies, Robin and Batman, right? Let's add Wonder Woman. Okay, so we have this array called heroes, right? And if I log that out to the console, if I say console.log heroes, I'm not using the spread operator, I want to show you something. So if I just save and refresh, so we've seen something similar before. We have the elements in the array, we have the drop down, we see the key value pairs, so 0 is Superman, 1 is Robin, index 2 has a value of Batman, and index 3 has Wonder Woman, the length property. But notice we have this like little drop down here, okay? And a lot of these are like, for example, basically inbuilt methods that we can use in JavaScript. There's stuff we can use on the array. So for example, when we use, the name of the array .length, we're accessing the length property. It's some sort of characteristic of an array. But what we can also do is use all these inbuilt methods. So a lot of the most popular ones are map, pop, push, reduce, and reverse. And to call any of these methods on an array, all you need to do is just really type out the array name, use dot notation, and access whatever property or method you want to use. So we're going to use the reverse method in this tutorial. So you've already actually been accessing properties of an array. So for example, instead of saying console.log heroes, if I say console.log length, what we're doing is we're actually just accessing a property of the array. But what I want to do now is, instead of just doing that, I want to call the reverse method. So what we can do is we could say, we could create a new array, but we could just say heroes dot reverse, okay? Heroes dot reverse. And what this will do is it'll switch the elements of the array. It reverses it, okay? So now, if I console.log heroes, I'll do it twice. I'll do it here and before, and I'll show you. Console.log heroes, okay? So we're going to save and refresh. Okay, the first time we log out the array, it's in order that the array was initially, basically created. It's Superman, Robin, Batman, Wonder Woman, okay? Superman, Robin, Batman, Wonder Woman. We're just logging out the values of the array to the console, okay? But when I use heroes.reverse, and then I log out the value, notice what has happened, okay? Wonder Woman is now at the front. Wonder Woman was at index 3, or the last element of the array. She's now at the front of the array at index 0. Batman was 0, 1, 2. He was the third element of the array at index 2, but now he's the second element in the array at index 1. So it just reverses. So to show you this in another example, what I want to do is I just want to create an array called cities. We'll say let cities be equal to, I don't know why, we'll do Australian cities. We'll do Sydney, Perth, Melbourne. I guess Australia's on my mind today. I've never set foot in Australia. How sad is that? Not yet, anyway. Okay, so we've created our array called cities. We've said let cities be equal to, we have our opening and closing, square bracket notation, Sydney, Perth, Melbourne, Brisbane. And if we console.log cities, let's use the spread operator this time, right? We've seen the spread operator before to unpack. So we should see Sydney, Perth, Melbourne, Brisbane, right? But now, if I call the reverse method, and the reverse method you just say dot reverse and then parentheses. And remember, we've seen so far in this course, if we create our own function, a function with no parameters, like say hello, to call or invoke the function, we type out the name of the function name and then use our parentheses. It's very similar, if not basically the exact same, for the inbuilt methods in JavaScript. You call the method, and this one has no parameters passed in. So now if I basically want to call the reverse method on cities, I just type out cities dot reverse, and this is a method rather than a property. So where previously we've typed out the array name dot length to access a property, when you want to access an inbuilt method or function in JavaScript, use your parentheses because you're calling or invoking a method. And now, if we say console.log dot cities, remember, console.log cities gives us the array, but if you use a spread operator before the array name, it just unpacks it. It'll just directly put out the values to the console instead of all the other stuff I showed you. So now we get Brisbane, Melbourne, Perth, Sydney. So the elements of the array have now been reversed. Okay? So guys, that is the reverse method in JavaScript that you can use on arrays. I just want you to be aware that it exists. So that's that tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Okay friends, welcome back. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you the includes method in JavaScript. So this inbuilt method in JavaScript is quite useful in the sense that you can call it on an array of elements to check to see if a certain value is in the array. So real world applications of this are, well, there's actually quite a few if you think about it. Imagine if a user is a big fan of Taylor Swift and they like Taylor Swift songs like Blank Space or Reputation, or whatever the case may be. If your Spotify or some music streaming service, you could check to see if a certain Taylor Swift song is in their playlist, one of their favorite playlists, and if it isn't, you could say maybe recommend it to the user. Alternatively, maybe you're a big shopping store and a user is going around your website and adding items. Maybe they add cereal and milk and eggs and bread, but maybe before they actually get to the checkout, you want to scan over what items they've added to their cart using the includes method, and the includes method will return true or false, and depending on what items are false you think the user might be interested in buying, you could have a pop-up like, are you sure you don't want to add this too? So for example, maybe they're buying Doritos and you could say, hey, do you want to buy some dip for the Doritos? Does that make sense? Okay, so there's some real world applications. I think for this tutorial we'll just go back to the DC universe. We'll create an array of heroes. We'll say let heroes be equal to, and we'll have Batman, Superman. We'll just do two more, Wonder Woman, and we'll do Aquaman. I can't spell. Awesome. Okay, great. So what you can do is you can check to see if an array contains a certain value using the dot includes method. So if I was to just console.log out, if I log out heroes, but then use the dot includes method, I can check to see if it contains a certain value. So for example, if I check to see if this array contains Batman, well, this should evaluate to true, right? Because Batman is the first element in the array at index 0 there. So if I just go to the console and refresh, we get true. Okay, awesome. But maybe I want to check to see if Iron Man is in the array. So I could say heroes dot includes, and I want to pass in Iron Man. I'm not sure if Iron Man is all one word. It probably is, but this will evaluate to false because Iron Man is not in the array. So that's awesome. So that's the includes method in JavaScript. You don't have to log it out to the console as well. What you could do is you could do a check stored in a variable, and then basically whatever variable you have. So for example, I could say like we'll call it contains Robin be equal to heroes dot includes, and if I pass in Robin, so I'm not directly logging into the console, what I'm doing is I'm storing it in the variable contains Robin. So heroes, this array does not include Robin. I don't know why, it's very sad. But if I console.log out contains Robin, right, I'm going to get false again. Okay, so false. And we've learned now in this course that you can make decisions based on Boolean outcomes like true or false. So because that evaluates to false, what I could do is I could maybe, run an if statement. If it evaluates to false, have a pop-up, Robin is awesome, include him in your array. I don't know why, let's just do it. Let's do, okay, yeah, if contains Robin. So if that evaluates to false, you just want to alert out, Robin is awesome. Add him to your array now. Okay, so if I save and refresh, we get Robin is awesome. Add him to your array now. So I suppose what I'm trying to get at is that I just wanted to show you the includes method in JavaScript, but based on whether, an array contains something, you can then go on and make a decision off of it. Okay, so maybe you suddenly get a job and you work for a big grocery store. All I can think of is Walmart or Amazon, and it's like hey, add eggs now. So that's something you could do. You could check to see if a user has eggs in their array, i.e. in their shopping cart, and if they don't, alert out buy eggs now. So I wasn't going to do any if statement in this tutorial, but I changed my mind as I went along. So I hope you enjoyed that one. Key takeaway from this tutorial: there is the existence of the includes method in JavaScript, and you can call that on an array to check to see if an array contains a certain value. Okay, that's awesome. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so in this tutorial, I'm going to make you aware or teach you about the index of method in JavaScript. So in the last tutorial, we saw that there is the includes method in JavaScript. You can check to see if an array contains a certain value. What the index of method does is it gives you the first index if that element exists in the array. So for example, if we make an array called cities, we'll do European cities. If we say Paris, we'll do London, Madrid, we'll do two more, we'll do Prague and Berlin. Okay, awesome. Right? If I was to use the index of method on cities for, let's say, Paris, that should return 0. It is at the 0th index. So what I can do is I can just say console.log, and I want to log out cities and then call .index of and pass in the value of Paris. Okay, so you should be able to see here that Paris is in the array and it is at index 0. So this should return 0. So I save and refresh, we get 0. Okay, awesome. If I was to, let's say, type in London, that should then give us 1 because that is at index 1. Okay, awesome. And then what if we were to check for a city that wasn't in I can't spell Stockholm. Lisbon? Is Lisbon spelled like that? I think it is. Lisbon. That'll be so embarrassing if it isn't. But anyway, and we get -1. It's basically saying this element is not in the array. Okay, so it's very useful. A good real-world example of this I always think is really funny is, do you remember that scene in Inception where Leonardo DiCaprio's character goes into Michael Caine and he's like, "I need your best student." Maybe what it is we have an array of grades and we want to just basically get the index of the first person who got an A, and we want to basically grab that person. Okay, now here's an interesting one for you. Maybe there's actually 2 people in this class who got an A, right? So now there's 2 A's here. So what do you think is going to happen if I console.log grades, then I call grades.index of, and if I pass in A, what do you think this is going to return to me? Sorry, semicolon in the wrong place there. What is this going to return when you note that A is in the array twice? But it's actually going to return basically the first instance where the A occurs. So we've index 0, index 1, index 2, and this is the first time we see A. So it's actually going to return 2, okay? Even though there's another A in the array, it's going to return 2, okay? Awesome. Okay, great. So guys, that is the index of method in JavaScript. A few more array methods we need to talk about over the next few tutorials, so I'll see you then. Hey everyone, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what I want to do is I want to teach you about the concat method in JavaScript. The concat method can be used to join basically 2 or more arrays together. It doesn't alter the original arrays, and what it does is it essentially returns a new array to us of the other arrays combined. So the best thing to do is for us to type this out, or code this out, sorry, and I'll show this to you. So we'll do it for maybe North American cities. So if I say we'll do Canadian cities, okay, I'll just put in maybe, a few. Right, if I say Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, and I'll do Calgary, right? Calgary. Okay, we now have an array of Canadian cities, okay? Let's say hypothetically you want to travel North America, and right now you have a budget to travel a bit of Canada and a bit of the USA. Then we can say let American cities. By the way, I know in the real world Canadian and American has to be spelled capital letters, but in JavaScript the first letter has to be lowercase. So we will do New York. We will do Washington DC. We'll do Seattle, never been, and we'll do Las Vegas. Should have done San Francisco. I feel bad I didn't. Okay, awesome. So if I was to log out of the console, these 2 cities, so if I was to say console.log Canadian cities, and then underneath that console.log the American cities, we're going to get all the details for the arrays, including like the length, property, etc. So I'm just going to use the spread operator to unpack the elements of both arrays. So now in the console, what we should see is Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, Calgary for the Canadian cities, okay, which is what we get. And we also then see New York, Washington, Seattle, and Las Vegas for the American cities. So basically, you're going to be traveling Canada, and your friend is going to be traveling America. Neither of you have the money to do both. But then, somehow, you win some money, and now you're going to travel together. So now we need to create a new array and add the 2 together. So what we can do is, we can actually do that by using the concat method in JavaScript. So we can now create a new array. We can call it let North American cities. It's our new array. And what we're going to do is, we're going to pass in the value, or assign it the value of the Canadian cities, but we're going to use concat to also add on the American cities. Okay, so what I've done is I've created a new variable called let North American cities be equal to, and I've assigned it the value of the Canadian cities array. So these four elements here, Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, and Calgary. And what I did was I used the .concat method to add on the American cities array of New York, Washington, Washington DC, Seattle, and Las Vegas. So now, if I was to just comment that guy out, okay, and if I was now to log out to the console of the American cities, console.log, North American cities, I call the array, we're now going to see we have all of these elements in the one array. So we see them there, and if I just don't use the spread operator, what you'll see is they are all in the same array. We'll see the key value pair, so the indexes, yeah. So Toronto is at index 0, Montreal, Vancouver, Calgary. So they were the first four, or the only four elements of the first array. But what we did was we used the concat method to add the American cities, so New York, Washington, Seattle, and Las Vegas, onto the array. So we've basically combined them and returned. We've combined the two arrays and returned it and stored it in this new array called North American cities. One key thing to note is that the concat method is a non-destructive method, so it doesn't alter the values of the original arrays. So if I was to just console.log out the Canadian cities array, what do we get? We still get the original array, okay? It's unaltered, and the same for the American cities array. See? So the Canadian cities array and the American cities array, they've not been altered. So the concat method is known as a non-destructive method in JavaScript. It doesn't alter the values of the original arrays, but it is very useful because what it can be used for is essentially taking two arrays and two or more, you can add on more arrays if you wanted, combining them, and it returns that new array. Okay. Real world example of this is, maybe you're creating some sort of streaming service and you want to have an option for the user that says combine your favorite playlists of your favorite Taylor Swift songs or whatever YouTube videos you're watching. Maybe you like watching walking videos and you like watching 4K videos of aerial drone shots around cities. You want to combine them for some reason. So that is the concat method in JavaScript. I feel I've talked a bit too much. I'm going to end the tutorial there. So I'll see you in the next one. Hey everyone, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what I want to do is I want to use the concat method again, but this time what I want to do is I want to create a third array. We'll do Australian cities, and then I want to use the .concat method, or the concat method, and using dot notation to access concat. What I want to do is just basically create an array called cities and add both the American cities and let me start again. We're going to create an array of Australian cities, and then what we're going to do is we're going to basically use the concat method to add both the American cities and the Australian cities to the Canadian cities array. Okay, so we'll just do 4 Australian cities. So we'll start with the big one, Sydney, Australia. I'd love to go visit someday. We have Perth. I have an uncle in Perth, and I have a friend who's about to move to Brisbane. I'd like to see that place too someday. Okay, awesome. So now we have our various cities. So what do we want to do? Let's just create an array. We'll call it cities. Okay, so we're going to have all the cities that we want to basically travel to. And what we're going to do is we're going to assign that the value of the Canadian cities array. So these cities here, Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, and Calgary. But we're going to use dot notation to access concat, that method inside of JavaScript. We have our parentheses because we're calling or invoking a method. And what we can do to combine all of these 3 different arrays into one array called cities is we can actually pass in both the American cities as an argument to the concat method, and we can also pass in the Australian cities to the concat method. And now, if we log out console.log, let's try that again. If I do console.log cities, our cities array, let's see what we get. We get all 12 cities in our array. So we have the Canadian cities, which was the original array. Then we have the American cities, and then we have the Australian cities. And like I've showed you previously, we can use the spread operator by typing ... prior to the array name, and that will unpack all of the elements of the array. So instead of seeing the index number and the element, sort of like key value pairs, we basically just directly get the data, so all of the cities. Okay, awesome. So guys, that was a bit more practice with the concat method. I'll see you in the next few tutorials where we will continue to work with arrays. Okay friends, I'm actually looking forward to this tutorial. So in chapter 3 of this course, we saw how we can make functions, right? And so far in this chapter, chapter 4, we've been working with arrays. So hopefully if you followed along, you're a bit more comfortable now with both functions and arrays. The whole point of functions is to write code that is reusable, code that we can use over and over again. And one thing we've been doing now quite a bit in this chapter so far is we've been creating an array and then logging out all of the elements of that array to the console. So what I'd like us to do is create a function that basically logs out all of the elements of an array. And the code will be reusable, so we could pass in our VOT heroes array, we could pass in our Canadian cities, Australian cities, American cities, whatever the case may be. So I'd like you to try to do that yourself. Otherwise you can code along. So I think for this one, we'll just do a function declaration. So I'm going to say function using the function keyword, and I'm going to call this array, this function print array. Okay, print array. We have our parentheses and we have our curly braces. So we know the syntax of a function. We know that we have the function keyword if we're doing a function declaration, and then we give our function a name. Now, this function, as far as I'm aware, I believe it's going to be our first function in this course that actually takes in a array as an argument, and that's fine. What we can do is just simply call the argument to be passed in array. So this is what we're going to call our parameter. And remember, array, what I've typed out here, that's just a placeholder. That is just so we can get reference to it or refer to it inside of our code block here. So when we get our array passed in from our function, what do we want to do? Well, what we want to do is we want to iterate or cycle over all of the elements of the array. So the array is of the VOT heroes. The Boys is a great TV series on Amazon Prime. I think it's really funny. But VOT heroes at index 0 will be Homelander. Index 1 will be Queen Maeve. Index 2 will be the Deep. I've written it out here for you. Index 3 will be Starlight, and Index 4 will be Black Noir. That actually rhymed. I wasn't planning that. I feel like Claudia Winkleman from BBC, being witty on my feet. Okay, we're going to have our for loop. And now what do we want to do? Well, we want to define a for loop that just iterates over each element of an array. Well, first of all, we know by now that because JavaScript is a zero-based language, arrays in JavaScript that start at index 0. So we can define our counter variable I to start at 0. So we will say let I be equal to 0. And how many times do we want to run the loop? Well, we want to run while I is less than the array length, right? We want to go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, that was 4, yeah. So what we can do is we can say we want to run while I is less than 4, while I is less than 5, but instead of saying I is less than 5, we want to make it dynamic. So we'll just run while I is less than the array name, the array dot length, okay? And then after each loop iteration, we want to increment our counter variable I. So I plus plus. Then what we'll do is we'll just have our curly braces for the for loop. And all we want to do is just console.log out the array at index of I, okay? So any array you pass into this print array function, whether it is Canadian cities or VOT heroes or whatever the case may be, okay? Let me just quickly do a, what do you say, Toronto, Montreal. I'll just do one more, and then Calgary. Okay. So any array you pass in, whether it's cities or VOT heroes, inside of the code now, we're just making a reference to whatever was passed in by referring to array. Okay. So for any array, we're going to start counting while we're going to start our counter variable at I is equal to 0. Okay. We're going to run while I is less than the array.length. And after each loop iteration, you just want to increase I. And all we're doing each time we run through the loop is just console.logging whatever array was passed in at index of I, which the first time the loop runs will be index 0. So say hypothetically I pass in the VOT heroes array, right? And let's actually do that. Why hypothetical? Let's do it. To call or invoke the function, we know we want to type out the name of the function. So print array, and what we want to do, we want to pass in our VOT heroes. So here what we've done now is we've actually called or invoked the function called print array. Okay, we've done that. And we've passed in the VOT heroes array. All right, we've passed in the VOT heroes array. So when VOT heroes are passed in to the function, array is just a reference now to whatever's passed in, so our VOT heroes. So we say for let I be equal to 0, while I is less than the array.length, while I is less than 5, we're going to enter the loop. So we're just logging out console.log array at index I, in which case it's 0, so that will just be Homelander. Then we come up here, because we've completed our first loop, we increment I to be 1, so now we're just logging out Queen Maeve, the Deep, Starlight, and Black Noir. And remember, when we print out Black Noir to the console in index 4, we've now logged out all of the heroes. What happens then is we come up and we increment I. Now I is a value of 5. And is 5 less than 5? No, it's not. That evaluates to false. Therefore, we exit the loop and the function stops running. Okay? So if I just show you now the console, we get, well, I've logged them out here. So let's just comment those out and let's do that again. Our heroes logged out to the console. To prove that this function is working, what I could do as well is I could actually just comment this out and then pass in the cities array to our function. So what I could do is, once again, I could just say print array, call or invoke that function, and I'll just pass in cities. Okay. So remember, we're now passing in the Canadian cities, Toronto, Montreal, Calgary. So that data is passed in to our function print array. And then once again, we enter the for loop. So we're saying, okay, well, let I be equal to 0 and run the loop while I is less than the array length. So this is a length of 3. So is 0 less than 3? Yes, it is. So we log out cities at index 0, which would be Toronto. Then we use the increment operator plus plus to increment I. I is a value of 1, so we log out Montreal. Then we log out Calgary at index 2. After we log out Calgary, we increment I. That now is a value of 3. 3 is not less than 3 because they're equal. That evaluates to false. Therefore, we exit the loop and the function stops running. And if I just save this now, we should see Toronto, Montreal, and Calgary. And we do. And the great thing about the code we've written is it is dynamic. So if I was to add another city to the array, let's do Vancouver. Now the array has a length of 4. And the great thing is we don't have to change any of our code here. We didn't hard code this. It is dynamically, the array length will update, okay, automatically. So now if I save and refresh, we have dynamic code. Awesome. Okay, great. I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. It was kind of nice to bring together functions and arrays and for loops, of course, another great topic in JavaScript. So I'll see you in the next tutorial. Hi everyone and welcome back. Okay, what I want to do in this tutorial is I want to create an array of numbers, and then what I want to do is I want to show you how you can write a function that will essentially return the highest number in an array of numbers. So I always, as you know, we've spoken about superheroes a lot in this course. I like to make up a fictional scenario. So what we're going to do is we're going to pretend that we have a bunch of students. We'll call their grades, okay? And what I'm going to do is just put in some random numbers. So maybe your first student gets 60, then like 54, 77, 80. Someone gets like 98, and then 45 and 50, okay? So these are just an array of student grades. So I like that movie Inception. There's that scene where Leonardo DiCaprio's character comes in and says to Michael Caine, I need to find your best student to help me, create dreams in that movie, right? So the highest score we can see here is 98. So we want to write a piece of code that will return that to us. So we know what we need to do. We'll do a function declaration again in this tutorial, but we'll use the function keyword, give our function a name. Inside of parentheses, we're going to define a parameter. We'll just call it array. We'll have our opening and closing curly brace. And then what we need to do is we need to find a way to check to see what the highest number in the array is. So we know that if we're going to iterate over an array of values, we're going to have some sort of loop. So we'll use a for loop. And inside of that loop, as we cycle through each element in this array, we need to make a decision on what is the highest number or the highest grade in that array. Okay, so that's what we have to look forward to in this tutorial. So I'm going to create a function, and I'm going to call it, you could call it highest grade, but really this is a function that will find the highest number. I don't know what happened there, highest number. So we'll call our function find max number. We have our parentheses and we have our opening and closing curly brace. So we know we're going to pass in an array. We'll just call it array. So this is all about finding the highest number in this array. So the first thing I want to do is, we know if we want to find the highest number, we have to have some sort of variable where we store what we think is the highest number. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a variable called max number. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually assign this the value of the first element of the array. So we're going to basically assign the first element of the array, so array at index 0, into this max number variable, okay? And because you never know, the highest number in an array could be the first element of the array at index 0. So what we'll do is we'll assign array at index 0 to be the maximum number, and then we'll use a loop to cycle or iterate through the array of numbers. And if we find a number that has a higher value than array at index 0, what we will do is we will just update the value of max number, okay? So what we can do is we can have our for loop. We're going to have a for loop, and then we're going to run some code inside the for loop. Now, typically we've seen when we make loops, we start our counter variable at 0, right? We typically say let I be equal to 0, okay? But the problem with that is, if we run the loop starting our counter variable at 0, the first time we run the loop, we're actually comparing the first element in the array to itself. So what I mean by that is this: if we run our loop, right, while I is less than the array.length, and we've seen that syntax many times before. We have I++, we're going to increment our counter variable after each loop iteration. If we were to run that code and we do a check to see if, because we're doing a check, right? Anytime you're doing a comparison, you know you need to use an if statement. So if array, at whatever index we're on, is greater than the max number that we have above there, right? What we want to do is we want to update the value of max number to whatever element of the array we're currently on, right? I'll explain that in more detail in a moment. But the problem with the code we've written so far, and obviously once all this happens, you want to return the max number. Now the problem with the code as it stands is as follows. What happens the first time we run the loop? Well, think about it. We pass in, we're going to do it, right? We're going to pass in the grades. So let's actually do that. So let's just call our function, find max number, and pass in the grades, okay? Now, here's the problem with the code we've written so far. If we take this array of numbers called grades, and we pass it into our function, find max number, Here what we're doing is we're saying let the maximum number or variable be equal to the array at index 0, okay? So that means that max number has a value of 60. And remember, that's because grades at index 0 is 60, right? Grades at index 0 is 60, okay? So the first time we run the loop, we're saying let I be equal to 0. We're going to run the loop while I is less than the array.length. So we enter the loop. What we're doing is actually this. We're saying we're doing a comparison for array at index 0. So we're saying, okay, if array at index 0, 60 is greater than max number, currently 60, update the value. But why would we do that? Why would we start counting at index 0? So the first time the loop runs, we're actually comparing 60 to itself. So there's no need to do that. So what we'll do is we'll actually start I, our counter variable, at 1. So basically, the first time the loop runs, instead of comparing 60 to itself, what we're doing is we're actually comparing 54 to 60, i.e. 54 being array at index I. So we can see here that array at index I, i.e. array at index 1, 54, we're doing our check to see if that's greater than 60, because right now the max number is array at index 0. That's not true, okay? So we run the loop again. Then what we do is we're saying, okay, 77, array at index 2. Is array at index 2, 77, greater than our current max number of 60? Yes, it is. So what we do is we actually update the value of max number with whatever element of the array we're currently iterating over. So when I has a value of 2, we actually update the max number to be 77. Then we increment I and run the loop again. So now I is a value of 3, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, okay? Then what we're do is we say, okay, is array at index 3, i.e. 80, greater than the max number of 77? Yes, it is. That evaluates to true. So we enter the if statement and we take array at index 3, i.e. 80, and store it in max number. So now we've updated the value again. And then what we do is we enter the loop again, and now we're checking to see if 98 is greater than 80. So is array at index, looks like 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. Is array at index 4 greater than our current max number variable? Yes, it is. 98 is greater than 80, so we update the value, okay? And then we check again. Is 45 greater than 98? No, it's not. So we do not enter the code block here. We don't update the value of max number. And then we check to see if the last element in the array, 50, is 50 greater than 98? No, it's not, okay? So then what happens is we iterate. We've done all our iterations. We've cycled through all the elements of the array. Eventually our loop will stop running. And then what we do is we just return max number, okay? So now, if we call our function find max number, let's store that in a results variable and log it out to the console. If I say let results, or let's call it highest grade, let highest grade be equal to the grades passed in to find max number. When we log out highest grade, we should get the highest number in the array, which is 98. So if I save and refresh, we get 98. And if we were to add another element to the array, maybe we get a really bright student from somewhere, and they actually got 99. If I save and refresh, our function will find that 99 is higher than our current highest number, so now we have 99. Okay, awesome. Guys, I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. That is how you can write a piece of code that finds the highest number in an array of numbers. So what you do is we did a function declaration, but you can use the function keyword, have the function name, so I called it find max number. You have your parameter, because this function is expecting an array, so I just called the parameter array. You have to keep track, so you want to basically keep track or store of the highest number. So we declare a variable called max number, and we just assign that the value of the very first element of the array, so array at index 0. Then we have our for loop checking, doing our various comparisons, okay? So there's no need to start the loop at array at index 0, because that would mean the first time the loop runs, it compares the first element of the array to itself. So that's why we did let I be equal to 1. We run our loop while I is less than the array length, and then we do a check. We're checking to see if the element we're currently cycling over is greater than the maximum number. If it is, we update the value of max number, and if it isn't, we do not enter the if statement. Okay? Then once the for loop has run and cycled through all the elements in the array, we have basically found whatever the maximum number was and stored it in max number. We return max number. Then we call the function find max number and we pass in grades. We store it in highest variable, and then we just logged that out to the console. Okay, awesome. I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. I'll see you in the next one, where we'll find how we will write code to find the smallest number in an array. So I'll see you in the next tutorial. Hi everyone, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what we're going to do is we're going to create an array of numbers, and we're going to write a function that will find and return the smallest number in an array to us. So I'm going to create an array. I'm just going to call it numbers. Let numbers be equal to, and just come up with some numbers yourself. I'll say 3, 9, 55, 102, 11, 44, 7, 8, 9, and 12. Okay, so we want to find the smallest number in the array. Let's actually put in a 2 here at the end. Okay, right, so what do we do? Well, we know we need to create a function, so we'll do a function declaration. We'll call it find smallest number, and this function is expecting to receive in a data type, so we will call the data type that's passed in an array. So we're just defining a parameter called an array. So we're going to be receiving an array, but what we need to do is we need to keep track of what we believe is the smallest number. So we know we need to store that in a variable. We need to keep track of what the smallest number is. So we'll say let min num be equal to the very first element of whatever array is passed in. Okay, so basically what we're doing is we're just creating a variable called, sorry about this, wrong key. We're creating a variable called min number. Okay, and this is going to be used to keep track of the smallest number in the array. Okay, then what we need to do is we need to use a for loop to iterate over or cycle over each element of the array, and inside of the for loop we'll do a comparison or a check. We'll check to see if whatever element of the array we're on is smaller than the minimum number that we currently have. Okay, so we know we need to create a for loop, so we say for. So we're going to start a counter variable I at 1. There's no need to start it at 0, because remember, here we've created a variable called min number. Actually, let's just call it smallest number for consistency, because I've called the array find smallest number. So now smallest number is equal to array at index 0. Okay, now what we want to do is we want to check to see if the other numbers in the array are smaller than the first element of whatever array is passed in. So that's why we're starting our counter variable I at 1. If you were to have it at 0 and we were to do our checks, the first time the loop runs, we would be comparing the first element of the array to itself. So we don't need to do that. And what we want to do is we want to run our loop while I is less than the array. So array is just a reference to the data type that's passed in. We've defined a parameter here, we've called it array. We're going to access the length property there. Okay, and after each loop iteration we're just going to increment I, our counter variable. Okay, then what we want to do is inside of the for loop we want to do a check to see if the number we are iterating over in the array is less than the smallest number. So we can say array at index I. So remember, the first time the loop runs, we're checking to see this element here, because we're going to pass in numbers. So numbers at index 1 will be 9, numbers at index 0 is 3, numbers at index 1 is 9. So we're checking to see if array at 1, i.e. 9, or index 1, is less than the smallest number. Okay, so the first time the loop runs, it's basically going to say that actually it's going to say that array at index I, i.e. array at index 1, which would be 9, it's going to check to see if 9 is smaller than 3. That does not evaluate to be true, therefore we won't enter this if statement here. Okay. But if eventually we do find a number that is smaller than the smallest number, i.e. at the very end of the array, what you want to do then is you want to update the value of the smallest number and assign it whatever index value we're at, okay? When I say whatever index value we're at, what I mean is we want to override or update the value of the smallest number if in fact whatever index of the array we're on is containing a number that is smaller than the current smallest number. And when all of that is over and the for loop has completed running, we just want to return the smallest number variable, okay? Awesome. And then what we can do is we can store the result of that. So we'll say let results be equal to, and we know that this function will return the smallest number. So to get that, what we need to do is we need to call or invoke the find smallest number function. We want to pass in an array, in this case numbers, and then what we want to do is just log out to the console the results. We will say the smallest number is, and then just log out results. Okay, so we'll run this and see if our code works, and we get the smallest number is 2. Okay, awesome. Let me just change this. Let's just do a few other numbers. So we'll say 10, 15, 5, 4, and 10. I was supposed to type 10 there, apologies. Okay, awesome. So now the smallest number in the array is 4. So let's see what happens. The smallest number is 4. Okay, so basically what's happening? You know that is the smallest number in this array. So how does the code find it? Well, we have this array, and our function, we basically assign the very first element of the array, i.e. array at index 0, to our smallest number variable. So the first time that this code runs, the smallest number will have a value of 10, okay? Then we enter our loop, but we start counting where I is equal to 1. So we don't start counting, remember, arrays start counting at 0, we've seen that many times. We're going to start counting at the array name at index 1, so that way the first time the loop runs we're comparing 10 to 15 rather than comparing the first number in the array to itself if you were to do I is equal to 0. So we're going to start at I is equal to 1. So then what we're doing is we're checking to see if array at index 1, i.e. 15, is less than the smallest number, which is currently 10. That evaluates to false, therefore we do not update the value of smallest number. But the next time the loop runs, when I has a value of 2, and remember, after each loop, we increment the value of I, because we use the increment operator here. Now I has a value of 2. So when I is equal to 2, at array of index 2, array at index 2 has a value of 5. So is 5, array at index 2, less than the smallest number, which is currently 10? Yes, it is. So therefore, we execute the code inside of the if statement code block, and we update the value of smallest number to be array at index 2, which is actually 5. So now our smallest number has been updated to 5. We then come up here and use plus plus to add 1 to our counter variable I, and now I is equal to 3. And then we do a check. We say, okay, is array at index 3, i.e. 4, lower than the current smallest number? Well, I at index 3 has a value of 4. And is 4 less than 5? Yes, it is. So once again, we update the value of the smallest number variable to whatever index we're on, in this case array at index 3, which is this number here. So therefore, we update the value to 4. And the last time the loop runs, when we do our check, we find that 10 array at index I, so array at index 4, is not less than the current smallest number. So 10 is not less than 4. This code here evaluates to false on that iteration of the loop. Therefore, we don't update the value of smallest number again. We then exit the for loop. The for loop stops running, and then we return smallest number. And that is why we get 4. Okay, awesome. I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what we're going to do is we're going to cover the concept of nested loops in JavaScript. So a nested loop is a loop inside of another loop. So far we've seen how we can use a single loop to write out, a piece of code. So a single loop can be used, for example, to iterate over the elements of an array, iterate over elements of an array, count from numbers 1 to 100, check that every number between 1 and some other value is an even or odd number, etc. So we've seen single loops. So you're probably wondering, why would we need to use a nested loop, a loop inside of a loop? Well, a nested loop is very useful if you're trying to work with a grid. So there's various games you can create in JavaScript that will have a grid-like structure. And nested loops work very well with what is known as a two-dimensional array. A two-dimensional array is essentially a grid. So before we start talking about two-dimensional arrays, I want to make you aware of the concept of nested loops. Basically, a loop inside of a loop, and they work very well with two-dimensional arrays or any form of grid. Okay, so nested loops, a loop inside of a loop. The best way for me to show you this is to write one out, and let's see what it does in the console. So we've seen loops before. We have our for keyword, we have our parentheses, and then our curly braces. And there's three conditions that need to go inside of the loop. We need to initialize our counter variable. There's some condition that while it is evaluating to true, the loop will run. And then at the end, we have the final expression, the area at which we either increment or decrement our counter variable. So what I want to do is I want to have the outer loop count from 1 to 5 and the inner loop count from 1 to 10, just so you can see what happens. So I will say let I be equal to 1, and I want to run this loop while I is less than or equal to 5. And after each loop iteration, every time we run this loop, I want to increment I, our counter variable, I++. So the outer loop, okay, that's the outer loop, and inside of it then we're going to put in the inner loop. So all you need to do is just use the for keyword again. I cannot use I because I has already been declared essentially, but what we can do is we can use another symbol to represent this loop, and we will use J. Okay, J comes after I in the alphabet, so it's common convention in JavaScript to use I, J, and K typically for loops. So we'll say let J be equal to, also going to start counting J at 1, and we're going to run J while, force a habit, while J is less than or equal to 10. And then after each loop iteration, we're going to increment our counter variable for J. So how do we use the increment operator with J? It's just J++. Okay? And this is the inner loop, okay? So another way to think about this is essentially I represents the rows and J represents the calls, okay? But you'll see this now when we log this out to the console. Okay, so what I want to do is I just want to log out console.log I, the string, just so you can see what the value of I is. And then I want to log out J, and I want to show you what the actual value of J is. Okay, so we're going to log out I colon the value of I and then J colon. Okay, and what you're going to see is actually quite interesting, because what you're going to realize is that when we start running the outer loop, okay, so when I is equal to 1, I is less than 5, condition value it's true, therefore we enter the loop. So remember, with the opening and closing curly brace here, what you're going to find is while I is equal to 1, we're going to run the inner loop 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times before we come up and increment I to be 2. So to prove that to you, if I just save and refresh, what you'll see here is, notice how I has a value of 1, but J has gone all the way up from 1 to 10. So while I stays at 1, J goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then what we do is we increment I to 2, and the inner loop runs an entire 10 times before we increment I up to 3. Okay? So the key point of this is that when you have nested loops, the inner loop is going to completely run, iterate over, while this condition evaluates to true. Then what happens is the loop has completed running, and then we come back up here, increment I, and if this condition evaluates to true, we enter the loop again. Okay? Now, one thing you could do if you wanted is, instead of just logging stuff out to the console, you could actually say document.write if you wanted to write out a star, okay? Or make some sort of triangle. So if I save and refresh, we get the stars written out onto the web page rather than in the console. And what you could do if you wanted is, after each time the inner loop runs, you could use document. You could use document.write to add a line break, i.e. write HTML. So what you could do is you could say document.write and then insert here a line break using BR in JavaScript. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're actually, for the first time in this course, we're getting JavaScript to write some HTML. And notice how it's document.write, okay? So if I save and refresh, what you notice is we're able to get the stars on different lines. So what you should notice is the outer loop runs 5 times and the inner loop runs 10 times. So what happens is we get to the I is 1, and we run the loop 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. Then after the inner loop is completely ran, we then do the loop again, the outer loop, when I is a value of 2, 3, 4, and 5. And one thing you could do if you wanted is you could actually change this code to make a triangle. Okay, and how you do that is run the inner loop while j is less than or equal to I. And if I save and refresh, let's see what happens. We get this little star structure. Okay, so how does that work? Well, remember, the outer loop keeps track of I. So what happens is we have I at 1 and j at 1. Okay, so I is 1, we enter the inner loop, and how many times do we run the loop? We run the loop while j is less than or equal to I. So I has a value of 1, j has a value of 1, so therefore we enter this loop and we document.write 1 star to the page, which you see here. Okay, then the inner loop stops running and we create a line break. We say document.write break. Hence, the next time the loops run, we're on the next line. And now what happens is we've come up here, we've used the increment operator, and I now has a value of 2. So while the first time the loop ran we printed out 1 star, we then created a break. Now we have 2. I is a value of 2. So then we come in here and we say, okay, j is 1, but now, well, j is 1, I is 2, so we're going to run the loop twice. So we say document.write star, i.e. star star. Then we exit the inner loop and we add a break, okay? Hence, we come down to this loop here, and so on and so on, okay? So guys, that is nested loops inside of JavaScript. Basically, it is a loop inside of a loop, or what people like to joke as loop inception. And if you want to create this triangle-like structure, you can do so by just setting the while condition for the inner loop for j, your counter variable of the inner loop, to be less than or equal to the counter variable of the outer loop. And nested loops are very useful when working with 2D arrays or 2-dimensional arrays. Okay, I just want you to be aware that nested loops exist. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Hi everyone, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial, what I'm going to do is I'm going to teach you about the concept of a two-dimensional array in JavaScript. So this here is a two-dimensional array in JavaScript. It is an array that actually contains arrays inside of it. So here we have various heroes from all the different universes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this array. We're going to create a two-dimensional array together, and then I'll show you how to access the different elements of a two-dimensional array. So we're going to say let heroes be equal to, so we have an array. Right now it is an empty array. And remember what I said, a two-dimensional array is just an array with different arrays inside of it. So what I'll do is I'm going to create 3 empty arrays for now and use comma to separate them, okay? So right now we have this array here, and inside of it we have 3 empty arrays. And what we can do is just put 3 superheroes into each one. So we'll do Batman, we'll do Wonder Woman. I'm going to do my best to type here with no typos. And we have Batman, okay. Then we're going to have, Thor, Iron Man, and Captain America. Awesome, okay. And then we're going to have, which universe? We'll have Homelander, Queen Maeve, and I was going to do the Deep. We'll do A-Train. I don't know if A-Train is a capital T or not. Okay, awesome. So here are our various heroes. Now, so far we've seen, if we create an array, we've seen, for example, an array of maybe cities, and if we put in, we'll just do Paris and London. We'll do Madrid as well, just to make it feel a bit real. Okay, hopefully by now watching this course, you would feel comfortable being able to access each element of this array of cities. Well, you know that if you want to log out an element of an array to the console, how you access an element of an array is you type out the name of the array and you use square bracket notation. So cities at index 0 would be Paris, because arrays start counting at 0. So cities at index 0 is Paris. Okay? Spoiler alert, I had recorded the tutorial, but it didn't record, which is disappointing, but I'm drinking tea, I have the energy to do it again. Okay, so we've seen this square bracket notation before. Obviously, if you want to access London, you would change that to 1, and Paris, you would change it to 2. So how do we access the elements of a two-dimensional array? Well, what we do is basically the same thing. We type out the name of the array we're trying to access, but this time there's 2 indexes we have to specify. We have to specify which array we're trying to iterate over. So this is basically array at index 0. This is the array at index 1, and this is the array at index 2, okay? So I've given you a clue here, so this will help you to access the different elements of an array, okay? And basically what you do is, when you're trying to log out the elements, remember that it's the array name, okay? And then this is which array you're trying to access, and then this is the index of that array, okay? So if I was to log out 0 and 0, we're actually going to get, oh, Batman twice. Sorry, that should be Superman. It's almost Christmas time. I guess I'm thinking about the Batman movies. Okay, so if we were to log out heroes at index 0, we're going to get Superman. And why is that? Well, heroes at index 0, this first 0, is going to access this array. And then if I stay at index 0, we get Superman. So I'll just prove that to you, save and refresh, and we get Superman. Okay, awesome. If you wanted to access Wonder Woman, you would stay on this array, so still access the array at index 0, but change that to be a 1, okay? So what I'll do is I'll just do that. So we'll console.log heroes at index 1, and now we've moved here to Wonder Woman. So that will have a value now of Wonder Woman. Okay. Awesome. Okay. If then we wanted to log out Batman, how would we do it? Well, it's the heroes array. We want to stay in array at index 0, i.e. the first array of the, nested inside of the outer array. And then we're going to access index 2. Okay? And that will then give us Batman. Now, and just to prove that, if I refresh, we get Batman. Awesome. Now, if I wanted to access Tor, how would I do it? Well, we need to go to array at index 1, and then within that array, go to index 0, okay? So this is array at index 0, this is array at index 1, so this here needs to be a 1, but it's the first element of the array, so we'll log out index 0. So if I just prove that to you, console.log heroes, it's array 1 now, and at index of 0. And then that is going to give us Tor. And if I save and refresh, we should get Tor here. Awesome. So that's the idea. You don't have to, watch the end of the video now. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to log out the other heroes. And one thing that should be obvious as we go through this is you'll notice that there really becomes a need for nested loops. So see the way in the first array to access all the different elements, it's array at index 0 and then the 0th element, array at index 0 number 1, array at index 0 number 2. If I want to log out all the elements of this array, it's going to be, array at index 1 at the 0th element, array index 1, index, the second element, so 1, 2 will be 0, 1, etc. So really what should be apparent here is that nested loops actually work very well with two-dimensional arrays, because what we can do is we can have the outer loop deciding which array to iterate over, and then we can have the inner loop deciding which elements of that array that we need to log out to the console. Okay, so that is how we can basically log out the heroes from the first two arrays. Okay, let's just finish up Captain America. I'm sorry this is taking me so long, but I feel it is good practice. Okay, and then if we wanted to log out Homelander, this would be array 2 and it would be index 0. So array at index 2 is here and index 0 gets us Homelander. If we want to get Queen Maeve, we're at array of index 2 and then inside of that array we're at index 1. That'll be Queen Maeve. And then finally for A-Train, we are on array at index 2, i.e. this one here. But to get to A-Train, we have to go 0, 1, 2. So we have A2. And basically what's going to happen is we have now logged out all of the elements of our two-dimensional array. Okay, and if I just save and refresh, we see here that we've got all the heroes logged out. Obviously that took quite a bit of time, to just log out these 9 different elements. Look how much code we've had to write. So we can make this more concise by using a nested loop to print out all the elements of a two-dimensional array. Key takeaway from this tutorial is number 1, two-dimensional arrays exist, and this is the syntax. It is basically arrays inside of an array, and then you use square bracket notation to access the elements of the array. The first square bracket will indicate which array to be on. So is it this array, is it that array, or is it this array? And then the second index is which element of the array that you're on do you want to access. And it's the same notation, it's 0, 1, and 2. Okay, I'll stop the tutorial there. I'll see you in the next one where we'll use a... Hello everyone and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what we're going to do is we're going to use nested loops, i.e. a loop inside of a loop, to iterate over every single element that is in our heroes, our two-dimensional array called heroes. So Superman all the way down to A-Train. So to do this we can create a for loop and have a loop inside of a loop. So the outer loop is basically going to decide which array we are iterating over. So the outer loop decides which array to iterate over, okay? So if I was to say for let I be equal to 0, starting a counter variable I at 0, I want to run the loop while I is less than 3, and after each loop iteration I want to increment our counter variable so we don't get stuck in an infinite loop. Okay? And then what we can do is we can have an inner loop which will decide which element of the array we are iterating over. So the first time we enter the outer loop, so I is a value of 0, okay, what's going to happen is we'll be iterating over this array. Then we get to our inner loop, and the inner loop will decide which element of that array we are iterating over. So I'm going to say let j be equal to 0, okay, and we're going to run our loop while j is less than 3 as well, because we have 1, 2, 3 elements in this array. So at index 0, at index 1, and index 2, we'll log out each element to the console. Then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say j++. So remember, j is our counter variable for the inner loop, and after each iteration we just want to make sure we are increasing our counter variable there. So the inner loop decides which element of the array to iterate over, okay? And we see the answers here. So you know, for example, if we were to log out to the console heroes at index 0, 0, well, this is array 0, and that is the first element of that array, also at index 0. So 0, 0 will log out Superman. So how do we do that? Well, we can just say console.log. We know we need to log out 0, 0, so it's going to be heroes, and the outer loop decides which array to iterate over, and the inner loop, j, will decide which element of the array to iterate over. And that's actually our code that we need. So we have our outer loop and we have our inner loop. So if I actually just comment all of that out, this loop should actually work for us, okay? So let me just save and refresh. And we still get the heroes logged out to the console. Okay, so that's pretty awesome. But there are some problems here, okay? What if I was to add another array to this heroes two-dimensional array? So maybe we have a bunch of heroes here. We'll say the Deep, we'll say Robin, and we'll say Aquaman. Spelled correctly, awesome. Okay, so now we have an array at index of 3, okay? But here's the problem. We've hard-coded all this. So if I save and refresh, we're not getting the last, we're not getting the elements of the newest array that we've added, okay? So how can we change that? Well, here's a really cool thing. Do you remember when we worked with arrays, we saw we could access the length property. If I say console.log heroes.length, okay, this is actually going to give us a number, okay? And this should actually give us a number of 4. And that is basically how many arrays are in the two-dimensional array. So there's actually 4. Well, we know that if we were to change I to run while I is less than 4, that will include the last array, okay? But I've hard-coded that, so instead of saying 4, we can just say heroes.length. And what that means is if someone now was to come along and add another array to our two-dimensional array, our code is dynamic. Any future array that is added, we will be able to get that, okay? And our code still works. Now, there is a problem as well with the inner loop, and that is because we've also hard-coded this. So what we could do is, instead of running the loop while j is less than I, we can run it while j is less than our heroes array, whatever array we're iterating over, dot length, okay? So for example, each of these arrays have a length of 3, okay? So nothing is going to change here. But now, if I was to add just one element to one of the arrays, I'm actually trying to think of a superhero. Starlight. We don't have Starlight here. Starlight. Okay. Now what's going to happen is, when we get to this array, okay, so when I has a value of 2, so we've gone 0, 1, 2. When we get to the inner loop, we're actually going to run while j is less than heroes at index I.length. So this will actually have this here will actually have a value of 4 for that array. Okay? And to prove that to you, if I save and refresh, we're going to get Starlight included. And see there, we get Starlight. So the great thing now about the code we've written, when the outer loop you run the loop while I is less than the array name.length, and for the inner loop you run while j, your counter variable, is less than the length of whatever array you're iterating over. Our loops now are dynamic. So if we were to add another array here or add different new elements to our superheroes, maybe we're calling in more heroes, they would actually be included in our array. I don't know, maybe there's a future Marvel movie where Thanos for some reason actually joins the good guys. If I was to add Thanos there to the last array and refresh, he is included. Thank you for joining the good people. Okay, great. So guys, that is how you can use nested loops to iterate over a two-dimensional array. Exciting chapter coming up now. We'll be talking. Hello everyone and welcome back. Okay, in this chapter we're going to talk about a very important concept in JavaScript, and that is objects. Okay, we can create objects in JavaScript. So what is an object? Well, an object really can be anything. And I'm not trying to be vague or be funny when I say that. I'm going to give you some examples here. So one I always like to use is, well, okay, an object is like a real world representation of something. It can be your favorite movie. It can be a YouTube video. It could even be a car, okay? And objects, the key thing to note here is that objects have both properties and they have methods, okay? So we've seen this before with arrays. We saw with arrays, one property they have is the length property. You can access the length of an array, and they have methods. There's different methods you can use on an array, okay, such as, you know, push, pop, reverse, etc. Now, when we talk about, let's say, a car in the real world, okay, a car will have various properties. It will have the year it was made. It will have a color. It will have seats, how many passengers it can carry, etc. But it will also have methods. So while properties are characteristics, methods are things the object can do. In this case, a car can drive, right? So it can start, it can stop, it can beep, and it can turn, okay? So cars can do things, right? So cars will have properties, you know, the size of the car, the year it was made, the color, etc., and it can do things. It can turn, it can reverse, it can beep, it can drive, etc. So the key point is that objects, okay, basically have properties and methods, okay? Now, another way to think about this is movies. Movies will have various properties. They'll have a title of the movie, the year it was made, the cast, you know, who's the lead actress, the lead actor, etc. You know, what are the reviews like online, okay? So movies are also objects. So you can create an object that represents a real world movie. And how you create an object, and that's what we'll get to now, because I suppose it's hard conceptually to understand what an object is if you haven't seen one. You can create an object using what we call object literal notation. Don't be intimidated by that. Object literal notation basically means the syntax for creating an object. And really what we do is we use curly braces, and inside of it we can put all the other different data types. So an object can contain strings, such as a name. It can contain numbers, such as an age. It can contain Boolean values, so true and false. It can even contain arrays, okay? So an object is a very powerful data type in JavaScript. What I want to do is I want to create an object for Batman. So if we say let Batman be equal to, and curly braces, what we can do in here is we can put all the different properties that we can think of for Batman. And how you do that is you do it with a key value pair, okay? So you have the name, okay, so this is going to be a property, okay? And we need to give it a value, and that will be Bruce Wayne. And what you can do inside of an object is you can comma separate all of the different pieces of data, okay? So that's name, and that is the value, okay? So this is known as a key value pair, okay? Now, you can also do a number. So for example, age 38, how I decided his age was 38 was that was roughly the age that Christian Bale was when he shot some of the Batman movies. I went back to 2012. I'm not sure if The Dark Knight came out in 2010 or 2012 or 11, but he was roughly 38 back then. Okay, then he has an address he's going to live at. So this can be Wayne Manor, comma separate. Okay, awesome. Then he can have a workplace. Okay, so workplace, you could say Wayne Enterprises. So the key point I'm trying to make here is that an object can contain different data types. So for example, maybe his relationship status, so is single, we could set that to true. So we have here, apologies, force a habit. So we have strings, now we have a boolean, we have a number here as well, okay? So various things you could do. We could also have an email. So we'll put in another string here, and that could be Bruce at WayneEnterprises.com and comma separate there. Okay. You could also have another boolean. So does Batman have powers? We could say has powers. You could set that one to be false because technically, while he's a superhero, Batman is a human. Bruce Wayne, he doesn't actually have powers. You could also create an array. Okay. So you could say maybe hobbies. Okay. So what are his hobbies? Well, maybe he likes drinking coffee. Okay. Maybe he likes visiting Venice. I don't know if that's true, but you know, he's a rich guy. Going to restaurants. Can't spell restaurants, can I? Restaurants. We'll just say going to cafes. And what else? Wandering the streets at night, you know, because, you know, he's a night owl. Wandering the streets at night and solving crime. Okay. Key point here is we now have an array as well. Also, you could do another array if you wanted of friends. So maybe he hangs around with, let's say, Robin, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, and of course, Superman. Okay. So basically, this here, what we've done is we've actually created an object that represents Batman. So you have name with a value of a string, you have age of type number, you have 3 strings here, so address, workplace, email, you have some Boolean values, so true and false values, and we have here 2 arrays. And what I can do is, if I log out Batman to the console, if I say console.log Batman, we should see all of these key value pairs, i.e. properties, logged out to the console. Okay? So for example, if I expand it, we see here we have address, we have age, email, friends there, has powers. Okay? Now, one thing I want you to think about, thinking ahead here for this course is, the reason this is so cool is, imagine later on you want to set up an app, whether it's a weather app or an app for movies or stock market data app. You might want to set up some code that actually sends a request to a database or an API and gets data back. And typically, you know, if you want to be able to access different properties and methods in an object, you're going to have to understand objects and how to access data. Okay, so that's what we'll talk about in the next tutorial. The key takeaway from this tutorial is, number 1, objects exist in JavaScript. So what is an object? Well, this is an object here. An object is a representation of something that exists in the real world. So it can be a movie, it can be a YouTube video, it could be a car, it can even be a person. Okay, a person will have a name, an age, a date of birth, an address, nationality, all of those kind of things. And the key point here as well is that while we've seen now in this course how you can create an array using square bracket notation, you know, for example, let cities be equal to, and then square brackets and comma separate the cities. With object literal notation, we use curly braces. So here we said let Batman be equal to, and we've assigned it the value of an object. We have our opening curly brace here and our closing curly brace there. I put a semicolon there to end basically the statement or this piece of code. And inside of the object we have our key value pairs. Okay, all the different properties, and I've comma separated. Technically, you don't need a comma there at the end because there's nothing after the friends array, but it's okay to put it if you want. And then what we did is we just logged out Batman, i.e. this object, to the console, and we saw it there. In the next tutorial, what I'll do is I'll show you how to access the properties of an object. Also as well, you don't just have to have properties in an object, you could also, for example, put in a method, okay? Okay, so in the last tutorial we saw what an object was, and we saw that we could actually create an object using object literal notation. In this tutorial, what I want to do is I want to show you how you can essentially access the properties of an object, okay? So down here, we said console.log Batman to log out the object to the console, and this is what we get. We get the object. But what if you want to access very specific properties of the object? Well, I was going to say array there. I'm so used to talking about arrays. Well, we've seen previously that we can access the length property of an array by saying array name dot length. Okay, so previously we've seen, let cities be equal to, we'll create an array. We'll just put in Paris and maybe Madrid. We don't do Madrid enough. Okay, awesome. And we know that we can access the length property of cities by saying cities dot length, okay? And that will log out, I believe, 2 to the console because there's 2 cities in our array. Awesome. But the key point here is we've actually used dot notation. We've taken the name of the array and used dot notation, i.e. a dot, to access the length property. And that is the same concept and one way you can actually access various key value pairs or properties inside of an object. So if I want to log out the name of Bruce Wayne, I can say console.log Batman, so the name of the object, and then using dot notation access the name of the property I want to log out to the console. And this should give us Bruce Wayne. And if I save and refresh, we get Bruce Wayne. Okay, awesome. So what I did was I logged out the name of the object, and then using dot notation, I was able to access the name property. Okay, I'm just going to basically undo that, and now we're just getting the entire object again. Okay, and what I want to do is I want to give you a challenge. I want you to log out to the console Bruce's email. Okay, just imagine this was data coming in from an API and you were seeing it for the first time. Well, what you know is the object has a name, so you can access the email property by using .email. Okay, so what we could do here is we could say console.log. What is the name of the object? Well, it's Batman. I'll paste that there. And using dot notation, we want to access the email. Okay, Batman.email. And then what will happen is this should log out the value of the email to the console. So let's save and refresh. And we get Bruce at WayneEnterprises.com. Okay, awesome. The other cool thing as well is you notice that there are 2 arrays inside of the object. So maybe we want to get a better understanding for some reason of Batman's hobbies. So we could say console.log. And then what we can do is we can say Batman.hobbies. Okay? And this is going to give us the hobbies array logged out to the console. So if we refresh, we see here we get the array of all the various hobbies. And what you could do is you could actually access drinking coffee. So you don't have to access the entire array if you don't want to. You could do Batman.hobbies, and then we know how to access the first element of an array at the 0 index. So now, instead of logging out hobbies to the console, that will log out drinking coffee. Okay, so what we did was we access the first element in the array. Okay, so this is really cool. You're able to access the different properties of an array using dot notation. Just one last one for you. Can you log out Wonder Woman? For some reason, I want you to log out Wonder Woman. How would you do it? Well, you have to log out the name of the console, then use dot notation to get friends, and Wonder Woman is at this position in the array, so 0, 1, 2. Okay, so what you could do now is you could say console.log Batman.friends at index 2, and that will give us the value of Wonder Woman. And if I save and refresh, if I can find the console, here we go. We get Wonder Woman. Okay, awesome. Another cool thing you can do as well is, in addition to accessing the different properties of the object, you can also change the value of properties in the object. So for example, just to prove this to you, if I console.log Bruce's relationship status or Batman's relationship status, if I say Batman dot is single, right, what do we get? Well, we're going to get true. Batman is single. But what I could do is, you don't just have to log stuff out of the console. We could actually update the value of that if we wanted to. So we don't need to redeclare a variable, say let anything. That property already exists. What I could do is I could simply say Batman dot is single and assign that the value of false, the Boolean false. What I'm doing is I'm now saying that Batman is actually now not single. He's in a relationship now. And that has actually updated the value of the object. If I say console.log now, let's say Batman, I'll log out the entire object. Let me just comment all that out. Okay, so if I log out the entire object now, what do we get? Well, we see is single is now set to false. Okay, and then we can just access that very specific property. So instead of logging out the entire object, let's log out is single, and what we should get is false. So that's pretty amazing because we've defined or created an object here using object literal notation, and what we were able to do was we were actually able to access a property in the object and override its value. So the key point is that using dot notation you can access different properties inside of an object. So console.log batman.name would give you Bruce Wayne, console.log batman.age would give you 38, but you can also override the value of properties inside of an object. Okay, key point for this tutorial is you can access properties of an object using dot notation. All you need to do is just type out the object name and then dot and then whatever property that it is you're looking to access. Okay, so in the last tutorial we saw how we can access different properties of an object using dot notation, but what I'd also like to let you know is that you can also access the properties of an object or the key value pairs using square bracket notation. So it's a bit different to how you access data inside of an array. So we've seen now many times, you know what, we'll stick with the superheroes. We'll say let heroes be equal to, and we have Superman, Wonder Woman, and we have Batman. Okay, so we've seen previously that if you want to access the first element of an array, you need to access the array name at index of 0 because arrays start counting at 0. So this would be heroes square bracket 0, close the square bracket, heroes at index 1, and heroes at index 2. So for example, we just say console.log heroes, and let's do 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we know at 0 that'll be Superman, at 1 it's Wonder Woman, and 2 it's Batman. So we have 0, 1, and 2. Okay, so it's going to be Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman. So if I save and refresh, we get Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman. Awesome. Now, when you are accessing properties of an object, it's not the same as this here. So arrays start counting at 0, so we know it's array name at 0, at 1, at 2. Objects don't work like that. So if I was to try, say console.log Batman at index 0, well, I'll tell you what, let's try it. Console.log, let's say Batman, the name of our object, at index 0. Let's see what happens. Okay. We get undefined. Okay, we get undefined. And that is because if you want to access a key value pair or a property inside of an object, you have to basically pass in the key inside of strings that you're looking for. So Batman, and I have my quotes there, at name, that will now log out the property of name. Okay, so Bruce Wayne is the value for the name property. So this one log out to the console Bruce Wayne. So if I save and refresh, we get Bruce Wayne. Okay, awesome. So obviously, if you wanted to do that using dot notation, you could. It is a little bit easier, I find. So it's just console.log batman.name. Okay, so the syntax is slightly shorter, but that gives you the same thing. So two different ways to access the same key value pair or property inside of an object. And when I say key value pair, this is the key and this is the value, and together they are a pair. Okay, so name is a property, and that is the value. Bruce Wayne is the value of the property that we have defined or called name. Okay, so one last thing as well is you can use the square bracket notation to change the value of a property inside of the object. So for example, what I could do is I could update Batman's age. Maybe it's his birthday. So we could say Batman, and then I'll pass in inside of quotes age and assign that a value of 39. And now if I console.log Batman, I could do Batman.age, but let's do Batman age like so, because this tutorial is about square bracket notation. So the age has been updated to 39. Okay, awesome. So for this course, I will be using dot notation to access properties of an object, but I just want you to be aware that you can also use square. Okay, so in this tutorial, what we're going to do is we are going to create a function inside of the Batman object. And traditionally in JavaScript, when you have a function that's built into JavaScript, it is called a method. We've seen methods before. So for example, when we use document.write, that is a method. Console.log as well. The log is available to us on the console. Also, when you create a function inside of an object, we traditionally refer to that as a method, okay? So if I was to create a function inside of the Batman object, we will refer to that as a method. So how do we do that? Well, let's create a method inside of the object where when the function or method is called or invoked, it just logs out to the console, Batman is driving fast in the Batmobile. So far we have our key value pairs, we have our various properties, we've given them all names and they have some sort of value. It's the same concept for a method in the object. So we're going to say drive, this is going to be a key value pair and the value is going to be a function, and we'll just create a function with no arguments or parameters. So basically it is just going to be function, curly braces, and we're just going to log out to the console, you know, Batman is driving fast in the Batmobile. Batmobile. I hope I'm spelling that correctly. I apologize if I'm not. Okay, so we've defined our method inside of our Batman object. Nothing happens because I haven't logged out the drive method, or haven't called or invoked it. Okay, so if I was to log out to the console Batman, the entire object, what should happen now is we should see that there is this inbuilt method here. So if we just do the drop down, so we see here we have drive and we have this little f and then parentheses. Okay, so if we expand that, what we can see here is we have a function, no arguments are defined, so that's null, and basically it just has drive. So you know that if you want to access, for example, Bruce's name, you would say console.log, or Batman's name, sorry, you'd say Batman, the name of the object, dot name, okay? And that will log out Bruce's name to the console, okay? So how do we access the function? Well, we don't want to log out a function. What we do is we want to call or invoke it. So we're going to use similar syntax here. What we're going to do is we're going to say Batman dot, and you'll notice here we have access to drive, that inbuilt method inside of the Batman object. And how do we call or invoke a function? We've seen this many times. You write out the name of the function and invoke it with parentheses. And what this is doing is we're saying Batman, we're accessing the Batman object and then calling or invoking the drive method. And if we save and refresh, we get Batman is driving fast in the Batmobile. You could also create another function, maybe we'll call it like fight Joker. So we could say fight Joker. You don't have to use the function keyword, by the way. You could do an arrow function. So an anonymous inline arrow function, a function with no name. And basically what we could do is we could just alert Batman has defeated the Joker. Okay, but you kind of have to ask yourself, why did the Joker become bad? Maybe Gotham didn't really look after him, but that's a different story. Okay, so that is how we call or invoke the Batman.drive function or method. So how do we call or invoke the fight Joker? Well, same concept. Type out the name of the function, use dot notation to access all the inbuilt properties and methods. And remember, when I say method, I'm just referring to a function that was defined or created inside of the Batman object. So it's fight Joker, and then I want to use parentheses to call or invoke it, and semicolon to save. And now when I refresh the browser, we get Batman has defeated the Joker. Okay, awesome. So guys, I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. Here, what we did is we defined a key value pair drive, which was assigned the value of a function. So when you call or invoke the drive method, we just logged out Batman is driving fast in the Batmobile. And then we also did another function. This time we didn't use the keyword function. We just did an arrow function, anonymous, with no name for the function basically. And then when you call or invoke the fight Joker method, we just alert out Batman has defeated the Joker. Okay, awesome. I hope that wasn't too complicated. The key point here though is that you are able to create methods inside of an object in JavaScript, okay? And all you need to do to call or invoke a function or a method, more specifically, that was defined inside of an object, is just type out the name of the object, use dot notation, type out the name of the method you're trying to call or invoke, and use parentheses. Okay, friends, welcome back. In this tutorial, I just wanted to make a very small tutorial where I teach you about the this keyword in JavaScript. So what I've done is I've created a method in the Batman object called log this. It is assigned the value of a function, and all it does is just log out this, the keyword, to the console. So if we want to call or invoke a method built onto an object, what we can do is we can just type out the name of the object itself, use dot notation to access the properties and methods, and search for log this. It is a method, so we have to use parentheses to call or invoke that method there on the Batman object. So if I now save and refresh, what do you think happens when we log out the this keyword in JavaScript? What actually happens is we get a reference to the object within which it was created. So that is the this keyword in JavaScript. When you log out the this keyword, it is a reference to the object itself, the object within which it was created. And to prove that to you, if I just create a very small object for Superman, and we'll say name is Clark Kent, we'll say age is, just say 34, and lastly, let's just do workplace. We'll say the Daily Planet, the Daily Planet. Now, if you were to create another function here, we're going to call our method log this again, and it'll just be a function that quite simply just logs out to the console the this keyword. Well, if we call and invoke log this on the Batman object, what we get is a reference to the Batman object. So if we were to call the same method, but that method is now on the Superman object, so if I say Superman dot log this, okay, so remember, log this is just a method that's built in here. We've created it inside of the Superman object. So here what we're doing is we're just logging out to the console the this keyword. So now I'm calling and invoking the log this method that's inbuilt onto the Superman object. And if I save and refresh, we actually get a reference to the Clark Kent object. So the this keyword is very useful to know if you're going on to learn a front-end framework such as React. The this keyword is very powerful, getting reference to an object and then making reference to something within that object, okay? So key point is that the this keyword is a reference to the object within which it was created. It's all about context. And just lastly, if in the root of the JavaScript document, I just log out the this keyword, so this is the global this, It's not this inside of an object, it's within the root of the JavaScript document. What we actually get is a reference to the window object itself. Okay? And you see here, there's an awful lot of stuff you have access to inside of that. So key point about this tutorial is please be aware that the this keyword exists in JavaScript and it is a reference to the object within which it was created. We saw that whereby when we create a method log this and we simply log out the this keyword to the console, what do we get? Well, we get a reference to what we get is the object itself. Okay? Awesome. Okay, just something to keep in the back of your mind. Okay, so in this tutorial, I just want to show you how you can iterate over an array of objects using the for each method in JavaScript. So being able to iterate over an array of objects is quite important because if you're making some sort of real world application, maybe you're asking the YouTube API for data, you want to make a YouTube clone, or you're sending a request to get data back from, you're trying to make a music streaming service. A lot of the time, whether it's a weather app, a stock market app, a streaming app, or a music app, a lot of the time the data is going to come back in the form of an array that contains objects. So being able to iterate over each object in an array is a very powerful skill to have. So one thing you can do is you can use the for each method. So what I've done is I've gone ahead and created an array called heroes. So we have our opening square bracket there and our closing square bracket, and I've comma separated the objects. So we have a Superman object, we have Wonder Woman there, and finally Batman, okay? What you can do is you can use the for each method. So how it works is you type out the name of the array, in this case heroes, and using dot notation we can access the for each method that is inbuilt in JavaScript. So basically what's going to happen is we need to pass in at least one argument to the for each method, and that is going to be a callback function that makes reference to each object. So what I have to do is I have to type in, provide a name, and what that name is going to be, I'm going to call it hero, is actually a reference to each object in our array. So what I can do is I can say console.log and just say console.log each hero, okay? So if I save and refresh, we now get each object inside of the console. Okay, that's awesome. Another thing you can do as well is instead of, logging out to the console each object in its entirety, you can access, one of the key value pairs if you wanted. So you could access, for example, hero.name, and if we save and refresh, we actually get a reference to the name property of each of the objects. So for each is iterating over each object. So hero is a reference to each single object. So we're iterating over, and I can access hero.name. You could, for example, comma separate and also get access to hero.power if you wanted to do that as well. So if I save and refresh, we get Superman and his power, Wonder Woman and her power, Batman and his power. Okay? So guys, that is the for each method in JavaScript. It's built in and it is very useful for iterating over an array of objects. Okay, so in this chapter of the course, we're going to start working with the document object model, also referred to as the DOM. So if you go to MDM, developer.mozilla.org, you can get more information about the document object model, how it interacts with JavaScript, how you can access it, interfaces, examples, etc. But for this tutorial, I just want to very briefly explain it in my own words. So what is the document object model? And that is the whole point of this chapter of the course. Well, first I want to introduce it as the DOM. So the DOM, when we say DOM, D-O-M, we are referring to the document object model. What it is the idea that every web page is almost like a tree-like structure, whereby you have the document, inside of it you'll have the head and the body, inside of that you'll have different elements. And what you can do is you can use the document object model to traverse this tree-like structure and essentially change content on a web page. So the whole point of the document object model is that you can manipulate the structure of a web page, style, and contents. Obviously, when you know basic HTML and CSS, you can make content static on a page. But once you understand the document object model, you can respond to user events, a user clicking on a button, to create content, delete content, change style, colors, etc. So we're going to be working with the document object model over the next few tutorials to create elements, remove elements, change text, styling, etc. So we have all that to look forward to in this chapter of the course. Okay, so in this tutorial what we're going to do is we're going to use the document object model to actually change content on our HTML page. So we haven't seen the index.html file in quite some time, but this is what it is. We have our document with our opening HTML tag and our closing HTML tag. We have the head and we have the body. Okay, so this is our index.html file. What I want to do is I'm going to create a h2 here in the HTML page, and we're just going to say Paris. And what I want to do in this tutorial is I want to write JavaScript that changes the text Paris to be Madrid. So that's what we're going to do in this tutorial. So if I open Google Chrome and refresh, we have now added our h2 there to the web page. Okay, awesome. So when you are working with the document object model, you have to ask yourself what it is you're trying to do. What we're trying to do is grab this element, Paris, and change its content. So what we're going to do is we're going to give this h2 an ID, and that ID is going to be city. So the document object model allows us to actually get reference to elements in a HTML page by their ID. So remember, it's document object model. So if I type out document, and document is the document, it's the HTML page essentially. If I say dot get element by ID, so we see here, because we know document and it is the document object model, document is basically an object, there's all these inbuilt methods. So we can say get element by ID, and this h2 has an ID of city, so we can get a reference to that. So we have our parentheses because it is a method, and inside of quotes I'm just going to say city. And what we can do is, if you want to, you can actually store all of that inside of a variable. So if I say let city be equal to document.getElement by ID, and I pass in city, so the ID of this h2 element, what I can do is just console.log out city to the console. So what I've done is I've used the document object model to grab this h2 here with the ID of city and the content of Paris. I've stored it in the variable called city, and I'm just logging that out to the console. So if I save and refresh, what we see is we actually get the h2 here inside of the console. But rather than just logging out city to the console, what I want to do is I want to say city dot and change the inner HTML. You can also do inner text, and I want to assign that the value now of Madrid. So what's happening is when our HTML page loads, we have JavaScript is awesome, then we have this h2, but then the script file runs, and what we've done is we've basically said document.getElement by ID, the ID of city, which is this h2 here, and all I just did was I stored it in the variable city, and then I said city.innerHTML. I was able to access the inner HTML and change that to be Madrid, and if I save and refresh, we've now changed Paris to be Madrid. So that's awesome. We've actually used JavaScript to change the content on a HTML page. So we're going to be working with the document object model over the next few tutorials to add content, delete content, create content, change styling, etc. So we've all of that to look forward to in this part of the course. Hello everyone and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how you can change text content using the document object model. However, I want to do it in, I don't want to say a better way than the last tutorial, but I want to show you a better way, okay? And I'll explain why. So what I want to do is I want to delete all of this that we did in the last tutorial, and I actually want to change this H2 to be a paragraph. So we'll just change that to be an opening p tag and a closing p tag. And what we'll do is, once again, we'll change this city from Paris to be Madrid. So we have our opening and closing p tag. If I go down to Google Chrome and just refresh, we see here we have Paris the text. So in the last tutorial what we did was we were able to grab this piece of content, i.e. Paris, using the document object model. And what we did was we changed the text content using inner HTML, okay? But what I want to do is I want to actually show you that we can use a different way, and that is by changing the inner text. So initially they look like they do the same thing, but they actually don't, and that's what I'm going to show you now in this tutorial. So what I want to do is I once again want to get a reference to Paris here using document.getElementById, and we're just going to change the inner HTML. So what we want to do is we want to say let city. We want to store all of this inside of a city variable. So first we need to get a reference to it. So we can say document.getElementById. We have our parentheses, and we need to pass in the ID. And what is the ID? Well, we give it a name of city, right? So it's city there. So let me just Control C and Control V. Awesome. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to get a reference to city. So I want to say we have grabbed it. So I just want to say city dot inner HTML, and I want to change that to be Madrid. Semicolon to save. So hopefully this is starting to look a bit more familiar now. We're saying to the document object model, we're saying document dot get element by ID, and we're passing in the city ID. So that is a reference to all of this here. We saw that logged out in the console in the last tutorial, and we're storing it in the city variable. So city is now essentially all of this, and then I'm just changing the inner HTML to be Madrid. So if I save and refresh, we get Madrid, and that's awesome. But there's a different way to do it, and the reason is as follows. When you change the inner HTML, you're also able to manipulate the content itself, where with inner text, you can only change the text. So for example, what I can do, so if I just show you the browser again, we have Madrid here as a paragraph. I can actually change more than just the text because we've used inner HTML. So for example, if I was to wrap our text inside of an opening strong tag and a closing strong tag, what you'll find is the inner HTML is going to change and it's now going to be bolded. So if I just save and refresh, we see Madrid has now been bolded, okay? So why is that a problem? Well, the problem is if you're going to change text content, you don't want to give anyone the ability to potentially, maliciously change the content. So here, for example, we were able to manipulate not only the text, i.e. from Paris to Madrid, but we were also able to change the styling there. So one way to make sure users can never manipulate more than they're supposed to is you could, for example, just use the inner text. So another way of changing the text, but without using .inner HTML, is we can actually just use inner text. So all you need to do is, instead of saying city.inner HTML is equal to Madrid, we can say city.inner text. And All we need to do then is just assign that our new value, and this is going to be Madrid. Okay, so that's one key difference between the inner HTML and the inner text. With the inner text, we're really only changing the text content. And to prove that to you, if I was to attempt to do what I did above here, wrap Madrid inside of an opening and closing strong tag, look what happens when I do it using the inner text. What you'll find is inner text takes what we put in quite literally. So rather than bolding Madrid, it's actually going to say strong Madrid strong. Okay? So guys, that is how we can change text content another way using the document object model. Probably better to use the inner text because that way there's no ability for the user to manipulate the actual styling of the text content. Okay, awesome. And there's nothing wrong with using the document object model to change styling, by the way. You just want to make sure it's done in a controlled way that it only happens if you want it to happen as the person potentially building a website. It's the same way that a lot of web applications want to protect themselves from SQL injection attacks, where there might be certain characters you're not allowed to use, in case you're trying to access a website's database, or they'll limit characters, etc. It's just another way to protect ourselves because there are some bad actors out there, unfortunately. Okay, awesome. So enough negativity on my part. That was an awesome tutorial. We saw a different way how we were able to change content using inner text. So I hope you enjoyed that tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one where we will continue working with the document object model. So key takeaway so far is that you can use the document object model to change text content. We saw how we can use inner HTML, and we can now use inner text. But there's a lot more cool stuff we can do using the document object model. So I will see you in the next tutorial. Hi friends, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial, what I would like to do is I want us to change Paris. I want to change its color. So if I just save and refresh, we have Paris here. Paris is a paragraph. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to change the color of that to be, let's say, green. Okay, how do we do that? Well, once again, we know that if you're looking to change something, a text to color, whatever the case may be, you first need to get a reference to it. And we saw we can do that using the document object model. So we can say document dot get element by ID. So this is an inbuilt method in JavaScript. We have our parentheses and we need to pass in the ID, and we have given Paris an ID of city, so we can just say city. And what I want to do is I want to store all of this into a variable. So just say let city be equal to, and then if I just log out the city, if I say console.log city, what we should see is we're actually getting a reference to Paris. So for example, we see here we have the opening and closing p tags, the ID is city, and Paris is the text content. So how would we change the color? Well, all you would have to do is say city dot and access the style property inside of CSS, and then with style, if you do the dot again, you're able to essentially access all of these different properties. So for example, eventually you'll see line height, etc., but we should also see that there is color. So city.style.color, and what I can do is assign that the value of green and semicolon to end our statement here. So if I save and refresh, we see Paris now green. It's a little bit difficult to see, so we can change that to be blue. And we see Paris is now blue. Okay, awesome. Another thing you could do as well is you don't have to change just the text content or the color. You could actually do both. So one thing we could do is do what we did in the last tutorial. We could say city dot inner text and change that to be Madrid. So what will happen now is when I save and refresh, initially the page will load and we will have a paragraph with the value of Paris or the inner text. And then when our script file loads, our JavaScript file, because remember, we have our script tags here at the end. Once the HTML page loads, we then enter the script file. What we do is we get a reference to that Paris paragraph. We store it inside of city. We change the inner text of city to be Madrid, and we change the style and the color, so city.style.color, to be blue. So now if I save and refresh, we get Madrid. Okay, awesome. And the reason, remember, that's Madrid while we have Paris here. So the page will initially load with a paragraph of Paris, but once the script file loads, we're basically just very quickly changing the inner text to be Madrid and the style to be blue. Yeah, so you see that? It looks like it was initially Paris, but you see that JavaScript is actually overriding the value of the inner text there to be Madrid and changing the color. Okay, awesome. So that's how you can change the color of text using the document object model. You can access the style and then access any property you want inside of style. So you could, for example, change the line height as well. So I'll let you play around with that, but we're going to be working with more document object model features and cool stuff to learn over the next few tutorials. So hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Hello everyone and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what I want to do is I want to essentially change the color of Paris, we'll say just the color, when a user clicks on a button. Okay, so if you want to try and code that ahead of time, please do. So what you'll need to do is you'll need to create a button in the HTML file, and then using document.getElementById, you can store that into a variable called button. And what this tutorial is going to be about is I'm going to teach you about onClick, an inbuilt method in JavaScript that is essentially an event listener. So what we're going to be doing in this tutorial is listening out for an event. So instead of just the HTML page loading and the JavaScript file loading and automatically it changes the color of Paris, we only want to do that when a user clicks on a button. So that's what this tutorial is going to be about. So the first thing we need to do, first of all, is we actually need to create a button. So let's do that. So we will have an opening button tag and a closing button tag, and we will just say click me to the user. So if I just save and refresh, we now have a button there that says click me. And the only way so far in this course we know how to query HTML elements from the DOM or using a document object model is with ID. So we need to give this button an ID. So we will say ID is equal to button and press Ctrl S to save. And now our button has an ID. And that's awesome. Okay, great. Now what I want to do is I want to create a variable called button, and we'll say document.getElementById. We'll pass in the ID of button and we'll store it in a variable button. So what we'll do is we'll say let button be equal to document.getElementById. We have our parentheses, and what we need to do is we need to just pass in the ID of the button. So we've given this button an ID of button, okay? Button is the only element on this HTML page that has an ID of button. And then what we can do is if I just say console.log button, and remember button is a variable, so when I log out to the console button is a variable here, and it has been assigned the value of document.getElementById. So using that method getElementById, we're basically grabbing this element from the document object model. So if I just open up my console, and if I refresh, we see here we get the button. Okay, that's awesome. So now we've got the button. Let's just add an event listener to it. So what I'll do is I'm going to show you now about the onClick event listener. How this works is you take the element, in this case the button, using dot notation we've access to onClick, this inbuilt event handler or property inside of JavaScript. And then what we can do is when the user clicks on the button, we're going to run a function. So we're just going to say button.onClick and assign it the value of function. It'll be a function that isn't expecting, any arguments passed in. And because it's our first time working with event listener, let's just say you clicked me. We're just going to log that out to the console, okay? So now what I've done is firstly, I've created a button in JavaScript, opening button tag, closing button tag. We have the click me text there. So that's what the user sees, okay? We gave the button an ID of button. Then in our JavaScript file, we basically took that button that we saw because we said document dot get element by ID and we passed in the button ID. We stored it in this variable button. So button here is just a reference to the button we saw on the page. And when the user clicks on the button, because we use onClick, we run a function and the function just logs out you clicked me. So that function will only run when I click on the button. If I refresh the page, nothing happens. But if I click on the button, we log out, you clicked me. Awesome. So we've just listened out for an event happening in this course for the first time. So that's pretty cool. But instead of logging out, you clicked me, what I actually want to do is I want to change the color of this paragraph here with the ID of city. So we know how to do that. So all we need to do is instead of just logging something out of the console, let's say document dot get element by ID. We want to pass in the ID of city because that is the ID for this paragraph with the value of Paris. And what we want to do is we want to essentially change its style, specifically the color. So using dot notation, we can access style and then dot notation again, color. And we've seen this notation before with objects. And all we need to do is just pass in the value that we want. And I'm going to change the color to blue. So now when the user clicks on the button, we've an event listener here. Please note the lowercase c. And we've assigned that the value of a function with no name. And when the user clicks on the button, we're going to say document dot get element by ID, the city. We're getting a reference to the paragraph here with the ID of city. And we're changing the color to be blue. So if I save and refresh, Paris is now blue. If you wanted, you could also change it to be red, because that is also another color on the French flag. So if I save and refresh and click again, Paris is now red. Okay, awesome. So guys, that is the onClick inbuilt property in JavaScript. It is very powerful as we can use it to listen out for a user event, i.e. do some code, but only when the user clicks on a button. So we're starting to understand now the power of the document object model, where instead of just adding an element to a page and then just changing it for no reason, the way we did the last few tutorials, you can now change content based on a user click. So that's awesome, and I'll see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so in this tutorial what we're going to do is we're going to learn about another method, pardon the pun, in which you can query the document object model for elements. So what I've done is I've created 3 paragraphs here, but you'll notice there's no ID. There's no ID on the paragraphs, and I've removed the ID from the button. So based on what we know so far, document.getElementById, by ID, we have no way to query the elements and listen out for a user click or change the color or the font size of an element. Well, that is where we get to the next part of this course, where I teach you about the query selector. So what we can do is we can use query selector, and this will return the first element that matches that selector. So for example, if I was to do query selector and pass in P for paragraph, we're going to grab that paragraph there. But if I do it for a button, as there's only one button, we're going to grab that button. So let's just write up the code. So I'm going to create a variable. We'll say let button be equal to, we'll say document.query selector, and how this works is you pass in the type you're looking for. So I'm looking for any element that is a button. And now if I just log out to the console.log button, what do we get? Let's have a look. and we get button. Okay, awesome. Now what we can do is we can also create a variable for the first paragraph we get. So we can say let paragraph be equal to document.query selector parentheses, and we're going to pass in p here. So we're basically asking this inbuilt method to query the document object model for the first paragraph it finds. Okay, and the first paragraph on the page will be this one here. And now what I want to do is I just want to add an event listener to this variable that we've called button. So we can just say button dot on click. When the user clicks it, we're going to assign it the value of a function. So you have a function here with parentheses, we have our curly braces, and then we write our code inside of our code block. And what we can do is we can just get paragraph using dot notation access the style, then using dot notation access the color, and we will assign that a value of blue, semicolon to end the statement. And now if we save and refresh, if I click on the button, the first paragraph goes blue. You'll also know that you can change more than one style property. So you could, for example, also say paragraph.style.font size. Font size, oops, apologies. I'm trying to select it. So font size, note the uppercase S, and assign that a value of 50px, semicolon to end the statement. And now if I save and refresh, we've now changed both the color and the font size of an element on the page. And we've done that using the query selector for both the first button and the first paragraph. Okay, that's awesome. Another very quick thing to note is you don't have to use the function keyword. You can turn that to an arrow function as well if you wanted, and that will still work. And just to prove it, if I save and refresh and then click, our code still works. So this is really cool now, because what we're learning is that we can use the document object model to essentially get for us elements from the page, and then based on a user event, a click, a hover, we can actually run some code, i.e. change the inner text of an element, we can change the inner HTML, we can even change the styling properties, color, font size, etc. So the key takeaway from this tutorial is we've learned another way to query the DOM, and that is using the query selector method. Note the use of the uppercase S, and what this method will do is will turn the first element that matches the selector, so the first element that we find. Okay, that's awesome. I'll see you in the next one. Hi friends, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what I want to do is I want us to click this button and change the color of all of these Canadian cities and maybe make the font size a bit bigger. So how we're going to do that is I'm going to introduce you in this tutorial to query selector all. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do what we've done previously. We'll use query selector to grab the button. When the user clicks on it, we'll log something out to the console. And then what I'll do is I'll show you how we can use query selector all. In fact, you know what? Let me just do query selector all first, and let me show you this. So I'm going to say let paragraphs be equal to, and I'm going to say document dot query selector all. Okay, query selector all is an inbuilt method in JavaScript, and I am going to pass in p for paragraphs. Then what I want to do is I want to just log out to the console.log paragraphs, and I want to show you what we get. So if I do this, we actually get this node list. Okay, so a node list is a data type that we have not yet covered. It's beyond the scope, I would say, of beginner JavaScript, but don't worry. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how we can use for each to essentially iterate over each paragraph. But I want to only do that when the user clicks on the button. So we'll say let button be equal to document dot query selector, and we'll just pass in button. So in our index.html file, we have one button here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is on the button, I'm going to put the on click, if I can spell correctly, on click. Okay, And we're going to assign that the value of an arrow function. So when the user clicks on the button, let's just log out button clicked. Just want to make sure that's all hooked up and working. So if I save and refresh, click on the button, we get button clicked. Okay, awesome. Now what I want to do is, instead of just logging out to the console that the button was clicked, I want to just show you what the paragraphs look like. So we need to use the for each to iterate over each paragraph. I don't want you to see just node list in the console. I want you to actually see what the paragraphs are. So how we can do that is as follows. We can say paragraphs dot for each, that inbuilt method in JavaScript. It is a method, so we have to have our parentheses, and this is expecting at least one argument passed in. So we're going to pass in a callback function that is going to fire for each paragraph in the node list. And each time the for each runs, we have to get a reference to what each paragraph is. So we need to come up with a placeholder name. I'm just going to call it paragraph with no apostrophe s. So note that paragraphs is a reference to all the paragraphs, and paragraph will be a reference to each paragraph we're iterating over. And now that we've done that, I can say console.log paragraph. Okay, so paragraph is the paragraph that we're iterating over using the inbuilt for each method. So if I now save and refresh, now if I click on the button, we see here we get the paragraphs. Okay, awesome. But instead of just logging out the paragraph to the console, let's change the color. So we can say paragraph.style.color. Let's assign this the value of red because they are Canadian cities. And let's just make the font size a bit bigger. So we can say paragraph.style.font size. Font size is there. And let's just do maybe 35 pixels. Semicolon to end the statement. So now if I save and refresh, and if I click on the button, we get our Canadian cities. They're bigger and they're red. Okay, awesome. So how did we do that? Well, in this tutorial, we learned about the query selector all. So the very first thing we did was we actually got a reference to our button in our JavaScript file. We said let button, so button is just a variable, and we stored the value of document.querySelector button. So basically the button is stored in this button variable. Then we got the paragraphs, all of the cities, the Canadian cities paragraphs, by saying document. Remember, document is an object, and objects have properties and methods built onto them. So we said document dot query selector all. Note the capital S and the capital A, so our camel case there. And we put in a little p here. So this is going to get, query selector all is going to get all of the paragraphs. And we stored it in a variable called paragraphs. Then what we did was we added an event listener onto our button. We're listening out for a user click. So button dot on click. When the button is clicked, we then fire this arrow function. So we've assigned button dot on click the value of this arrow function here. So we have our parentheses, our little equal sign chevron, our opening and closing curly brace. So all of this is code that's going to run when the user clicks on the button. An arrow function is going to fire. And what we did was, for the paragraphs, we called the for each method. So we just have to come up with a placeholder name here that gets reference to each paragraph when the callback function fires. So we call the paragraph, and therefore we can say paragraph.style.color, and we change that to red, and we said paragraph.style.font size is equal to 35. Okay, so that's awesome. And you see here that even though we're learning about the document object model, we're still using code we've seen previously. You know, we have dot notation to access various properties of an object. We have a for each. We have our little arrow function there. But the key takeaway from this tutorial is, in addition to get element by ID and query selector, we also have query selector all. Okay, I'll leave that tutorial there, and I hope to see you in the next one. Hello everyone, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial we're going to be learning about the inbuilt method get elements by class name. So we're going to learn how we can query elements from the document object model using this method, get elements by class name. So what I've done is I've created a fictional scenario for us. We work for a North American airline. We fly to and from cities in Canada, the United States of America, and Mexico. But here's the problem. There is a massive snowstorm that hits all of Canada. It does not affect New York for some reason, even though that's very close to Toronto. And what happens is our boss gets a phone call from the CEO. They want to make all of the Canadian cities the text color to be in red, and they want to make it bigger because we're basically working for this airline and we're going to be like, hey, look at our awesome deals and make the cities really big to make sure that people are spending money because the airline is losing money. No one wants to travel because of the storm. So what we're going to do is we're going to use get elements by class name to affect only the Canadian cities. So Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, and Calgary. So what I've done in my index.html document, I've provided a class to all of the Canadian cities called Canadian City. So this paragraph with Toronto has the class of Canadian City, as do these three here. So let's go and basically write up the code. So the first thing I want to do is I just want to create a variable. I'm going to say let Canadian cities be equal to, and I'm going to say document dot get elements by class name. We have our parentheses because this is a method, and what we need to do is we need to just pass in the class that we're looking to basically get from the document object model. So if we just paste it in there, we now have our Canadian cities. So what I want to do is I just want to log out the Canadian cities so you can see it. So console.log Canadian cities. And if I save and refresh, and we see here, we actually get a HTML collection, okay? So right now we don't actually see, Toronto and Vancouver and Calgary and Montreal, okay? So HTML collection is a data type we haven't covered in this course, but here's the really cool thing. You can actually change a HTML collection into an array. So let me just basically comment that guy out. And what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to basically say that Canadian cities, so I'm overriding the value now of Canadian cities, is equal to, and I'm going to say array dot from. This is an inbuilt method in JavaScript whereby what I can do is I can pass in the Canadian cities. So what I'm doing in the first line of our code is I'm using get elements by class name, this inbuilt method. I'm saying document dot get elements by class name, passing in the class Canadian City that we have in our index.html file. I'm storing it in the variable called Canadian Cities. But then what I'm doing here is I'm converting the Canadian Cities, this HTML collection, into an array, okay? So what we're doing here is we are getting or grabbing the Canadian cities from the document object model, okay? And then here what I'm doing is I am converting the HTML collection into an array. And the reason that is useful is we've worked with arrays before and we know how to iterate over the values of an array. So now if I log out Canadian cities, we should see an array, and that is what we get. We get an array. We see here it is an array, and we have our Canadian cities there. Okay, that's awesome. So now what I want to do, now that we've converted that to be an array, and you can also check to see if something is an array, by the way. What you do is you say array dot is array and pass in whatever it is you're looking for. So what we'll do is we will actually just log that out to the console. So we'll say console.log, and we're going to pass in this array.isArray, and this should give us a true or false value. Let me just save and refresh, and we get true. Okay, awesome. So we've converted the HTML collection into an array, and we've just double checked to make sure that it actually is an array. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to hook up the button, so when the user clicks on the button, we just log out something to the console, and then once we've done that, instead of just logging something out of the console, what we'll do is we will actually iterate over the elements of the array and change the styling. So the key point about this tutorial is that you can also query the document object model using .getElements by class name, or getElements by class name. So what we can do is we can just say let button be equal to, and we'll use a query selector. So we'll say document.query selector, parentheses, because it's a method, and it is expecting to receive an argument. So we're just going to type in button here. So what we're doing is we're just grabbing the button on the HTML page. There's only one button there, and we're storing it in a button variable. Awesome. Now what I want to do is on the button, let's just put the on click, and what we'll do is we will assign that the value of a function. So you can do a function like so, or you can do an arrow function, it's up to you. If you want to do an arrow function, just delete the function keyword, have your little equal sign and chevron, and then we've got our little arrow there. So now what we have is a button waiting for a user to click it, and if the user clicks on it, we'll just console.logout clicked, semicolon to end the statement there. So let me save and refresh, and if I click here, we get clicked. Awesome. Okay, so now our button is hooked up. We've grabbed the Canadian cities from the document object model and we've converted them into an array. So now what I want to do is I want to iterate over each element of the array. So there's two ways we can do this. We can write, there's a lot of ways to do this, but in this course what we've covered is you could do a for loop or you could do a for each, okay? Why don't we do a for loop just for practice? So we'll say for, I want to start counting where our counter variable I is equal to 0, because we know previously that arrays start counting at 0. So we'll say let I be equal to 0. We're going to run while I is less than the Canadian cities dot length. And after each iteration, each time we cycle through the array, we just want to increment our counter variable. And what we'll do is, just to start off, let's just log out all of our Canadian cities to the console. So we'll say console.log Canadian cities, and we want to log out each city depending on whatever index we're on. So the first time we enter the for loop, I has a value of 0. So the first Canadian city will be Toronto. Then what we do is, after we log out Toronto, we come up here to the final expression in the for loop, increment our counter variable, I has a value of 1. So the second element in that array is Montreal. Toronto is at index 0, Montreal is at index 1. So then we log out Montreal. Then we increment our counter variable again, we log out Vancouver, and then we increment our counter variable again, we log out Calgary, and then basically what happens is, because the array length is 4, finally we then check and we say, okay, is 4 less than 4? No, it's not, so we don't run the loop anymore. So now, if I save and refresh, we should see all of our Canadian cities logged out to the console. Oh, we have to press the button, apologies. So we click the button there, and we get our various Canadian cities. So that's awesome, but we don't want to log the Canadian cities out to the console. If we say that to our boss, he'll be, he or she will be like, well, that's great, but have you done what I asked? Have you changed the font to be red? So we want to keep our job working for this fictional airline. So now what I want to do is, instead of just logging out the Canadian city at index I want to maybe change the color. But first of all, if we're going to be doing a few things, I don't want to keep saying, Canadian cities.style, .color, Canadian cities.style, .font size, etc. Let's just create a city variable. We'll say let city be equal to Canadian cities at index of I. And now what we can do is, instead of saying Canadian cities.style, color is equal to red, all we need to do is just say city.style. Visual Studio Code is just being bold here. So city.style.color is equal to, and we'll change that to be red. And what we'll also do is we will change the city.style.font size to be equal to, we'll say 25 pixels. Okay. So now if I save and refresh, when I press the button, hopefully the Canadian cities will go red and the font size will change. And we do, and that's awesome. And our boss is happy. We've just passed probation in our web development job. Okay, so guys, that's awesome. Key takeaway about this tutorial is another way to query the DOM is you can actually use get elements by class name. Obviously it's a method, so we have our parentheses at the end, and just pass in whatever class you're looking for. In this case, the Canadian cities had a class of Canadian city, and we also saw in this tutorial that we can use the array with a capital letter dot from, and inside of parentheses pass in this case a HTML collection, and convert it to an array. So Canadian cities is now actually an array. On our button, and remember our button, we just said document.querySelector button. There's only one button here in our HTML file, so that is a reference to that button. And when the user clicks on it, we added the dot on click there. We run this arrow function. The arrow function has no name, but when the user clicks on the button, we run the code in between the opening and closing curly brace. And really what it is it's just a for loop iterating over each element of the array, in this case Canadian cities. So Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, Calgary. And what we do is we just, whatever city we're on, we store it in the city variable just to make the text a bit more concise, shorter hand syntax. And then what we do is you just say city.style.color is equal to red, and then city.style.font size is equal to 25 pixels. Okay, that's awesome. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next tutorial where we will continue working with the document object model. Hi everyone, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what we're going to do is we're going to get elements by tag name. So I think what we'll do is we're just going to create a H2, and we'll do a H2 for, we'll do like American cities. And then what we might do is do one for European cities. So let's say H2 European cities, and just put in an unordered list underneath both. We'll just do maybe 3 cities for each. So unordered list, opening clothing tag. We have our LIs. So let me just copy this out. And what we're going to do is I'm going to show you how you can use get elements by tag name. So for example, if you wanted to get all of the H2s in a document. Okay, so let me just save, copy that. So what we can do here is American cities. So we will say Seattle, we will say Miami, and let's do Dallas. And then European cities, we'll do Athens, we'll do Rome, and we will also do Milan. Okay, so if I save and refresh, we have a completely different setup now. So what I want to do is I just want to show you for the first time how we can use the get elements by tag name. So for example, how do I get all of the heading 2s? So what I could do is I can just say let headings or heading 2s be equal to, and I will say document.get elements by tag name. Okay, and what I'm looking to get is I'm looking to get all of the elements that are essentially a H2 on the page. And if I just say console.log heading 2s, what do we get? Well, let's save and have a look. We get once again a HTML collection. Okay, so what you can do is you can change the content by accessing the variable name we stored them at index 0 to change the content for this heading 2 here, the American cities, because it's the first heading 2 in the document. You could also write code just to change the European cities, or you could do both. So what do I mean by that? Well, let's just change maybe the American cities to be blue and the European to be purple for some reason. So what we could do is we could say heading 2s at index 0. We want to access the style property of that. I can't spell style, apologies. Then we want to access the color, and we want to change that to be blue. So if I now save and refresh, what do we get? We get the American cities are blue. So we were able to use get elements by tag name, and then using index notation, so index 0, to change just the American cities that heading to. We could also change European cities if we wanted. We might do an awful yellow color. So once again, we could say heading 2 is at index 1, and we could say style.color is equal to, we could change that to be yellow. Okay, so if I save and refresh, that has turned to yellow. It's really awful. And then what we could do is we could just change some of the style attributes of the basically the LIs, so let's say the list items. So what we could do is we could actually say let list items be equal to document.get elements by tag name. And what I want to do is I just want to get a reference to each LI, okay? So now we've got all of the LIs, but what I want to do is I want to affect all of them. Well, the first thing I want to do is I just want to console.log out the list items, okay? Console.log out list items, and let's see what we get. And what we get here is a HTML collection. So it'll be easier if we convert that to an array. So what we can do is we can say list items, and I don't need to use the let keyword. We've already declared and initialized the variable up here, and we'll just convert that to an array. We will say array.from, and then pass in list items to that inbuilt method there. So just to explain what's happening, we are using the document object model on that line to get all of the LIs, all of the list items in the HTML page. And then here what we are doing on this line is we're just essentially converting that HTML collection into an array. Okay? And then now when I log up the list items, what we should see is we actually get an array of list items. Okay? And there we go, and we see it is of type array. Awesome. So now what we could do is we could actually just iterate over all of the list items. So we could say, I'll tell you what, let's do all of these changes only when the user actually presses a button. So what we'll do is just get a reference to the button. We'll use query selector. Okay, so we'll say, we'll do the button down here. It's okay. Let button be equal to, say document.query selector, and we just want to pass in the type of button. There's only one button on the page, so basically that is just going to get the first button. And then when the user clicks on the button, we're going to run some code. So we'll say button.onClick, put on our event handler there. And then what happens is we're going to run a function, and only when the user clicks on the button will we actually change content. So I'll just paste that in there. So if I save and refresh, now nothing happens to the American and European cities, the heading 2s, until they click the button. We click and they change color. That's awesome. But just to get a bit more practice with the, getting the elements by tag name and actually doing something with it, let's also change the LIs. So basically here what we're doing is we're changing the styles of the heading 2s or the H2s. And then down here we're going to change the LIs. We're going to change the style of the list items, and I'll just change that to be the same as below. Okay, so now what we want to do is we'll just do a quick for loop. So we'll say for let I is equal to 0. We're going to run the loop while I is less than the list items that array dot length. We've seen this many times down the course, and then increment I++. And what we'll do in this for loop is, just to make sure we have it all working, is we'll just log out to the console the list items at index of I. So we're not going to actually change them yet. We're just going to log them out to the console. So now what happens when the user clicks on the button, we change the headings and we just log out all of the list items to the console. So if I save and refresh, they change color and we get our list items there. Okay, that's awesome. But now what we want to do is we actually want to do something with the list items. So what we'll do is we'll say and bear in mind the list items are actually cities. So we'll say let city be equal to list item at index I, so whatever index we're on. And what we'll do is we'll just say city dot style dot font size. We'll change that to be maybe 20 pixels. And maybe we also as well might just change the line height. So we'll say city dot style dot line height and just change that to be maybe 120%. Okay. Now if I save and refresh, let's see what happens now when we click the button. What we've done is we've changed the styling of the cities and of the H2s. And really the whole point about this tutorial was just to make sure that we are getting a bit of practice with get elements by tag name. So this is another little example now where we've used a different way of querying the DOM to get some sort of element from the HTML page, and we were actually able to manipulate content. So in this case we changed colors, and we also changed the styling there of the list items in the unordered lists, and we only did it when a user clicked on a button. So we're just getting a bit more practice here with letting the user behavior affect something on the web page. So that's awesome. That is how we can use the get elements by tag name. Key takeaway is that get elements by tag name is an inbuilt method in JavaScript that we can use to get all of the elements of a particular tag name. It will return a HTML collection, but if you wanted, you can convert it to an array, and that makes it easier to iterate over all the elements. Okay, that's awesome. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Hi everyone and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what we're going to do is I am going to show you how you can show and hide content using the document object model. So what I want to do is when the user clicks on a button, we either show the European cities or else we hide the European cities. So what we'll do is we'll actually just delete all the American cities, okay, like that. And what I want to do is I just want to show you that we can change content by accessing the style and then the display content, changing that to be none. So for the unordered list, we'll just in this tutorial we'll do document.getElement by ID. If I give the unordered list an ID, we'll say European cities. Okay. What I can do is I can actually hide that content. All I need to do is just say let cities be equal to document.getElement by ID. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is just get the reference to those European cities. So I believe I call them European cities. Okay. Let cities be equal to document.getElement by ID. European cities there. That's perfect. Okay. Then what I can do is for the cities, I can actually access the style, then the display property, and I can actually set that to be none. So if we save and refresh, what should happen is that everything disappears because I deleted the American cities and the European cities. I've set the display property of the unordered list to be none. So that's great, but really we want to toggle the cities. Like we'll have the button, the user presses it and the cities show, or else they press it again and then the cities are hidden. Okay, so let's get a reference to our button. I'm going to give the button an ID. We could do a query selector, but we'll just say let button ID be equal to button. Okay, and then over here we'll just say let button be equal to document.getElement by ID, and just pass in button there. So now we have a reference to the button. And now what I want to do is I want to put an event listener on the button. So just say button.onClick. So when the user clicks the button, we're going to assign that the value of a function. We'll just do an arrow function. Okay. And now what we want to do is this. We're going to basically create a variable called isShowing and set that to be true. So the first time the user shows, or the first time the page loads, we're going to have isShowing for the European cities. We're going to assign that the Boolean value of true, okay? Because they are showing. If I just save and refresh and prove this to you, we got our European cities showing there. Awesome. Sorry, bear with me. I'll just open up the console. Oh, my computer is acting very odd today. Um, I did not see the inspect button there a moment ago, unless I'm imagining things and need more tea and coffee. Okay, so what we want to do now is we want to do a check to see if is showing is true or false. Because if is showing is equal to true, what do we want to do? Well, we want to actually hide the cities. So what we could do is we could say cities.style.display. We could set that to be none. And now because we've actually hidden the cities, we want to change the value of is showing to be false, because now they're no longer showing. But if the user presses this button and the cities disappear, I want a way for them to come back, right? So for example, if I save and refresh, if we click on the button, the cities disappear, but now they're gone. So we don't want that. So let's get them back. If the user presses the button again, we could use the else then. We could say else. What we want to do is basically change the display property of cities.style.display and set that to be block. So if you change the display property to block, the cities will reappear. And then what we want to do is we just want to change the is showing to be true, because now the cities are actually showing again. So if I now save and refresh, we should have a button that when I click it the first time, the cities disappear. But if I click it again, the cities reappear. Okay, awesome. So guys, that is how you can change the display property using the document object model. Whatever it is you're looking to hide or display, just access the style property and display, and you can set the display to be none if you want to hide content, or block, or one of the others if you want to display content. Okay, that's awesome. That was quicker than I thought. So I'll see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial I'm going to introduce you to the add event listener method in JavaScript, how we can add an event listener to an element on our page, so that if the user does something, we can also do something. So for example, if the user clicks on this button, maybe we'll change all the list items, the European cities, to be blue. So far we've seen how we can do this using onClick, but I want to show you a more versatile way of doing this, whereby you can listen out for other types of events as well. So our mind is going to be blown in this tutorial. Okay, so what I'm going to do is on the button, I'm going to use dot notation, and I'm going to say add event listener. Add event listener is this inbuilt method in JavaScript that we can use to listen out for a user event. In this tutorial, we're going to cover two arguments that we can pass in. The first is what type of event you are listening out for, and we're going to listen out for a user click, okay? And then once the user clicks on the button, so remember button, all I did was we have one button on the page, it has an ID of button, so I said document.getElement by ID, I passed in the ID and I stored it in the variable button, so this button here is a reference to the only button on the page, or that one there, okay? So basically what I'm doing now is I am adding an event listener. I'm saying button.add event listener. The first argument I'm passing in is a click. So when the user clicks on the button, something must happen. And the second parameter that we need to define, or the second argument to be passed in, is basically the code you want to run or execute when the user clicks on the button. And we know that's a fancy way of saying a function. So we can just say function and then have our curly braces, okay? You can also do an arrow function here as well if you want to, so we'll do that in a moment. So all I want to do, just to make sure our event listener is working, is just say console.log, you clicked me, okay? Semicolon to end statement, and let's just save and refresh. And now we get you clicked me, so that's awesome. This is the first time really in the course now where we've actually really added an event listener using the event listener method, okay? So it gives us more power. Now, just so you know, you can also change that to be an arrow function. So you can delete the function keyword and do the equal sign chevron if you want, and that should still work. Just to prove that to you, let's have two console.logs. Now let's save and refresh. And we get, you clicked me. Okay, that's awesome. But instead of just doing you clicked me, let's change the European cities to be blue. So what we can do is we can say cities.style. Remember, we've already grabbed the cities because what we've done is we've said European cities is the ID for the unordered list, and we just said document.get element by ID European cities and stored it in cities. So we're saying cities.style.color is equal to, we'll just say blue. So let's now save and refresh. And they turn blue. Okay, awesome. They're a bit small, so you could also change the font size as well. If you wanted, you could say cities.style.font size, maybe change them to be 20 pixels. They look a bit small. So if we save and refresh. Okay, awesome. Right, so we've added an event listener and it does something. It changes text color to be blue and changes the font size. Now what I want to do is I want to comment this out, okay? And I want to show you now how when we click the button, nothing is going to happen because we've commented out our code. And this time, what I want to do is I want to add a different type of event listener. I want to add an event listener whereby the color changes when the user just presses any key on their keyboard. So I'm going to be bold. I'm going to actually delete the button, okay? And I'm going to say press any button. We'll say press any key. Which one's the any key for anyone who likes The Simpsons? Okay, any key. Maybe we should have a space there. That's just semantics, Dara. Okay, so basically now what I want to do is I want to write code where we change the color, but how do we do it? Well, why don't we add an event listener? And here's the really cool thing. You can add an event listener to the entire document. So you don't have to add an event listener just to an element. You can do it on the entire window or web page if you want. So how you could do that is you would say document dot add event listener. Okay, I'll keep this simple. So the first parameter, what we're looking out for, we'll say key press. Okay, so when the user clicks on a key, and we won't do an arrow function, we'll keep it simple enough because we're doing an event listener on the entire page and key press is new. So I'll try to keep this as simple as possible. But now what I want to do is just do what we did up here. We'll just say cities.style.color is equal to blue, and we will say cities.style.font size is equal to 20 pixels. Okay, so now if I save and refresh, okay, what will happen is when I go back to this page here, if I press on any key on my keyboard, our code should run. I'll press the letter J, and boom, look at that. So you'll have to believe me, but I did press J. So guys, that's awesome. So key takeaway from this tutorial, there is another way you can listen out for user events, and it is by adding an event listener. You can add an event listener to a specific element on the page, like we did up here with the button, but you can also add it to the entire web page using document. To add an event listener, once you've decided what you want to add an event listener to, i.e. the element, specific element, or the document, you simply say dot add event listener. Note the use of uppercase E, uppercase L. Then you have your parentheses. First argument is basically what it is you're listening out for. Are you listening for a user click? Are you listening out for the user pressing down a key on their keyboard? Then you run your function. So here's how you do an arrow function. Here's how you do it like the kind of the old way, the function keyword and our parentheses. And then inside of the curly braces, you just run your code like normal. Okay guys, that's awesome. That is how you can add an event listener using JavaScript in the document object model. Hopefully I'll see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what we're going to do is I am going to show you how the document object model can actually create elements in JavaScript. So we can create essentially anything we want. We could create a H2, a heading 2, we could create a heading 3, we could create a paragraph, we could even create an unordered list if we want to and add list items. So we can create elements in JavaScript. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a H3. We will store that in a variable. We'll call it heading 3, and we will just log that out to the console. So I will say let heading 3, so it's a heading, be equal to, and how do we create an element in JavaScript? Well, we can ask the document to do it for us. We can say document dot create element. So there's a create element here, inbuilt method. And inside of parentheses, we have to pass in essentially an argument. What is it that we are looking to create? And what you'll notice is there's an awful lot of various different elements we can create. So we're going to create a H tree just for practice. So if I now save and refresh, what I want to do is I just want to log out console.log heading tree, just so you can see that we've actually created a H tree in JavaScript. So what we've done here is we've used the document object model to create a H tree. And remember, a H tree is an element with both an opening and closing tag. Okay? So if I save and refresh, let's go here to the browser. So we've logged out our H tree, so that's pretty cool. So we know it exists, so we've created it here, and we know it exists because we've logged it out to the console. But what's interesting is if you inspect the elements on the page, you'll notice there doesn't seem to be any H tree there. And if I open up the body, there's no H tree that I can see, okay? So, good and bad news. The good news is we can create elements, okay? But we haven't actually appended it anywhere. We haven't actually put it anywhere on the page. So do you remember in functions we saw that you can create or define a function, and that's great. But until you actually call or invoke the function doesn't run. It's almost a similar idea here when you create elements. Creating the element is the first part, but if you want it to be on your website, on the web page, you have to specify where you want it. And that is where the append child comes in, okay? So why don't we append our heading tree to the page? Well, what we can do to do that is we can say document dot body. So using dot notation, I'm saying to the document, access the body, and then body, on that, I want to append a child. So we can append child. So append child is another inbuilt method in JavaScript we can use to essentially append or add whatever element we want to the body. Okay, so how this works is you decide what it is you want to append something onto, in this case the body, okay, something, and then we use dot append child. And what do we want to append on? We want to append on this H tree that we've created, and we store that in a variable called H tree. So what we can do is just copy that, paste that in there, and now semicolon and save. So now what we've done is we've taken the H tree we've created and we have appended it to the body, okay? So if I save and refresh and we come back here, what we get, well, we don't see it first of all, but if we inspect the body, we open up here, you'll notice that we've added the H tree. So the problem with just appending that onto the body is it's quite random, right? I mean, we've just basically created content and added it randomly onto the page, but it doesn't seem to benefit us very much. So what we're going to do in the next tutorial is we might maybe get user input and then add that onto our list. We'll do something like that. But just before we finish this tutorial, I want to actually ask you if you can use the document object model to create a paragraph, okay? So it's all well and good looking at these videos, but we have to get you thinking. So please use the DOM to create a paragraph, and then what I want you to do is I want you to append it to the body in the same way we did with the heading tree. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete all of that code, okay? And let's do this challenge together. So feel free to do it yourself. So basically, deleted everything. If I save and refresh, we've no paragraph there, okay? So what, and there doesn't have to be, you know, text in the paragraph, although you could, in theory, use the inner HTML if you wanted, but that's a skip ahead. For now, let's just create a paragraph and then append it to the body. So what do we do? Well, we know what we can do is we can say document dot create element. So we're using that inbuilt method in JavaScript, okay? And what do we want to create? We want to create a paragraph. So that's awesome. And then what I'll do is I'll take the new paragraph we've created and we'll store it in a variable. So we'll say const key is equal to, we can say paragraph. Okay, so we've created a variable called paragraph and we've assigned it the value of a new paragraph. So once again, remember, the paragraph is an element with both a closing and opening tag. So that's what we've created. Now what we need to do is we need to append it onto the body of the web page. So we can just say document.notation to access the body, and on the body let's call or invoke that inbuilt method append child, and all we need to do is just decide what it is we're trying to append onto the document. Well, it's this paragraph we've created up here, isn't it? So if we just save, paste that in there, we are now appending the paragraph element that we've created, and basically adding it to the body. So if I save and refresh, we should see a random paragraph. It isn't very helpful, but it's the first step. We're learning to use the document object model to create elements for the first time. So there we go. We see there we've got our little p tags. So that's awesome. I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. We learned that the document object model can also be used to create elements in JavaScript, which is pretty awesome. And we've learned how to append an element onto something else, another element, or in this case the body, in this tutorial. So that's cool, but why don't we do some more advanced stuff and cool stuff in the next tutorial. So I will hopefully see you then for more document object model learning. Hi everyone and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what we're going to do is we're going to create a placeholder with a button. We're going to pretend we work for an airline and we want to ask our potential passengers where they want to fly to. So for example, if they type in London and click add a city, we've created a list item and we've added it to our list. Or if they maybe say Berlin, we add that to the list. Okay, so that's what we're going to have to look forward to in this tutorial. Obviously, if I refresh, the content disappears because we haven't hard-coded it. Hard-coded being, for example, the way I've actually wrote out Athens, Rome, Milan in the HTML. If you want text to be created and for it to stay, you'd actually have to hook up a database. Okay, so let's write the code for this. Unfortunately, you've seen a bit of it. Let me just delete all that really quick. Okay, save, and let's do it all from scratch. So the button and the input was just to show you what that looked like. So if I just save and refresh now, we're going to do this all from scratch. Okay, so I'll try and move through the HTML pretty quickly because this course is about JavaScript, but obviously then this part of the course is about the document object model, and that's really all about manipulating HTML content. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create our input. So we'll have input of type equal to text. And then what we're going to do is just self-enclose that tag there. So if I save and refresh, we should have now a little text box there. That's awesome. Let's have a placeholder, just a message that the user can see. So we will say enter a city. Enter a city. So we just save and refresh that now. We have a little placeholder. Awesome. And then lastly, what I want to do is just give it an ID, because later in the video, we're going to just get a reference to whatever text was input. So we'll say text input for the city text input. City text input, yeah. City text input sounds good to me. Okay, next thing we need to do now is create a button. So let's just create a button with our opening and closing tag, and we will say add a city. So now if I save and refresh, we have added a button to our web page. Awesome. Okay. And then lastly, you could do a query selector, but I'm just going to give this an ID of button, and we'll get a reference to the button using the get element by ID. So we've created our text field. Next thing we need to do is we need to add an event listener to the button. When the user clicks on that button, we're going to run a function, and what we're going to do is we're going to create a list item. And obviously we don't want that to be an empty list item. At some point we're going to have to set the inner text of that to what the user input was, and then we need to append that to our city list. Okay, so that's what we have to do in this tutorial. So right now, if I refresh and click on the button, nothing happens. If I type in London, nothing happens at all. Okay, so no functionality has been set up. So the first thing we're going to do is let's create a variable called button in our script file. So we'll say, we can do const, we'll say const button. We're not going to be changing this variable's value. So this is going to be equal to document dot get element by ID. So we're getting a reference to an element from the document object model. And what do we want to get? Which element? We want to grab this button here. So this button has an ID of button. So we can paste in copy and paste in button. And then what I want to do is I just want to log out to the console button just to make sure we've got it. So throughout this video tutorial, I'll be logging out to the console every step of the way just to make sure we've everything working. And if you're following along, it's just easier for you as well. Console is not a function. What did I do there? Oops, console.log. Apologies. I promised to get a coffee at this tutorial. Maybe an iced coffee. Okay, awesome. So there we go, we have our button. Okay, and that's really good, but what I want to do is, I don't want to just log the button out to the console, I want to add an event listener to it. So on our element, in this case the button, we're going to say add event listener, that inbuilt method in JavaScript. We have our parentheses, and oh my god, there was a noise there in my room. I think I'll keep coding and I'll figure out what that was later. I hope I haven't been invaded by an animal, like a raccoon or something. Maybe something just fell over. Maybe it's outside, actually. Anyway, okay. We have our click. And please leave me in peace. I'm trying to code. Function. Okay, there we go. Now what we're going to do is just log out to the console. Console.log. We'll say button clicked. You know what it is, my window's open. So I'm just hearing something probably more dramatically. I hope nothing's in my room. Okay, button clicked. Awesome. Okay. Now what we want to do is we don't actually just want to, click on the function and, log something out to the console. Let's actually do something. So what we want to do here, I'll just change that to an arrow function, is we actually want to create an element, don't we? That's what we want to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new element, and remember the element is going to be a list item. It's going to be an li because we're trying to add to the list. So we could call it new list item, or we can call it new city. I'm going to just be overly descriptive and call it new city list item. So we'll say new city list item, because I don't want to keep saying it's a list item and then it's a new city. I'll just make it consistent. And what does that equal to? Well, we're going to say document dot, on this we're going to say create element, that inbuilt method in JavaScript. And what element do we want to create? We want to create a list item. Okay, so that's good. We've created a list item, but we haven't actually appended it anywhere. But just to make sure the list item has actually been created, I just want to log it out to the console. So I'm going to say console.log, and then the new list item we've created, we've stored it in a variable called new city list item. So let's log out new city list item to the console. So now what's happening is we've written up the code, we've gotten the button, we've added an event listener to it, okay, because button is a variable, assigned the value of the button. We've added an event listener to it, that when the user clicks on it, we're going to create a list item, because we've said document.create element list item. We've passed in list item as an argument. And then what we're doing is we're just storing that in a variable called new city list item, and then we're just logging this out. So when we click on the button, we should see just an empty list item in the console. And we do. Okay, that's awesome. Now, the next thing we want to do is we want to get the text, okay, and then set that to be something. So why don't we do that? Well, we know what we need to do is we need to essentially get the user input. That's one thing we need to do. So let's get the user input. No, tell you what, we also need to do the cities as well. So we'll say we'll use document.getElementById to just store in variables the city list and then the user input. Okay. So what I'll do here is underneath button, we'll just say const, and we'll say city list is equal to document.getElementById. So what I'm doing here is I just want to get from the document object model the list, the unordered list of European cities. So let's do that. Awesome. And then what we want to do is we also want to get the user text. So we'll say user text input is equal to document.getElementById. And what user input is it? Well, the user input is going to be the city text input. We'll talk about getting the actual value of that out in a moment, right? So what we've done now is we've just got a reference to everything. So we've basically grabbed our elements from the DOM, okay? And then down here, what we're doing is we're writing out the function, writing the functionality. Okay, awesome. So now what do we want to do? Well, we've created our list item, okay, but we've just logged it out to the console. So we don't want to do that. What we want to do is we actually want to take the new list item we've created, i.e. the new city list item, and append that onto the city list, okay? So how we do that is we just say city list dot append child, and what we're going to append on is this new city list item, okay? Now the problem so far with the code is we haven't actually done anything with the user input. So for example, if I save and refresh, if I click here, we've created a list item, but you notice that it has no value, okay? So even if I was to type in something, it has no value, okay? It's just an empty list item. To prove that to you, if I just log out to the console, console.log new city list item, what you'll find is we're creating the list item. So here we are creating a list item, and remember list item is opening li and closing li. We're basically just creating an HTML element. We are appending it onto the list. We are appending the li onto the unordered list, okay? But we haven't actually got the user input. And to prove that to you, the fact now we're logging out the list item, if I click here, we're getting a list item, but it has no value. So that's not good. So how do we actually get the user input? Well, remember, the input text box has an ID of city text input, right? If I just copy that. So what we can do here, and then we've gotten it, the user text input, and we've stored it in the user text input. So now what I could do is instead of logging out to the console the empty list item, let's log out the user text input and see what we get, okay? We're actually not quite going to get what you think. Let me just show you. If I type in London and add city, what we're actually getting when we log out to the console, we're just getting the entire element itself. We're not actually getting the value. So how you would actually change that is you would say user text input dot value. This is how we can actually access whatever input has been typed by the user. So now if I save and refresh, if I type London and click add city, we're still getting an empty list item being created and appended to the list, but we've logged out to the console now the actual value. So now what we want to do is, instead of just logging out the value of, whatever the user had input, what we actually want to do is, before we actually append the city list to before we append the new city list item to the city list, what we actually want to do is we want to take the inner text of the new city list item. So remember, in the line above, we've actually created a list item, okay, but it has no value. So we know we want to change that. So how would we change that? Well, you could set it to be equal to the inner text to be equal to something, okay? So now what would happen is, if I was to just create an empty string, I could assign that some value, maybe like hello world, right? So what I've done here is, after we've created the list item, I've actually set its inner text to be hello world. But that's no good to us, right? Because what happens now if we save and refresh? Well, if I type in London again and click add city, what we've done is we've created a list item, we've successfully added it to the European cities, but we hard-coded the text to be hello world. We don't want that, we want it to be London. But guess what? We've access to London here. We've logged it out to the console. So what we need to do is, instead of assigning the new list item that was created, and we've called that new city list item, instead of assigning its inner text to be this string here, why don't we assign it the value of whatever the user text input was, okay? So now what you do is just copy that and paste that there. So what we're doing here is, after we create the list item, we are changing the inner text of the list item to be the same as the user input, okay? And now there's no need to log that out to the console. There is one problem though with this code, and I'll show you now what the problem is. If we refresh again, and I type out London, and I click add city, we've added London to the unordered list, which is great. But if I want to add another city, I have to delete London and then do that. and now I've added Berlin, and now I have to delete Berlin. So we just want to create a function whereby we just essentially set the text of the text box to be an empty string after we've basically done all of these steps. So after we've created a list item, after we've changed its inner text, and after we've added that new list item or appended it onto the unordered list, what we want to do is we just want to create a function that will clear the text box for us. So anytime we create a function, we want to make code reusable. So we will create a function to clear the text box. I'm going to create an arrow function, okay? So we're just going to call it clear text, okay? It's going to be an arrow function that doesn't take any arguments or parameters. And all we're going to do is we're going to take whatever the user input is, okay? We're going to clear it. But we're only doing that after we've got the user input and basically update, so we're not, let me start again. We're not going to change the user input's value to an empty string until after we've taken their input and appended it onto the unordered list, okay? So I've created the arrow function here, and now what we can do here is we can just call or invoke that clear text function, okay? So now what we're doing is as follows. When the user clicks on the button, we're doing 4 things. We're creating the list item, and we saw how to do that. We just say document.createElement, and inside of parentheses, we pass in what it is we're trying to create to the inbuilt method createElement. We're creating a list item. Then we store it in the variable called new city list item. Then what we do is for the new variable we've created, new city list item, we take its inner text, we say .inner text, and we assign it the value of whatever the user had typed in, okay? Because remember, user text input, we have a reference to it, we just access the value. Then what we do is we take the unordered list and we take the list item and we append it onto the unordered list by saying city list, or unordered list of European cities, .append child, new city list item. And then once that's been done, to clear the text box, we call or invoke our clear text function, and that is just an arrow function up here. And what it does is it takes the user text input, and remember this is a global variable, so this function can access it. We take its value and just assign it the value of an empty string. And now what happens is if I save and refresh, if I type in London, London is now added to the unordered list. And if I type in Berlin, Berlin has now been added to the unordered list. Okay, awesome. So guys, that is how we can use the document object model to actually basically get user input, create an element, change the inner text of that element, and append it on to an element that already exists on the page, in this case the city list. And then we just wrote a little function to clear the inner text of the text box. We just set it empty, or set it equal to an empty string. Okay, I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. That was really good practice with the document object model. I have to say I enjoyed that tutorial, and I will see you hopefully in the next one for more learning. Hi everyone and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what we're going to do is we're going to actually remove elements from our web page using the document object model. So the first method I want to show you is the remove method. How this works essentially is you take whatever element it is you're trying to remove, and using dot notation just call or invoke the remove method, okay? So how does this work? Well, on our web page we have this heading 2 and a H1. So let's just remove both, okay? We'll just get a bit of practice. So how would we remove the H1? Well, what we could do is we could create a variable and then we could remove it. So we could say let heading 1 be equal to document.querySelector, and we're just going to pass in H1. So this query selector will return the first heading 1 on the page. There's only one heading 1, okay? So now what I could do is on heading 1, I could call or invoke the remove method by just saying remove, semicolon to end the statement. And what this will do is remove the heading 1. To prove that to you, if I refresh, the heading 1 is gone. You could also, if you wanted, remove the heading 2, okay? So heading 2, let's give this one an ID. You could do a query selector as well, but I'll just say H2 we'll give it an ID of heading 2. So just for practice, what we'll do this time is we'll say let heading 1 be equal to document, whoops, heading 2, apologies. Dara, drink more of your tea. I actually have tea beside me. Let me take a sip here. Awesome, I feel better already. Okay, document dot get element by ID. And what did we call it? We called it heading 2. We could just do query selectors the whole way, but I kind of like to use the selectors interchangeably. You know, query selector, get element by ID, just for your own practice, okay? So here we're getting our elements, and looks like here we're writing the code to get rid of them. So to remove heading 2, you just say heading 2 dot remove parentheses. So here what we're doing now is we're removing both the heading 1 and the heading 2 variables from the page, and the variables are actually basically actual HTML elements. So now if I save and refresh, you see here that both the headings have disappeared. Okay, if I delete the code, save and refresh, we should get our heading 1 and our heading 2 back. Okay, that's awesome. So guys, that is how you can remove an element from the page. On the element, just call or invoke the remove method in JavaScript. You can also remove a child element of a parent by calling or invoking the remove child method. How this one works is you have some sort of element, and on that you remove the child by calling or invoking the remove child method, and this element, or sorry, this inbuilt method is actually expecting to receive an element passed in as an argument. What element are you looking to remove? So what we can do is actually create a parent element, maybe for the unordered list, and then remove a list item off of it. So what we could do is we could say let parent be equal to document dot, let's see, we have an ID here for the unordered list, so let's grab that. So this time we'll say document dot get element by ID, and then we're going to pass in that ID there of European cities. So now what we should have is the unordered list stored in the parent variable. Just to prove that to you, if I save and refresh, we see here we have the unordered list. That's awesome. Then what I want to do is I want to remove the very first element. So Athens is there, okay? We want to remove Athens from our list, okay? So remember, that's our list. So how do we do this? Well, what we can do is we can create a child. We'll say let child be equal to document dot, and this time what we'll do is we'll get elements by tag name. So we'll say get elements by tag name. And we're going to pass in li. So li is for the list item. And then what we're going to do is we're going to access the first list item, and that will be at 0. Okay. So now if I say console.log child, we should see that we're getting Athens. Okay. Let me just save and refresh. We see here we get Athens. So what we could do now, if we wanted to remove Athens from the parent, is we could call or invoke the remove child. Now remember, the first thing you need to do is decide what element you're trying to remove something from. So parent is our unordered list. So I'm going to say parent dot remove child, and then we have our parentheses because we're invoking the method, and we're going to pass in child. Remember, child is basically just Athens. And if I now save and refresh, Athens is now gone, okay? You could, for example, remove something else. So for example, if we were to change that to be 1, if we now save and refresh, Athens comes back, and it looks like we lost Rome. Okay, awesome. So guys, that is how you can use the remove method and the remove child method to basically remove elements from the page using the document object model. That's awesome. I'll see you in the next one. Hey everyone, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial, I'm going to make you aware about another superpower we have using the document object model, and that is that we can actually change or set the attribute of an element. So some elements have additional information. Okay, so for example, in HTML, if you create a link using anchor tags, you want to sort of give the link more information. Where is it a link to? So for example, a href. So for example, if I was to create an anchor tag, opening and closing anchor tag, and I write Google, this isn't actually going to link to Google, okay? For obvious reasons, I've just wrote Google inside of the anchor tags. So if I save and refresh, if I click Google, well, I can't actually click on it. So certain elements in HTML require additional information. So for example, a link will require a href. Where do you want me to link to? An image will require a source. What is the image of? There's no point having just an image tag. You also need to provide additional information. So there are certain elements in JavaScript that have basically additional information, okay? Whether it is a CSS styling, an attribute like a href, an attribute like a source, etc. I wrote style twice, apologies. But essentially, yes, there are certain elements that require additional information. Where does a link go to? What is the picture, the image of, etc. So you've seen this before. So for example, you can create an anchor tag for Google, and maybe you might provide a href. So where is this linking to? And you could say https google.com, okay? Also, I like to always use target_blank, so that way when you click on the link, it opens up in a new tab. So if I just save and refresh, I already have Google open, but if I click it again, we are going to load Google. Okay, so that is a link that has an attribute, a href, a link to somewhere. But what we can do is we can actually change the href if we want it, because there's an inbuilt method in JavaScript where you can set an attribute. So the set attribute method essentially is expecting it to receive two arguments passed in. First of all, the name, okay, so what is it you're looking to change? Is it, for example, the source of an image? Is it, for example, a href? And then the next thing you need to pass in is the new value. So for example, if you were to call the set attribute method on an element, in this case, for example, an anchor tag, what you could do is set the attribute, tell the inbuilt method in JavaScript that you want to change the href, and then provide it with a new string. Okay, so you can use this to change, as I say, a style, a href for a hyperlink, a source, okay, for a video or an image, etc. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to do that. So basically, our href here, we could give it an ID. So we'll say ID is equal to, we'll say our link, okay, or search link, because this is about a search engine. So we'll say search link. So what I'll do now is I will use the document object model to grab that link. I'll say document.getElementById. And what we want to do, we want to pass in the ID there, and we called it search link, okay? Search link. Probably not a great name. And then what I want to do is I want to just basically create a variable. Say let link be equal to document.getElementById. You could also do query selector and just query for an anchor tag. You could do that as well. So what we can do now is just console.log out the link. Just want to make sure that I have that. So if I save and refresh, we see here we have our hyperlink. Okay, that's awesome. But what I want to do now is I actually want to change the href. So how do we do that? Well, on our link, let's use dot notation and call or invoke the set attribute method. So what do we want to do? Well, the first thing is we have to let this method know what we're changing, and we want to change the href. And then the next thing we need to do is basically say, okay, what are we changing the value to? There's this other search engine I found called DuckDuckGo. I've never actually used them, but what we're going to do is we're just actually going to change the hyperlink. So instead, what we'll do inside of a string is we'll say HTTPS and then paste in DuckDuckGo. Okay, I've really messed that up. Let me try that again. I'm in need of a coffee. Okay, awesome. So now, if I save and refresh, let me just delete both of that. Well, close down, not delete. If I now save and refresh, if I click on the link, we actually go to DuckDuckGo. And that is because what happened was, even though initially our anchor tag had a href to Google, inside of our script file, what we did was we got the link, we stored it in a variable called link, and we called or invoked the set attribute method. We were looking to change the href, the hyperlink, and this is the new value that we passed in. Okay, that's awesome. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Hi everyone and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what we're going to do is we're going to set up a button so that when the user clicks on the button, we actually change the styling for these cities. But how we're doing it is we're actually changing the CSS class associated with the unordered list. So I'll show you what I did, and then we can do it together. What I did first of all was I created a style sheet. I called it style.css, and we have two classes here. We have a blue text class and a red text class. Obviously in the blue text class, I just set the color to be blue, and in the red text, I just set the color to be red, okay? In the index.html file, I've just linked to the CSS file. So I've said link rel is equal to style sheet, type is equal to text/CSS. I could have just said CSS, but old habits die hard, I guess. And then href is equal to style.css, i.e. the name of our style sheet. So this tutorial series is all about JavaScript, so no need for us to delve too much into CSS styling. But essentially what I did was, on the unordered list called European Cities, I gave it a class called blue text. So blue text is why, if I refresh, the text goes blue, okay? Then what I did was, in the JavaScript file, I just got a reference to the button. There's only one button, so I said document.querySelector button is equal to button. I used document.getElementById to get the European cities, and I stored it in the list variable. And then all I did was I said button.addEventListener. When there is a click, we run a function, and all we do essentially is just on the list, the European cities, I just set the attribute. I set the class, so what it is we're looking to change, so the name, and then what's the new value? Red text, okay? So I'm going to write all this code out again from scratch, but just to show you once again what we're trying to work up to, the text is blue, but if we click on the button, we change it to red, okay? And how we've done that is we've essentially changed the CSS class. So if I just delete this from scratch, we can start again. Okay, so now if I just save and refresh, we have blue text, but this does nothing. So let's write out our code together. Well, we know first of all we're going to need to get a reference to our button in our JavaScript file. Let me move the script file here. So I will say let button be equal to, so we could use query selector, or you could give the button an ID of button. I'll just say ID is equal to button. I think what I'll do is I'll just do two get element by ID. So we'll say document dot get element by ID. And I'm just gonna copy and paste that below for the list. But essentially what we're doing is we're just gonna get the button, okay? So let button be equal to document.getElementById. Awesome. Feel free to log out the button to the console just to make sure you've gotten it. Then we'll create a city list variable. I'll call it city list, and that's going to be equal to, well, this is why I copied, document.getElementById, and we're just going to paste in our ID of European cities. So far in this course, I would log, both of those out to the console just to make sure we've gotten them. But hopefully you're getting a bit more comfortable now with what we're doing. I'm hopeful this will work. So, well, I'm confident. So on the button, what we're going to do is we're going to say button dot add event listener. Okay. So what are we listening out for? Well, we're going to listen out for a user click. Okay. And then what we're going to do is when the user clicks on the button, we're going to run a function. But instead of using the function keyword, what we're going to do is just essentially do an arrow function like that. And then all we need to do is on our city list, remember, when you're setting an attribute, you have to decide what element it is you're trying to change, okay? So I'm trying to change the city list, and remember, city list is just a variable, but I've said document.getElementById European cities. So city list is actually the unordered list here, including the list items. So what I want to do is on the city list, I want to use dot notation to access the set attribute method, okay? And what I want to change, because remember you have to decide with set attribute, are you trying to change a link, are you trying to change a CSS styling, a class? So we're going to change to the class. And then what do we want to change it to? What new value are we changing it to? Well, in the style sheet, we're going to change it to be red text. So we have our quotes, and then I just pass in red text and semicolon to end the statement. And now if I save and refresh, when I click on the button, the text goes red. Okay, awesome. So guys, that is how you can use the setAttribute method in JavaScript to change the class in the CSS file. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Hey everyone, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial I'm going to talk to you about the class list in JavaScript. So the class list essentially is an inbuilt property we can use, and what it is essentially is it will return basically the CSS class names of an element. So before we start talking about adding a class list, deleting and toggling a class list, first I just want to explain a bit more what it is, but then I want to show you what it actually looks like. For example, if I look here at our unordered list with an ID of European cities, it has a class here of blue text. So if I was to log out to the console, the class list for that element, and remember we've taken the unordered list and we've put it into the city list variable. So if I was to log out, for example, console.log, we have our parentheses, and then if I say city list, i.e. the name here of our unordered list, and if I use dot notation and access the class list, that should return to me all of the classes, the class names on this element. So that's what it is. And we can use it to actually add a class, delete a class, and toggle a class. So let me just firstly show you what it looks like. So I'm going to say console.log, city list, dot notation, I'm going to access the class list. So all we're just doing is logging out to the console, the class list for our unordered list, which we've called what do we call it here? City list. Awesome. So if I save and refresh, we see here, we get this thing called the DOM token list. But what you'll notice is we have this blue text. So basically what it's saying is, okay, there is a class called blue text. Awesome. Now, you could, for example, add another class to this if you wanted. So for example, we could add the red text class as well. That will obviously override the value of the blue text, but let's just do it anyway. So if I just comma separate here and put in the red text class as well, so what will happen on page is the red class is overridden the blue text class, but you'll see here we have the blue text and we have the red text. Okay, so basically the class list will provide you with the names of the CSS classes, the styling classes essentially, that are currently on that element. Okay, so what I want to do is I was going to say remove red text, but actually I'll show you how you can add and delete. So basically another thing you can do is you can actually as well say that you want to add, delete, or toggle. So we'll do add first. So for example, there's this uppercase text class. So let's actually add that class to our city list. So all you need to do is, to do this, you basically just take the element and then using dot notation access the class list and then whatever method you're looking to do. So for example, are you looking to add, delete, or toggle? Okay, so that's the format. So what we want to do is on our city list, we are actually going to use dot notation to access the class list, and then what we're going to do is we're going to say add, and this is an inbuilt method in JavaScript, and what we need to do is pass in the name of the class. Now we don't actually need to use the little dot there, okay, these essentially, you know, that kind of selector. Just copy the name of the class, okay, so that's all you need to do. So if we just paste that in here, what we will find now is if we were to log out this to the console, we've actually added that class. I can actually prove that to you, by the way, without logging out to the console. What you'll notice here is that actually the text is now gone to uppercase. So basically there's three classes now on this European cities. There's the blue text, which is now being overridden by the red text, and lastly we've also added our uppercase text class. So all three classes are now being applied. To prove that to you, I'll log this out to the console. I will say console.log city list, Dara, can you not spell? City list dot class list. Okay, and now if I save and refresh, we see here we're getting our DOM token list again, but we have the blue text, the red text, and the uppercase text. So this is the class list in JavaScript. But instead of just logging out to the console, you can also delete classes as well. So why don't we delete the red text class, because it's kind of annoying me. Red's a very aggressive color. So to do that, so obviously here what we've done is we've actually added a class. And what we'll do now is we will actually delete a class. So to do that, we can say CityList dot class list dot, and then we can do remove. Okay, so that should be remove, apologies. So you're actually removing a class. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to pass in the name of the class we want to get rid of, and that is the red text. Okay, so if we just paste it in there, inside of quotes, so opening and closing. If I now do semicolon, when we refresh, we should see here that the red class has been removed. The reason the text isn't blue, remember, is that we've actually just basically applied this class. Okay, so it's been overridden. Okay, okay, awesome. So then, what do we want to do next? Let's just toggle. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete these classes here completely. Okay, and what I want to do is I want to show you then the toggle. Okay, so the toggle is that how you can essentially toggle on and off class. So come down here, and I'm going to show you now toggle. But let's do it based on a user click. So when the user clicks on the button, we'll toggle on and off the blue styling. So if I just save and refresh, just to make sure we've gone back to blue here. We have not. Why is that? Blue text. We just save. We want to get this back to blue. Awesome. Okay. Let me just delete the other code I wrote here. Okay. So now what we want to do is I just want to write a function. So when the user on the change color, we basically go from blue to black and then black to blue essentially. Okay. So how we do that is as follows. On our button, so remember, in our index.html file, we have this button here with an ID of button, and what we've done is we've said document.getElementById button. We're using the document object model to grab the button from the DOM, and we've stored it in the variable button. What I want to do here is on our button variable add an event listener. So we'll say add event listener. What are we listening out for? We're listening out for a user click, and what happens when they click on the button? We're going to run a function. Okay, I won't do an arrow function today. And then what do we want to do here? Well, what we want to do is we want to get the city list, use dot notation. We want to access the class list, okay? And then what we want to do is we want to access the inbuilt toggle method. And what this will do is it will toggle on and off a class called blue text, okay? So if I now save and refresh, if I click here, we've toggled off the blue text class. But if I click the button again, we actually toggle it back on. Okay, awesome. So guys, that is the class list in JavaScript. You can add a class, you can remove a class, and you can also toggle. And if you want to as well, instead of saying CityList.ClassList, you could, for example, override the value of CityList up here. So you could say, so CityList is equal to CityList, i.e. itself, dot ClassList, okay? So just so you don't have to keep typing this out over and over again if you were to do that. And if you were to delete this, that should still work, because what we've done is essentially we've taken the class list of the city list and stored it in the city list variable, and therefore we're just toggling that directly there. So if I save and refresh, hopefully I don't embarrass myself now. If I click here, it goes to black and then back to blue. Okay, awesome. So guys, that is the class list in JavaScript. The class list will return the CSS class names of an element, and using the document object model, you can add, remove, and toggle classes. There's some other stuff you can do as well, so I encourage you to look into this in more detail yourself, if that's what you want to do. Okay, awesome. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Okay, in this tutorial, I'm going to introduce you to another event listener, and that is mouse over. So far in this course, we've really only been able to listen out for a user click, or if the user presses any key on their keyboard. But another cool one I want to introduce you to is mouse over. So mouse over might be of some content on the page. For example, I created this h4, and if I hover on it, something happens. Maybe we log something out of the console. That's a bit boring. So maybe we actually alert something out, to the user. Where do you think you're going? Or flights are on sale now. So what I want to do is add an event listener to that h4. So what I did was I just created a h4. Okay, I'm going to give this an ID of promotion. So we'll say h4 ID. We'll say special promotion. We don't really need to give this an ID, by the way. You could just do a query selector h4, but I suppose it's better, convention to be very specific, I guess. Okay, so let's say we say pop-up or promotion. We'll say promotion. Let promotion be equal to, and I'm going to say document dot get element by ID, and just pass in the special promotion ID. So what we've done is we've created a h4, this person here, this piece of text. We've given it an ID. We've said document.getElementById, by ID, and we've stored it in the promotion variable. So just to make sure that's all working, I'm just going to log out promotion, and promotion should be the h4. And we see it there. Okay, awesome. Now what I want to do is I want to add an event listener to it. So what we can do is we can just say promotion. Remember, promotion is just our h4 element. And what we're going to do is we're just going to say add event listener. I probably should have come up with a better name. Please forgive me. So what do we want to listen out for? We want to listen out for a mouse over. So when the user mouses over the h4, something is going to happen. So then we can do our function. So you can do an arrow function, or you can just use the function keyword parentheses, because it's a function, and then curly braces where we're going to write our code block. So what we want to do, just to make sure it's working, is we'll just say console.log something happened. Okay? So if I now save and refresh, watch what happens when I mouse over flights are on sale. We log something out to the console. Okay? So this is really cool, because imagine you're working for a company, and we all know that if you want to close down a browser window, a lot of the time people go up here. So maybe you have some text or content here, and if you notice the user's going up to leave, you say, hey, where are you going? Do you not want to book a flight? Okay, so what we're going to do now is, instead of logging that out to the console, we're actually going to alert, flights to Athens, we'll say 40% off until midnight. We're trying to create that urgency, so this is what our boss wanted. Essentially, people will buy flights to Athens. So now look what happens, right? I'm hovering, and when I get down to here, we get this alert. Flights to Athens, 40% off until midnight. So guys, that is the mouse over event in JavaScript. So it's really cool. You could even use it to create some sort of pop-up yourself. You could create an element and all that kind of thing. So this tutorial was about the mouse over event listener in JavaScript. Hope you enjoyed this tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial we're just going to very quickly review what we learned about the document object model. So this will just be a very quick review lecture. So we learned about this thing called the document object model. It is essentially an API that we can use to manipulate the document object model itself. So what we can do is, for example, we can get certain elements from the DOM. We saw the different selectors we can use. So we saw document.getElementById. We have the query selector. We have the query selector all if you want to get multiple elements rather than just one. We saw you can get elements by class name. You can also get elements by tags name. I feel that should be get elements by tag name. That might be a typo there. I apologize. But essentially, there are different ways that we can query the DOM. So we can query the DOM and then store something in a variable. And then we can do something with that content. So for example, we can change the text. We can even change the HTML itself if we wanted to. We can change various CSS styles. So for example, you could change the color of text, you could change the font size, the line height, etc. We also saw that we can also manipulate CSS classes using the document object model. You could add a CSS class and provide styling to an element. You can also remove an element CSS class, and you can toggle a styling on and off. We also saw as well that we can listen out for user events. So rather than creating an element and then in our JavaScript file deleting it or changing something about it, like the style or for example the href, some sort of attribute, and that's another thing we can do as well. We saw we can actually can change attributes as well. Attributes, so for example, where is a href pointing to? You could change, for example, the source of an image. So many things you can do, okay? We also saw that we can listen out for user events. For example, a user click, the user pressing down a key, mouse events, and we saw the very cool add event listener inbuilt method in JavaScript. We can listen out for some sort of event, as I say, a click, a key press, some mouse hover event, and then we can do something, run some code, basically when the user has done something. Do something, yes. Awesome, okay. So that was now the 6th chapter of the course. What we're now going to do in the next chapter is we're going to start making some projects together, actually bringing together everything that we've learned. So now you are hopefully familiar with the different data types, the document object model. So while we've covered a lot of topics, and I'm happy you've learned a lot of the basic syntax around data types, functions, arrays, objects, control flow, and decision making, we now need to start bringing all that together to enhance your learning experience with vanilla JavaScript. So hopefully I'll see you over the next few tutorials where we actually start building some cool stuff together, including a dice roll. So I will see you in the next tutorial. Thank you for your attention. Okay, so this is just a quick overview of the dice roll project, which we will be working on in the next tutorial. Basically, there's a button called roll dice, and when the user clicks on it, we just roll the dice. There's probably no need for us to have logs out to the console, but just so we, as the developers of this dice, can just be satisfied that, you know, whatever result we're getting is being successfully printed into the dice there. Okay, so that's awesome. That's what we have to look forward to in the next tutorial. I'll just close down the console and refresh and just roll the dice a few more times. So we get a 2, a 1 again, a 3, a 4, a 1, any 5s and 6s. There we go. Okay, great. So this is what we'll be working on in the next tutorial. It brings together everything we've learned so far, where we can detect for a user click, we can perform some logic in our script file, and then take the result of whatever the function is and just print it here in the dice. So I'll see you in the next tutorial where we'll code this up together. Hi everyone and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial we're going to code up the dice roll. What we're going to do is write the HTML first. So we will create a button on the web page. We'll also create a div. The div will actually contain the result of the dice roll. Then we'll write our JavaScript logic, and then we'll go on and do the CSS. So first thing we need to do is in our index.html page, let's make a button. So I'm going to say button, and I'm going to say roll the dice. So just save. Just want to have a look at the browser, and we have roll the dice. That's awesome. Above it, I want to make a div, and this div is actually going to contain the result. So I'm going to give it an ID. We'll say ID is equal to dice container. The button, I also want to give that an ID, and the ID will just be of button. That's awesome. Now we want to write up our JavaScript code. So this project is about the dice roll. Let's just create some space here. So what I want to do is I want to say let button be equal to document.get elements by ID, and just pass in the ID of button. So that gets us a reference to this button here. Just to make sure we've gotten the button, I'm just going to quickly say console.log button, and then hopefully we see a button in the console. Okay, that's awesome. But we don't want to log the button out to the console. What we actually want to do is we want to run some code when the user clicks on the button. So rather than logging out the button, what we're going to do is we're going to add an event listener to it. So we're going to say button dot add event listener, and when the user clicks on this button, so we're going to listen out for a click event, we're going to run some code. So we have our parentheses, our little arrow and chevron to make an arrow function. And now what we're going to do is when the user clicks on the button, we're just going to log out clicked. The reason I'm doing this step by step is just so it's easier than writing out all the code, and if it doesn't work, we're trying to troubleshoot and find out where we went wrong. So we've added the button. We've used the document object model to grab it, okay? Because remember, the button has an ID. Button has an ID of button. So we said document.getElementById button. We stored it in the button variable. On button, we've added an event listener. When the user clicks the button, we're going to run some code, okay? In this case, we're just going to run button clicked. Clicked. That's awesome. But now we want to take it a step further. We don't want to log out clicked to the console. What we want to do is we actually want to generate a random number. So we'll say let result be equal to, and what we can do is we can just say mat.random, parentheses, because we're calling or invoking a method, and then what we'll do is we'll log out the result of that to the console. So now when the user clicks on the button, we're going to generate a random number using the inbuilt mat object in JavaScript and calling the .random method on it. Well, you say dot to access the method. It's not called .random, it's called random, but you know what I mean. So if we click here now, we get a random number. So that's really good, but we're not getting a number between 1 and 6. So really what we want to do is we want to take mat.random and multiply that by 6. So let's do that. So now if we do that, if we save and refresh, we're getting a little bit closer. We're getting these random numbers, but the problem is there's like a decimal place. So we want to get rid of that. Let's throw away everything after the decimal place by wrapping mat.random times 6 around or into mat.floor. So what we're doing here is mat.floor is basically being passed in this value. We're passing in mat.random, a random number between 0 and 0.999 continuous times 6. We're passing it into mat.floor, and what this will do is give us a number between 0 and 5. Remember, when you use the .floor method, it throws away everything after the decimal place. So for example, 4.25 would now be 4, or 3.2 would be 3, okay? So now we're getting a number between 0 and 5. So if I save and refresh, and now I click on the roll of dice, we get 4, 3, 2, 0, 1, any 5s? Weird. There we go. Geez, that took quite a few rolls. Okay. Now, we don't want a number between 0 and 5, do we? We want a number between 1 and 6. So at the end here, after the closing parentheses, just add 1. And now what we're going to do is we're going to get a number between 1 and 6. Okay? So let's now save and refresh once again. And now we're getting 5, 6, 3. Keep rolling till we get a 1. There we go. Awesome. Okay. So we're getting there. We now have a button. When the user clicks on it, we're getting a dice roll. But instead of logging that out to the console, what we want to do is we want to put the number inside of the div, the div with the ID of dice container. So let's grab the dice container from the document object model. So we can say let dice container be equal to document.get element by ID, and let's pass in our ID, and we called it dice container. So if I just copy that over and paste in there, we now have got the dice container. But what we want to do is let's actually get the dice container, and what we want to do is we want to set the inner HTML, sorry, the inner text, I apologize, change the inner text to be whatever the result was. So previously we were logging the result out to the console. Now we're not doing that. We're taking whatever number we get, a number between 1 and 6, and we're taking the dice container and we're accessing the inner text, and we are changing that, the value, and assigning it the value of result. So what we're doing here is we are assigning the result of the dice roll and basically putting that into the inner text, setting the inner text of the div, okay? So now, if I say refresh, we're going to get our dice. We get 6, 3, 1, awesome. Okay, so it doesn't look very impressive, so let's very quickly just add some CSS styling to it. So for the dice container, what we can do is just apply some basic styling. So that was an ID, wasn't Yeah, okay. So what we'll do is we'll just say hashtag, and let's just give this a width of 200 pixels, a height of 200 pixels, and I want to give it a border of 2 pixels, solid black. I'm going to stop there and just have a look, see how this looks. Okay, so we have our border. That's good. Let's give it a bit of a border radius. I think that would look nice. So we'll just say border radius. We'll say 15%. Let me just save and refresh. Okay, that looks way better. It kind of looks like a dice now. Okay, the text was very small. So why don't we give the font size, let's do 150 pixels. And let's have a look to see how that looks. So if I refresh, so we get, okay, it's looking better. I'd like to center that a bit more. So why don't we just give a decent amount of padding here. So let's just say padding of, we'll be bold, we'll give a full 50 pixels. So now if we refresh, 1, 6, okay, it's maybe too much padding. I don't know, let's just do 25. Good enough. Okay. Then what we want to do is just maybe align the text. So let's say text align center. So let's say text align center. Let's have a look here now. We're getting closer every time. Okay, that's awesome. I'm happy with that. The button though needs a bit of love, and then we'll end the tutorial. So the button has an ID of button. So we'll say hashtag button. And what do we want to do with the button? Well, let's just give it a width. And we'll give it a width of maybe 50 pixels. We'll give it a height. Tell you what, no, we'll give it a width of like maybe, we'll be really bold. We'll do 200 pixels and a height of maybe 50 pixels. Let's see how that looks. It's probably gonna look horrendous. Doesn't look too bad. Okay. What else can we do? We'll give it a tiny bit of border radius. I love attention to detail. So border radius, we'll say 5%. Let's just have a look. You can barely see it. Okay. And then what we'll do is maybe we will give the background color a nice pink. So we'll say background color. You know what? We'll just do aqua. We don't really have a lot of time for styling. This is a JavaScript course. Okay, you know, doesn't look too bad. I actually like that. And then lastly, let's just maybe bold the font weight. So we'll say font weight is maybe bold. And I'm not sure if a white color will suit the text, but let's just do it. We'll say white. And you could do a text transform uppercase if you wanted to make it uppercase. So let's have a look here now. Ooh, you can barely see the text. Also, maybe a bit of margin. We'll just quickly move that away from everything. Just do 20 pixels, see how that looks. You know what? Oh God, I'm going to get into styling issues here. What do I want? Aqua was good. I don't know, let's have a look at pink. Maybe it's softer on the eye. Okay, you know, that's all right. So basically, we have our dice roll, and if you click, we roll the dice. Okay, awesome. Should I leave that tutorial there, or am I gonna stress over? Let's do aquamarine. All right, I'm about to end the tutorial. Give me 1 second. Oh. You know what? Let's just make that black and have a look. Promise I'll end the tutorial here. Oh, that's much better. Awesome. All right, I'm happy now. Okay, so guys, that's how we can do a dice roll in JavaScript. When the user clicks on the dice, what we do is we just get a random number between 1 and 6, and we have it in the dice here. What we could do in the next tutorial is we could create another dice, and the user can click the dice, and then the user can roll the dice. Sorry, I said click a dice. The user will roll a dice, the computer will roll a dice, and then we can check to see who won by doing some sort of comparison. So we'll do that in the next tutorial. The key point for this tutorial is that what we did was essentially we just on the button added an event listener. We generate a random number between 1 and 6. What we do is we take our div and just set the inner text of that, And that was really all the JavaScript. It was quite limited. Really, we spent more time on the styling. But you can see here that we've built a very basic project. So in the next tutorial, we'll write some functionalities so that the computer has to, pick a random number and then roll the dice, and then we'll do a comparison to see who won. Okay, awesome. Thank you for your attention. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what we're going to do is we're going to expand on what we did in the last tutorial. It was just a very basic tutorial, a very basic dice roll project just to get us started bringing together HTML, CSS and JavaScript. What I want to do in this tutorial is add to our dice roll tutorial. I want to create another dice, and when we click on it we check to see if the human won or if the computer won. Okay, so that's what we're going to build up to in this tutorial. So there will be two dice, we click here to roll the dice and we check to see who won, okay? So what I'm going to do is, firstly, I'm going to add a second dice container. So I'm just going to copy this code here and paste it. So we have two divs with the same ID. That's obviously not good, but let's just refresh. And we see here we have two different dice, okay? Next thing I want to do is just put the two dice into another div. We'll call it a wrapper or a container, and just apply some styling to get the two dice on the same line together. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create an opening div and a closing div, and let's just delete and paste. Okay, so now we have our two different dice containers. One will be for the human, one will be for the computer inside of a div. Nothing is going to change yet, okay? So now what I want to do is, for the wrapper div, we'll give that an ID of maybe div container or a class. So we'll say div, we'll say it has a class of div container, okay? And then what we want to do is dice container. I actually am having coffee. Come on, Dar, wake up your brain. So if you come over here to the CSS file, what I want to do is just get a reference to that. So the div container, div wrapper, we'll put it up here. So what I just want to do is just give that a display of flex, and that should move the two dice onto the same row together, because what I've done is I've taken our two divs, put them inside of a wrapper called div container, and I've now applied styling to have a display of flex. So now if I refresh, we have our two dice together, and that's awesome, but only one dice is working. What I want to do next then is, just very briefly, I think we need to give the dice just a bit of margin. They're very close together, so let's do that. We'll do a small bit of margin. Let's do like 10 pixels. 10 pixels is basically nothing, just to get us started. So let's save and refresh. And I think that looks fine. You could do more if you wanted. Okay, awesome. So now, basically, we have our two dice together. But what we want to do is, at some point, we're going to get a result. We just want to basically have a little paragraph underneath the div container, but above the dice roll. And that'll just basically be the result, okay? So paragraph there, and we can give that an ID of the result paragraph. So ID is equal to the result paragraph. Okay, awesome. So now we've largely set up the HTML. There's nothing else we need here because, we have our first dice, our second dice, our paragraph where the result's going to be, and we have our button here. Now what we want to do is get both the dice to roll. But first we're just going to select the various elements from the page. So for example, I've given this one here should be dice wrapper, not container. So let's just do wrapper. So dice wrapper, and then this will be the human dice container. So then we've got human dice container and computer dice container. Okay, awesome. Have I broken anything? Let me just refresh. I have. And that is because the styling for dice container. Dice container no longer exists, so we've got human dice container. So we've got human dice container. I just save and refresh. We got one dice back. And then we're also going to have the computer dice container. So I'll just copy this. Awesome. And just make that computer dice container. One more delete. Let's save and have a look. Okay, awesome. Now our dice roll functionality has now been destroyed, so we got to hook that back up. We're seeing here, cannot set properties of null. We won't worry about that for now. Okay, awesome. So now what do I want to do? Well, in our JavaScript file, okay, we have a reference to dice container, okay, but that's actually now going to be the human dice container. So we'll say let human dice container be equal to human dice container. We also want to get the dice container for the computer as well. Also, because we're not going to be changing the values of these elements we're getting from the document object model, you can use const. So we're going to have const button, const human dice container. We want to use camel case there. We also want to get the computer dice container. So we'll say let computer dice container be equal to document dot get element by ID. And what we want to do is just get this human dice container here. So I know this is a bit boring right now. We haven't really gone into JavaScript yet, but I'm just getting all the elements from the document object model. And we also want to get a reference to the result paragraph. So we'll say let the result paragraph be equal to document.get element by ID, and the result paragraph is here. Okay, so let result paragraph be equal to document.get element by ID. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, now what I want to do is, because if you think about it just very briefly, when we click on roll the dice, okay, we're going to be rolling the dice twice, once for the human and once for the computer. So what I want to do is, I actually want to create a function called roll dice. So when the user clicks on the button, we're going to roll the dice once for the human and once for the computer. So let's do that. So what we can do is we'll use a function declaration. We'll say function roll dice. So it's going to be a function that doesn't receive any arguments. And what do we want to do? Well, what we want to do is we want to create a variable. We'll call it rolled dice. We'll say let rolled dice be equal to, and we can just take the logic that we've built here, okay? So what we know, we've done this a few times together now, is to get a random number in JavaScript, we use mat.random, okay? If we multiply it by 6 and then floor it, we're going to get a number, as we saw previously, between 0 and 5, and then we just add 1. So now we get our rolled dice. And what we can do is we can actually basically then return the result, okay? So we could say return rolled dice. So now what we've done is we've actually created a function that rolls the dice. So what we can do is we can actually delete the logic here, because what we actually want to do is we want to get the human dice roll and the computer dice roll. So we'll say let human dice roll be equal to, and all we need to do is just call or invoke the roll dice function. We also need to do that for the computer, so we can say let computer dice roll be equal to, and once again we're going to call or invoke the roll dice function. So this is great. We're now reusing code. So instead of writing out this logic for both the human and the computer, we just put it into a function and we're calling or invoking that function. Now what we want to do is we want to put the value of the dice rolls into the respective boxes. So dice container, I'm not sure dice container even exists anymore because it's actually the human dice container. So we want to set the text of the human dice container to be equal to the human dice roll. Okay, human dice roll. And we want to do the same for the computer. So the computer's dice container is that div on the page. So to get that, we just say computer dice container. We want to change the inner text of that. And that is going to be changed to the computer dice roll. Okay? So now if I save and refresh, we're getting 2 dice rolls. Okay? So that's pretty awesome, but we're not doing any comparison. So that's what we need to do next. So we know how to do a check in JavaScript. All we essentially need to do is use the if statement. So we can say if, so first we're going to check to see if the human won. So what we can do is we can say if the human dice roll is greater than the computer dice roll, what we know is that the human has won, okay? So what we want to do is we want to get the text of the result paragraph. So we can say result paragraph dot inner text and just change that to be, you can say human or user. I feel if I keep saying human, I sound like I'm not a real person, like I'm a robot, some AI actually creating this video. I'm real, I swear. But we'll just say human one will be consistent, okay? Else if the computer dice roll, this is getting very cramped up. I'm just gonna be very bold and create a lot of space here just so I can see. Okay, else if the computer dice roll is greater than the human dice roll, what we want to do is, once again, we want to grab the result paragraph dot inner text, and just change that to be computer one. And if neither the computer or the user wins, we know it was a draw. So what we can do then is we can just say else result paragraph dot inner text will say it was a draw. Okay, awesome. So now let's just save and refresh. So now if I click the dice, we see computer one, the human one again, computer one, it was a draw. Okay, awesome. And you know, human one is a bit, it really sounds like we're robots typing this. We'll just say user one. I think that's better. Okay, awesome. So guys, I hope you enjoyed that project. What we did is we essentially created two dice rolls. You could create it, you know, position the paragraph in a little bit if you wanted to, but really in terms of the functionality, how we did it was we created different elements on the page. So for example, our 2 different divs for the dice where we basically set the inner text. We have the result paragraph, we also set the inner text, and we had a button. On the button, what we did was we essentially grabbed the button using the document object model, and we added an event listener to it. When the user clicks on that button, we create a dice roll variable for both the human and the computer. We just do very basic JavaScript logic inside of our function, and then we return the dice roll for both the human dice roll and the computer dice roll. Then what we did is we just set the inner text of those containers to whatever the result was, and then we just did a check, okay? Basically checking to see who won. So it was a relatively basic tutorial, but we did bring together quite a lot of what we've learned so far. We see here we've created a function, we used the mat object, we grab different elements from the document object model, we then override the text of elements in the document object model using a function, and we do a comparison check to see who won. Okay, so relatively basic tutorial, but we're finally starting to bring together everything that we've learned in the course. So that's awesome. I'll see you in the next one for rock, paper, scissors. Okay, so I'm just going to give you an overview of the rock, paper, scissors game that we'll be making in the next tutorial. Basically with rock, paper, scissors, 2 people can play it, or you can play it with a computer. Basically how it works is rock will beat scissors, scissors will beat paper, but paper will beat rock. So I've just coded this up. So if I select rock, it's a draw. The computer also chose rock. If I select paper, okay, also chose paper. Let's choose rock, a draw again. I'll keep choosing rock. Okay, we had a win for me there. Okay, I won. rock beats scissors. It's a draw. A lot of rocks being chosen here. I'll choose scissors. Both choose scissors, and the computer will know because they chose rock, which beats scissors. Okay, awesome. So I'll show you how to code this up in the next tutorial. Okay, so over the next few tutorials, what we're going to do is we're going to code up a rock, paper, scissors game. So hopefully you've heard of rock, paper, scissors before. I've deleted all of the code from our HTML file, our script file, and our CSS file. So there's nothing on the page. So how we're going to do it is as follows. We're going to write up the basic HTML in this tutorial, and then once we've all that set up, our boilerplate text, you know, the titles and the buttons, etc., or the headings I should say, we are going to then do the JavaScript. The reason I've done it this way is it means we just get the HTML out of the way, and then we can just enjoy the pure JavaScript together. So hopefully you've heard of rock, paper, scissors before. How the game is going to work is that the user will choose between rock, paper, or scissors. Okay, that's how it's going to work. And the user will also, the computer will also make a guess, and then we'll do a check to see who won, the computer or the user. So that's what we're going to do in this tutorial. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to just get rid of the JavaScript is awesome and just basically put in rock, paper, scissors. So we'll say rock, paper, scissors game. And we'll just change the title here to be, instead of JS series, we'll just say rock, paper, scissors. Okay, so if I just save and refresh, we now see here we get rock, paper, scissors and rock, paper, scissors game in very large writing. Now what I want to do is basically just have a heading 2, sorry, that was in capitals, heading 2, and this is just going to say player choice. Just save and refresh, just to make sure that's on the page. We have our player choice, and remember the computer is also going to have a choice as well. So we'll have a H2 for that. Computer choice. So now what we have is we have H2 for the player choice and for the computer choice. Obviously at some point after the user, I apologize, after the user has made a choice and the computer's made a choice, at some point we have to put the results of their choice onto the page. So we'll just do those in small paragraphs. And what we're going to do is just say, get ready for both of them. So I'll actually just copy that down here. So as I say, this tutorial is just the HTML setup. Sadly, no JavaScript in this tutorial. Okay, so we've rock, paper, scissors game, player choice, get ready, and computer choice, get ready. That's awesome. Then what we want to do is just have our buttons. So what we're going to do is we're going to have 3 buttons, one for rock, paper, and scissors. What I'll do as well, by the way, is I'm going to give each of these a class of choice button, and just copy that 2 more times. So we have rock, paper, scissors, and then just type in rock, paper, and scissors. And let's just have a look here. Okay, so we've rock, paper, scissors game, player choice, get ready, and the computer choice. What we'll do is let's just do some very quick styling for the choice button. So we'll go to the CSS file. And what we'll do is, what was the name of the choice button? Choice button. Okay, awesome. So we're just going to do a few things here. So we'll just give the buttons a bit of maybe width and height, maybe a background color, do a little bit of a border radius, that kind of thing. So what we'll do is, let's just give them all a width of maybe, we'll say 30 pixels. Hopefully that's not too much. 30 pixels. We'll do a height of maybe 20 pixels. Okay. Then what we'll do is just give them all a border radius of just maybe, we'll do 5%. And what we'll do is we'll do a background color. Similar to the last project, we'll just say aquamarine. And what we'll do is we'll just change the font weight to bold. But did we already do bold? Yes, we don't. Yeah, we'll do bold. They're in uppercase, but we'll make them bold. So for that, we can just say font weight bold, font weight is bold. Anything else I want to do? We'll just give maybe the text a color of black. And hopefully this isn't too bad looking when we check. And maybe just a little margin, very basic. We'll just do like 5 pixels. So I have no idea what this is going to look like. Hopefully it's not awful. Oh, that is so bad. Okay, so my width and height is too small, nowhere near enough. So we'll give maybe a width of 120 pixels. Let's have a look. Okay, and then maybe the height will do more like 40. That's better. Okay, rock, paper, scissors. I think I wouldn't mind adding maybe just a little bit more. Let's be really bold. Let's do 180 and let's go up to 60 there. And let's do a bit more border radius. Maybe we'll do like 9%. So let's just have a look. Okay, the border radius is a bit weak. Let's just go for a full 15%. Let's have a look here. Sorry about this now. Okay, I'll tell you what, it is what it is. So we've rock, paper, scissors game title, our player choice, get ready, computer choice, get ready. And then lastly, what we need to do is we're going to have some sort of result output. So we'll do that maybe just above the buttons. What do you think? So maybe we'll do a H2. So H2. And what we'll do is just give this an ID. I want the ID to be really descriptive. So we'll say it is the result output text. Result output text. Okay. And just save. And basically that's it. Okay, so we're ready to go. We have our very basic game of rock, paper, scissors. So we'll obviously have to set up the logic, listen out for user clicks, do a comparison to check to see, you know, what did the user select, what did the computer choose. We'll do random logic, for the computer choice. Obviously the player choice will be whatever button they press, so we need to have an event listener on those, and then we'll just do a comparison, you know, using an if statement. So you might already be able to code this up yourself. I mean, hopefully you are, based on what we've done in this course. You know that you're going to have to use the document object model to get the rock button, the paper button, the scissors button, you know, and then basically listen out for the user click. So I'll show you all the logic now over the next few tutorials of how we're going to set this up. But essentially this is an overview of our game. So I'll see you in the next tutorial, and we'll start the JavaScript coding for this. Okay, awesome. Okay, so this is the last tutorial for us to do to complete the rock, paper, scissors game. We see here if we click rock, paper, scissors, we can see the user choice being logged out of the console. But what we want to do now is let's just override this get ready text, the player choice. Okay, so if we go to the index.html file, we'll notice here we have this get ready paragraph, but it has a user choice text output ID. So if we go to the script file, we'll notice that user choice text output, we've actually got that. We've said document.getElementById, and we've stored it inside of user choice text. So when the user clicks on the button, rather than just essentially logging out the result to the console, in this case user choice, let's override the value of the user choice text with the user choice, okay, whatever the user actually selected. So how we do that is we can say user choice text, so we're selecting that paragraph, okay, and what we want to do is we want to change the inner text of that to be whatever the user chose, and we saw that whatever the user chose is stored in the variable user choice. So all we need to do is just assign that the value of user choice. So if I now save and refresh, if I click on rock, we see that has changed to rock. Okay, that's awesome. But we don't yet see the computer choice, which we can see here is scissors. So let's do the same thing. Well, the paragraph for the computer choice is here, and we've assigned that the ID of computer choice text output. And what we did is we've got that as well. We said document.getElementById, computer choice text output. So we use the document object model to store that in this variable computer choice text. So down here, let's just access that variable computer choice text output, and we will change the inner text of it to be whatever the computer choice was. And remember, computer choice is a variable here that we've defined. And what is the computer choice value? Well, computer choice basically is the value of whatever is returned by this function, generate computer choice. Generate computer choice generates a random number, and then depending on whether it's 1, 2, or 3, we get returned rock, paper, scissors, okay? So if we now save and refresh, now if I click on rock, and okay, computer choice did not override. What happened there? That should work. Computer choice. It's called computer choice text. Apologies. My bad. I apologize about that. So let's try again. So computer choice text is what we call that variable up there. This is why I like to do it, write the code in incremental bit by bit. So now if we click rock, awesome. We see they both got rock, and that's awesome. Now we haven't done any logical check yet to see if, in this case, that would be a draw. So we need to set that up, get the result, did the user win, did the computer win, and then override the value here. So that's the next thing we're going to do. We're going to do a check to see who actually won. Well, what we can do is we can basically run that code here using an if statement. So the first thing we'll check for is actually the draw. So we can check to see if user choice is equal to the computer choice. So remember, user choice is what the user chose, that variable there, and computer choice is what the computer chose. And if that's the case, we can just basically say console.log draw, okay? So that's going to be a draw if we get the same. I'll just see if I can get a draw here. Oh, we got a draw again, so that's awesome. But now what we want to do is whatever the result is, let's override the value of get ready there. So get ready, that paragraph has been assigned the value, the ID, I should say, apologies, of result output text. So if we grab that using the document object model, which we did up here, we said document.getElement by ID, we stored it in the result output text. What we can do is set the inner text of that. So rather than logging out draw to the console, what we can do is we can take that variable result output text, okay? We can set the inner text of that and basically just set it to be draw. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete the console.log draw. What's happening now is if we actually get a draw, instead of just logging it out to the console, what's going to happen is we're going to basically say it was a draw there. So let me just save and refresh. So, okay, it was a draw again. Okay, awesome. Okay, so now we've set up the logic if it's a draw. Let's just check to see if the user won or if the computer won. So how we're going to do this as follows. We're going to use the else if, okay? And in each else if, we're going to check, first of all, did the user pick rock, paper, scissors, okay? So else if, we're going to say user choice is equal to rock. If that's the case, we're going to run some code. Sorry, that should be an else if, my apologies. Else if, then we have else if again, if the user choice was equal to rock, paper, scissors. Check for paper. We're going to run some code. Else if the user choice was equal to scissors, rock, paper, scissors, we're going to run some code. And what we can do inside of each of these is we can actually check to see who won using the ternary operator. So for example, if the user choice is rock, we can use the ternary operator to set the text output, okay? So what I mean by that is follows. First of all, we know with the ternary operator, we're checking to see, if some condition was true. So for example, how do we win if we're the user and we pick rock? Rock beats scissors. So let's check to see in this condition if the computer choice was scissors, okay? So we say computer choice. What we're doing now is we're going to use the ternary operator. We're going to say computer choice scissors. And then what we're going to do is we're going to use the ternary operator. So we're going to say question mark. Was the computer choice scissors? And what we know is that if that is true, we run this condition. And if it is false, we run that condition, okay? But instead of saying true, just like a random string, what we actually want to do is just change the result output text, that variable dot inner text, we want to change that to be that the user won. So we can say player wins. So what we're doing now is basically if the user chose rock and the computer chose scissors, we're saying that the player won. Otherwise, if the computer did not pick scissors, that was false. They must have picked paper. Paper beats rock, in which case actually the computer won. So what we can do is just basically copy that, paste it here, and just change that to be computer wins. Okay, so we just got to complete the logic for all the different scenarios. So computer wins. Okay, so let's do it now for paper. So again, we're going to check to see if the user won first. So computer choice is equal to, so if the user chose paper, how would they win? Well, they would win if the computer chose rock. So let's check to see if the computer chose rock. Okay, and if that's the case, the user has won. So we'll change the result output.text.inner text to be the player wins. So let's do that there. However, if the computer did not actually pick rock, we know the computer has actually won because they must have picked scissors, and scissors beats paper. So the player lost. So we'll just copy and paste that in there. Okay. And then lastly, let's just check to see if we chose scissors, if the user won. Okay. So, or the player, I should say. So how we do that is we check to see. So remember, we're checking to see if the computer chose scissors, okay, and then if the computer chose rock. So now we want to check to see if they chose, let me see, rock, paper, okay. So if they chose paper, then that means that we won. So computer choice paper, okay, question mark. Well, if the user chose scissors and the computer chose paper, then the user wins. So we can copy that code there, okay. Remember, it's a ternary operator, so we just have our colon there. However, if the user chose scissors, but the computer did not choose paper, okay, then the computer chose rock. Rock beats scissors, so actually the computer did in fact win that time there. And let's just put our semicolons to end our statements. And computer choice needs to be equal to, apologies, strictly equal to paper. Okay, so let's now check to see what happens. So if I go rock, rock, paper, computer wins. Yeah, paper beats rock. Okay, so we lost. If we pick paper, computer won again because scissors beats paper. And if I click scissors, the player won because scissors beats paper. Okay, awesome. And what's really cool is if I click on rock, player choice is rock, paper, it's paper, scissors. So let's see if the computer wins. Scissors beats paper. Awesome. And then if you wanted, you could just stop logging out to the console the choice. So you could just delete that to clean up the code. And if you wanted, you could just add an else here, just basically saying console.log, no selection or something like that. So this is actually unreachable code. It's very bad practice what I'm doing here, but I always like to have an else at the end of the statement. Okay, so guys, I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. Over the last few tutorials, we saw how we could create a rock, paper, scissors game. How we did it essentially was we created our index.html file, and then in the script file, we wrote all of the logic. So really what we did was we just essentially listened out on the buttons for a user click. So choice buttons dot for each. We're listening out for a user click. The user clicks on it. Basically what we're doing is we're just basically seeing what the user chose. Then we're generating a computer choice. We're doing a comparison of that down here, and then just really updating the elements on the page just to reflect, what happened. Was the user choice rock? What was the computer choice? Was it a draw, or did someone win? Player wins, draw, computer wins. Awesome. Okay, I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. I'll see you in the next one for more JavaScript. Okay, so welcome to Chapter 8 of our course, where we're going to be learning about the different inbuilt array methods in JavaScript, different methods we can use on arrays. So over the next few tutorials, we'll learn about some of the different methods, such as map, reduce, filter, etc. But first I want to show you the for each method. So we've seen previously how we can iterate over an array. Maybe we have an array of numbers, we'll say let grades be equal to, and just throw in some numbers here, okay? So we've seen previously that, well, first of all, 15 is a very low grade. We're good teachers, so no one got below 40. So we've seen previously how we can use a for loop to iterate over an array. All we need to do is we use the for keyword. We have some sort of counter variable. We'll say let I be equal to 1. We're going to run our loop while some condition is true. We'll say while I is less than grades, the array dot length. Of course, after each iteration, you want to increment I, your counter variable, to avoid being stuck in an infinite loop. And all you need to do is just console.log out grades, the array we're iterating over, at index I, okay? So the first time our code runs, we're going to run while grades is at index 0, okay? So if you were to log out to the console, let me just show you this. Console.log grades at index 0, what's going to happen is you're going to log out at 45. Grades at index 1 then will be 60. Grades at index 2 will be 89, etc. So what we can do is use a for loop to iterate over each element of the array. So if I save and refresh, we see here we get our different elements of the array, those values logged out to the console. But there's a different way you can do this. So let me just comment that out, okay, and just refresh, get our console empty. Awesome. What you can do is you can actually use the inbuilt for each method. So what you do is you take the array, whatever array you want to iterate over, you type out the array name, then what you do is you access whatever inbuilt method you're looking to do. So it is the for each method. And we know we need to use parentheses to call or invoke it. And then what you do is you actually need to pass in what's known as a callback function. So you're going to pass in a function, okay? And this function is going to be, so you're going to pass in a function as an argument. And this function is going to essentially run or fire for each element in the array. People get very intimidated by the term callback function, but I'll show you the syntax. Once you get the hang of it, it's actually pretty straightforward. All you need to do is just say grades dot for each, okay? So for each, we have our parentheses, and all you need to do then is just pass in a function. And what's going to happen with the function is it's going to run for each grade in the grades array, okay? So all we need to do is just say console.log grade, okay? Typically people do this with an arrow function, so I'll show you the syntax for that as well. But now what's going to happen is if we refresh our page, we see here we've actually logged out all of the different grades inside of our array. So we actually didn't need to write a for loop and have a counter variable and increment over, etc. All we did was we just wrote out the array name, used dot notation to access the for each method, and we passed in a function. And this function is going to fire or run for each element of the array. So what we do is we just define each item that we're iterating over. So I called it grade. So do you know the way previously we pass in an argument to a function, we define a parameter, and then you just reference that within the function? It's the same concept. So grade, basically, grade is the parameter, or it's a reference to each one of these, and it's going to fire, the function's going to fire it for each element of the array. So you notice here, I don't know how many elements are in the array. If we were to add 85, for example, at the end, if I save and refresh, we're also going to see 85 logged out to the console. The key point is that with the for each method, when you pass in the function, this callback function is going to run or fire for each element in the array. Now, what you can do as well is you don't need to do the function keyword. You can just pass in an arrow function, so you can have grade like so, and then just do your little equal sign chevron. Okay, so that will still work, and this is very popular syntax. So I know it looks a bit weird the first time you see it, but what we're doing is on our grades array, so it's grades dot for each, we have our opening parentheses and our closing parentheses, and what we're doing is we're actually passing in a function. It's a callback function. It's going to fire for each element of the array. We're passing that into the inbuilt for each method, and all we're doing is for each grade in the array, we are simply logging out the grade to the console. One thing to note as well is that because there's only one argument passed in, you could, if you wanted, actually just delete the parentheses around that, and that should still work if we don't get an error, and that still works. For the remainder of this chapter, I won't actually be doing that syntax. I think it's a bit confusing, intimidating when you first see it. This is a beginner's JavaScript course, so I'm going to use basically the double parentheses there at the start, because really this is the opening parentheses for the for each method. And then of course we can see here clearly that we're just passing in a function, and that is the grade argument that's been passed in. And remember, grade, it's really just a reference to each item or element in our grades array up here. Awesome. So that is the for each method in JavaScript. It can be used to iterate over an array of values, and it expects to receive a function passed in as an argument. And you don't have to do just console.log. You could do something more interesting if you wanted. Maybe, for example, you're going to take each grade and just do something with it. Maybe manipulate the numbers, add on 10% or something like that. Okay, that's awesome. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Hi everyone, and welcome back. In this tutorial, we're going to cover the inbuilt map method in JavaScript. The map method allows us to iterate over an array of values. So it can be an array of strings, an array of numbers, etc. We can do something and then push those new elements or values into a new array. So that's what we're going to do in this tutorial. So what I've done is I've created an array called prices, and I've just assigned it some various numbers here. And our boss wants us to double the prices, so that's what we have to do. But what I can do is create a new array. I can say let new prices, or higher prices, be equal to prices, the original array up here, but using dot notation, I'm going to access the inbuilt map method in JavaScript. And what we need to do is we need to pass in a callback function. The callback function is essentially going to fire or run for each element in the original array. So it's going to run 5 times. So we need to get a reference to each element or value in the original array. And I'm going to get a reference to it by saying price. So we saw previously with functions how when we're passing an argument, we have to define a parameter, and then we can get a reference to that parameter inside of the code block for the function. Callback function, I don't say it's quite similar, but really price here is just a reference to each element in the original array that we're iterating over. So what we can do is just run our arrow function and run some code. So what are we looking to do? Well, what we can do is we can just return each price. Okay, so price is just a reference to each element in the original array. We'll return that, but double it by timesing it by 2. So if I just console.log out array 1, so before the price hike, what we're going to see is prices. Let me just prove this to you. So the original array, we have 20, 80, 15, 90, and 500. But in the new array, array 2, if I now log out the array called new prices, what we're going to see is the prices have doubled. Okay, so if I just refresh, so you see here, array 1, we have those values, and array 2, we have those values. Okay, so we've essentially doubled the prices. And the key point to note is that the map method is very useful. It can be used, on strings, it can be used on numbers, etc. But one other thing as well is just going back to arrow functions, because we've only defined one parameter here inside of the parentheses, you can actually just delete that and the code will still work. Okay, so if I just refresh, it still works. And what you'll note as well is that the map method is a non-destructive array. It doesn't alter the values of the original array. Rather, we do something and then push those values into a new array. So the original array, array 1 or prices, those original values, the elements there have not been altered, but the new array is our array with the new values. So the map method is very useful. We'll work again with this in the next tutorial. We'll cover strings and just get some more practice. Map is one of my favorite methods to use with arrays, definitely worth knowing. So I'll see you in the next tutorial. Okay, in this tutorial we're going to use the map method to iterate over an array of elements, and those elements will all be of type string. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new array. We'll say let cities be equal to, and we're just going to put in a few Australian cities here. So we'll say Melbourne, we'll say Sydney. We'll say Perth. I can't spell Adelaide, so we'll say Brisbane instead. Okay. And what I want to do is use the map method to iterate over each element in this array called cities and just convert each of these cities to be uppercase. Okay, so we'll call or invoke the toUpperCase method. So what we can do is we can create a new array. We'll say cities uppercase or something like that. And we're going to assign that the value of cities, okay, our original array. But what we're going to do is we're going to call or invoke the inbuilt map method. So with the map method, what we need to do is we need to pass in a callback function, a function that's going to fire for each element of this array. So we're going to pass in our function here, like so. And what we're going to do then is just get a reference to each element in the array. So how we refer to that is an item, okay? So each time the map method runs for each item, so the first time it iterates over the array, the item will be Melbourne, then Sydney, then Perth, then Brisbane. But we don't need to call it item, okay? What we can do is, because item is just a placeholder, we can call it whatever we want, so we'll just call it city, okay? So what I want to do then is just return whatever city we're on, but call or invoke the toUpperCase method in JavaScript. And now what's going to happen is, if I was to log out to the console the new array of cities uppercase, what we'll find is that we have our cities, but they are all in uppercase. So if I save and refresh and go here, we see here we get our cities all in capital letters. Okay, awesome. So once again, that is the map method in JavaScript. We can use the map method to iterate over an array of values, an array of elements, etc., and then do something. What it does is it can essentially perform some sort of operation, in this case, change every item in the array to be uppercase, and we return that and then store that in our new array. Okay, awesome. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, don't hate me, but we're going to be talking about the map method again. Here's what I want you to do in this tutorial. Rather than me telling, teaching, I'm going to give you an assignment. Firstly, I want you to create an array of heroes. Okay, we use our DC heroes, so Batman, Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, etc. So create an array of heroes. Then what I want you to do is I want you to use the map method to essentially iterate over the original array. So remember, to use the map method on the original array, you just take whatever array it is, the array name, and call or invoke the map method. You will need to use the return keyword. Don't forget that. What I want you to do is for each item in the array, so each item will essentially be a hero, okay? What I want you to do is just basically call or invoke the toUpperCase method, okay? And, store that in a new array, and the new array can just be called heroes2, okay? So that's what I want us to do, and then of course you can just log out to the console, okay? So please take a moment just to get more practice with the map method. Please pause the video and try to do that yourself, otherwise you can watch along with myself. So we're going to say let heroes be equal to, and we'll go in order of power really, so we'll have Superman first, Wonder Woman. Bruce doesn't actually have any powers, but he's awesome. We've got Robin, we've got Aquaman, and there are definitely other heroes as well, but that's enough for now. Okay, so we've created our array of heroes. Let's just log them out to the console. So console.log heroes. Okay, if I just refresh Google Chrome, we see here our array of heroes. So we've seen arrays before, that's awesome. Now what I want to do is, instead of logging the heroes out to the console, let's call or invoke the map method on heroes, iterate over each element of the original array, convert the text to be uppercase, and log out the new array. So what we can do is we can just say heroes, so the array name, use dot notation to access the map method. It is a method, so we have our parentheses. So this method is expecting to receive a callback function, a function that's going to fire for each element inside of the original array. So remember, the function here is just the code we write. Like we saw previously how we could take a number and double it. In this case, we're working with an array of string elements, so we're going to convert them all to be uppercase. So the function is going to fire for each element in the original array. Now, we need to get a reference to each item in the original array. Okay, so we can say item, but because they're heroes, we'll just say hero. And all we want to do is just return each hero in the original array, but call or invoke the two uppercase methods. So what the map method will do is essentially iterate over each element in the original array for us. So the first time the map method runs, it says, okay, hero, so hero, the first iteration is Superman. So it's going to return hero, Superman, dot to uppercase, okay? The second time it runs, it's going to run Wonder Woman. It's going to iterate over Wonder Woman, her value, but it's going to change the text to be uppercase and then return that. And what it is doing, each time we iterate over these elements in the original array, it's performing some code, in this case converting them to uppercase, but it is essentially storing them in a new array. So what we can do then is just say let heroes2 be equal to our original array, but what we're doing is we're mapping over and returning each hero. So the key point is that the map method iterates over each element of the original array. We do something, run some code. In this case, in this situation, we convert to uppercase, and then we store that in our new array. So now, if we console.log out, thank you Visual Studio Code for correcting my spelling mistake. If we log out the original array again, okay, we have our array of heroes. But we used the map method to iterate over each element of the array, convert the text to be uppercase, and then return that to us and store it in the new array. So now what we get is our new array. It's the same heroes, Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, Robin, but they're all in uppercase. So the first time the map method runs, it takes Superman, converts it to uppercase and stores it in our new array. The second time the map method runs, it iterates over Wonder Woman as an element in the array, converts to uppercase, Batman, Robin, Aquaman, etc. Okay, awesome. So guys, that is the map method in JavaScript. Really important method. I hope you enjoyed the last few tutorials. Sorry we did 3 different examples, but it's just so important, so I really hope you understand it now. It's a very powerful method to use in JavaScript. We'll talk about the filter method now in the next tutorial, so I'll see you then. Okay, so in this tutorial we're going to cover a pretty cool inbuilt method in JavaScript, and that is the filter method. So how the filter method works essentially is, maybe there's some condition you're testing out for, whether a grade, for example, is greater than 50, whether a number is even or odd. What you can do is use the filter method to iterate over the elements in an array, check the values for something, and this returns true or false based on the condition that you're testing for. Anything which passes the test is then pushed into the new array. So essentially what it does is it iterates over an array of values, and it will return, as I say, true or false based on that condition. And anything which basically meets the criteria is pushed into the new array. So it's probably best if we code this out just so you can see it conceptually, like in practice, rather than just talking about it conceptually. So what we're going to do is we're going to create an array called grades. And what we're going to do is basically, we're going to pretend the economy is booming, we're at full employment, and we're going to hire any person with a grade of 50% or more, okay? So that's what we're going to do. So we go into this college, and they give us a list of grades. So the first person got 45, we have a 55, a 70, an 80, a 91, 44, we'd have a 42, 100, well, that was good, and we're going to have a 55, okay? Another 55. So what we want to do essentially is iterate over each element in the array using the filter method. This will return true or false and basically push whatever has passed our criteria into the new array. So what we're going to do is we're going to say we're going to call them hired grades. So these are going to be the grades of whoever passed, okay? And what we're going to do is assign that the value of grades, our array up here, dot filter, okay? Now with the filter method, we need to pass in a function as an argument. It's going to be a callback function, and this function is going to run for every element in the original array. And what we want to do is just get a reference to each element in the original array, each item, and I'm going to call them grade. Okay, so the first time filter runs, it's going to check to see, 45 has it met our condition, 55, 70, etc. So what's our condition going to be? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to return, okay, whatever grade we're iterating over, we're going to return that and store it into the hired grades array if the grade we're iterating over, the elements in this array here, is greater than or equal to 50. So the filter method is going to do that for us, okay? So basically, the first time the filter method starts iterating over, it's going to check, it's going to say, okay, is 45 greater than or equal to 50? Well, that's going to be false, so we're not going to push into the new array. So 45, is that greater than or equal to 50? That's false. So 45 is not pushed into our new array called hired grades. 55, then we're going to do the check. Is 55, that element in this array, greater than or equal to 50? Well, that actually evaluates to true. So then what we do is we push 55 into the new array. 70, is 70 greater than or equal to 50? Yes, it is. So we should end up doing this for each element of the array. So 70 is greater than 50, that returns true. Therefore 70 is pushed into the new array. 80, is 80 greater than or equal to 50? That is true. So 80 is now pushed into the new array. 91, is 91 greater than or equal to 50? Yes, it is. So that returns true as well. So we've got true, 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 and true. Okay, so now 91 is pushed in. So we got a false, true, 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 true. Then we check to see, is 44 greater than or equal to 50? That actually returns false. So 44 is not pushed into the new array. 42, again, 42 is not greater than or equal to 50. It's less than 50, so that evaluates to false. 42 is therefore not pushed into the new array. We then check to see for 155. They are both going to meet our condition. 100 is greater than or equal to 50. That evaluates to true. So therefore, 100 is pushed in. And lastly, 55, is 55 greater than or equal to 50? Yes, it is. So that returns true, and therefore that element in this array, 55, is pushed into the new array. Okay, so what we should see here is candidates who got scores of 45, 44, and 42 are not hired, unfortunately, but these 4 candidates here and those 2 candidates there. So it looks like 6 candidates are going to get hired, okay? So just to prove that to you, if we just console.log out the grades, so we'll say all grades, that's just a string, and just log out the console the grades, so the original array. We see here we get all of our grades, but now we've used the filter method to filter over the grades and return to us only those grades that meet a certain condition. So now, this feels like an episode of Squid Game, doesn't it? Like who's been eliminated? So we have the hired grades, so the people who got the jobs. And now let's iterate over our array that we called hired grades, so the people who got the jobs. So if I now save and refresh, we see here that we hired 6 people out of the class of 9, 55, 70, 80, 91, 155. Every grade that was basically greater than or equal to 50. Okay, so that's awesome. Maybe the following year, actually, we get a bit stricter and we decide to increase that to be 60. Well, this person and that person are not going to be hired because now 55 is not greater than or equal to 60, so that evaluate to false. So they're actually now not hired. And similarly, the last candidate there, 55 is not greater than or equal to 60. That's false, so therefore they're not hired. So if we save and refresh, we've now changed the criteria, and now we see here we only hire 4 candidates. Okay, that's awesome. So that is the filter method in JavaScript, an inbuilt method in JavaScript, and basically what it does is it iterates over the elements or the values in an array, and it performs some sort of check for you, whatever check you want, and based on your condition that you're evaluating for, it will essentially return true or false. Whatever evaluates to true will be pushed into our new array, and whatever evaluates to false will not be pushed into our new array. Also, the filter method is a non-destructive method. It doesn't alter the original array at all. What it does simply is it just checks to see if your condition has been met. Is it true or false? If it's true, push it into the new array, the element we're iterating over, and if it's false, don't push it into the new array. Okay, that's awesome. That's the filter method in JavaScript. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Okay, welcome back. In this tutorial, we're going to get a little bit more practice with the filter method. What I want you to do is I want you to create an array of numbers and just put some numbers into it. And what I want you to do is use the filter method to push all of the even numbers into a new array. So what we're going to do is essentially use the filter method to iterate over an array of numbers and check to see what numbers are even and basically push those into a new array. So we can create an array called numbers. I'll just write some random numbers. I'll say 6, 10, 1, 104, 7, 8, 9. We'll do a 50, a 60, 44, 16, 8, 17. Okay? So we just have an array of numbers. So what I want to do is basically iterate over the array and push all of the even numbers into a new array. So pause the video and see if you can do that. So how you can do that is as follows. We can create a variable, we'll say let even numbers be equal to, and we'll use the filter method on the numbers array to iterate over each element of that array and do a check. And we will return every number whereby that number mod 2 is strictly equal to 0. We've seen that before. That is how we can check to see if a number is an even number. So what we'll do is we'll say let even numbers be equal to, and it's going to be equal to our array of numbers, but we're going to invoke the filter method by saying dot filter. And we know the filter method is expecting to receive a callback function passed in as an argument, and the callback function is going to fire or run for each element in this array. So each element, we've got to get a reference to it. So what we're going to do is we're going to call that number, okay? And what do we want to do? Well, what we want to do is for each number in the original array, we want to return that number or push it into a new array depending on some condition. And that condition will be if the filter method is iterating over a number whereby that number mod 2 is strictly equal to 0. So we've seen this before. This is going to check to see if the number is even. So for example, 6 mod 2 divides in evenly, there's nothing left over. So 6 mod 2, 6 mod is 2, 6 divides in evenly to 2, divides in 3 times, so there's 0 left over, therefore 6 is an even number, okay? 10 will be the same, 10 mod 2, 10 divides in basically 5 times, so basically there's nothing left over, so we also know that 10 is an even number. 1, however, won't divide in evenly, it doesn't even divide in, there's 1 left over, so therefore 1 is an odd number, okay? So now what we can do is log out to the console, console.log, we'll say even numbers array, and what are the values? Well, comma separate, we're going to have our even numbers. So if I save and refresh, we see here we get our array of even numbers only. Okay, awesome. So that is how you can use the filter method to iterate over an array of numbers and essentially check to see what numbers are even and then push those into a new array. If you wanted to do the same to check for odd numbers, all you'd have to do is check if the number mod 2 was equal to 1, therefore we know it's an odd number. So to prove that to you, if I just comment that code out, what we can do is we can then check for the odd numbers. So what we'll do now is we'll say let odd numbers be equal to our numbers array dot filter. We're going to pass in our function here. Okay, and our callback function, and what we're going to do is call each number each item or element of the array that we're iterating over, we're going to get a reference to that by just calling it number. You could even call it element as well if you wanted, or item. It's up to you. We'll call it item, I guess. Actually, no, we'll call it number. Apologies. And what we're going to do is we're going to return each number that we're iterating over in this original array, provided some condition is true. And what we want to do is you want to check that the number mod 2 basically has a 1 left over. So that will return all of the odd numbers, okay? So for example, 6 mod 2 is 0, so an even number won't be added to our odd numbers array. 10 mod 2, well 10 divides an even into 2 5 times. There's nothing left over. Where 1 is an odd number, that'll go into our odd numbers array. So to prove that to you, if I just say console.log odd numbers, what we get now is our odd numbers array. So I'll just say comma separate and just say odd numbers array. So basically, it looks like most of the numbers were actually even. So what we can do is we can just uncomment that out. Sorry, let's try it again. Let's do both. Hang on. Oops. That normally works for me. Weird. Okay, that's not uncommenting out. Please bear with me. Try again. Oops. Oh, this is a disaster. There we go. Sorry, I was actually pressing the right one. I don't know what happened there. Okay, so essentially, guys, that is how we can use the filter method to iterate over an array of numbers. And basically what we can do is do a check. So return all of the even numbers and push those into an even numbers array, or return all of the odd numbers and push those into an odd numbers array. Okay, so that's awesome. That was just a bit more practice with the filter method in JavaScript. So what you can see here is we have our original array of all of these numbers. And what we've done is, using the filter method, we've pushed all the even numbers into the even numbers array and all of the odd numbers into the odd numbers array. So once again, the filter method can be used to iterate over all of the values or elements in an array. It will return true or false based on some condition, and whatever evaluates to true, or anything that passes that test, our test that we set will be pushed into the new array. Okay, that's awesome. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Hi everyone and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what we're going to do is we're going to iterate over an array of objects depending on some criteria. So what we're going to do is we're going to filter and get back all of the heroes who have a net worth of, let's say, $7,000 or more. So Diana's been around a while, so she actually has a lot of wealth. Bruce Wayne's probably worth about 8 billion. I don't even know if that's 800 million or 8 billion, but it's a lot. And Dick Grayson, in fairness to him, is actually a savvy investor, so he actually has $250,000 US saved. Okay, awesome. So now what we're going to do is we're going to use the filter method to iterate over our array of clients, and remember it's an array of objects because it's an array, but we've got our Clark Kent object, our Diana Prince object, our Bruce Wayne, and our awesome Dick Grayson. Okay, so what we want to do is just get back any of these individuals who have a net worth of $7,000 or more. Okay, maybe we're offering them a free trade if we are a stockbroker, or we're going to give them a gift voucher for Christmas because, you know, they mean a lot to us as clients, except for Clark Kent. So what we'll do is we'll say let wealthy clients be equal to, I'll tell you what, we'll search for anyone with a net worth of over 200,000 because, like, yeah, that's what we'll do. So how do we use the filter method? Well, what we can do is we can say our wealthy clients, our new array is going to be equal to clients.filter, and we know we need to pass in a callback function here that's going to fire for each item or object in the array. And all we want to do is basically just return, okay? And what we want to do is, inside of the callback function, just pass in a reference to each object that we're iterating over. In this case, it is going to be a client. So what we want to do is we want to return that client. We want to get true and push this data, the item that we're iterating over, into the new array if the clients.assets is greater than or equal to, we'll say $200,000, okay? Now, if I was to log out the original array So we'll say all clients. Let's try that again. All clients. If I just log out clients to the console, okay, we're going to see an array of objects. We're going to have Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, and Robin, okay, although Robin technically became another hero later on. Okay, so we have our all clients, and we have here our various clients slash heroes. But watch what happens when I then log out to the console. Our new array, we've called that the new clients, or wealthy clients. And if I log out now, wealthy clients, that array, what we're going to find is that we're only going to have 3 individuals in our new clients. So the difference is, in the first array we had 4 people. In this new array of objects we only have 3 people. So Clark Kent did not make the cut. The others are quite wealthy individuals. Clark Kent doesn't get paid a whole lot at the newspaper, okay? So what we did essentially was we created an array. It is an array of objects. So we have our opening and closing square bracket there because it's an array. We have the Clark Kent object, the Diana Prince object, the Bruce Wayne object, and the Dick Grayson object. And each object has key value pairs. They have name, assets, address, okay? But what we did was we used the filter method to filter over the clients, because we said clients dot filter, and we pass in this callback function that's going to fire. So the callback function here, it's going to fire a run for each object or item in the array. And what we did was, because client is just a reference to each one of those, so that's client the first time the filter method iterates over the array. That's client, that's a client, and that's a client. And what we did was we accessed the client.assets and performed some sort of test. So what happens is, if the object or the hero or the client, if the object or the client had assets that were basically greater than $200,000, basically what we want to get is we want to return true and then push that into our wealthy clients array. So the first time the filter method iterates over clients, it says, okay, does the first object have assets greater than or equal to 200,000? That evaluates actually to false. So no, Clark Kent is not pushed into the new array. The test here will be true. Diana's quite rich. Bruce is obviously true. He passed the condition. And Dick Gray went long the US equity markets years ago. So he's also quite wealthy. And basically what happens is these 3 objects, the heroes or the clients, get pushed into the new array, but Superman or Clark Kent does not. Key point about this tutorial really is that you can also use the filter method to iterate over an array of objects, and depending on whatever condition you're looking out for, you can push certain objects from an array into a new array, and alternatively you don't have to if whatever object doesn't meet the criteria, it's not pushed in. Okay, so guys, that is the filter method once again, but we saw the filter method now where we could use it to iterate over an array of objects. So yeah, that's awesome. Very useful as well when you start working with JSON and talking to an API. Typically you will get data back in the form of an array of objects. We'll be speaking about that later on in the course, but I'll leave that tutorial here for now. Awesome, thank you. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, we are live once again talking about the filter method in JavaScript. Okay, so in this tutorial what we're going to do is once again cover the filter method. What I've done is I've created a variable called close and assigned that the value of an array, but the array contains objects, so it is an array of objects. And what I want to do is create a fictional situation whereby we're working for an e-commerce store, maybe Amazon or Shopify or one of the big ones, and it's basically the middle of winter, so all of our summer products are not selling, okay? So we've put them all on sale. So we've got the summer shorts, you see here on sale has a boolean of true. The aviators, no one really wants to spend $500 in aviators during winter, so that's also on sale. The winter items, such as the winter chocolates, winter scarf, are not on sale, okay? They're doing quite well. It's very cold and dark, everyone wants to buy chocolates, they want to buy a scarf, and a lot of really nice parents want to buy, you know, a scarf, glove and hat for their kids or for their brothers and sisters or whatever. So everything on sale is basically a summer item. The summer sunblock, the summer shorts, etc. So our boss wants us to use the filter method to just come back and tell him what items are on sale. just so he or she can see what is in stock. I should have maybe put quantity in stock as well, but you know, it's fine. So what we're going to do is use the filter method. And just before we get into this, remember the filter method can also be used, for example, by streaming platforms. If you're ever on Disney Plus or Amazon Prime or Netflix and you're typing in some sort of cool movie you want to watch, you know, as you're typing those in, there's an event listener essentially filtering out the results you're not looking for, or filtering the ones you are looking for, returning true, and then populating the page. Okay, so remember the filter method will return true or false for each item that you're iterating over, depending on the condition you're looking for. And in our case, we want to look out for the summer items. So what we can do is create a variable. We'll say let. You could say items on sale or on sale items. We could say items on sale. Okay. Or close on sale. Well, we got chocolate, so it's items. And what we can do is on the close, you know, we do sell chocolates as well, so we're going to call that items instead. No, actually, I apologize. We're going to call that close. So what we're going to do, or products. Yeah, we'll call it products. Apologies. So we'll just say products. So what we're going to do is items on sale. We're going to iterate over our products array. So on the products array, an array of objects, we're going to use dot notation to access the inbuilt filter method in JavaScript. It is a method, so it has parentheses. And what it is expecting is to receive a callback function, at least one parameter to be passed in. So we're going to pass in here a callback function, okay? And that callback function is going to fire or run for each item inside of our array, okay? So what I'm going to do is just get a reference to each one by calling it item. You could also call it product as well if you wanted, so we can say product. And what we want to do is we want to return each product into the items on sale array depending on some condition being true. So what I want to do is I want to check to see if the product we're iterating over is essentially on sale. Okay, so what's on sale? Well, the summer shorts are on sale. So the first time the filter method iterates over the array of objects, it's going to check this object first. It's going to check to see if the product that we're iterating over is on sale. This one is on sale, so that will evaluate to true. So that will be returned to us and stored inside of the new array called items on sale. So we're going to store in it the summer shorts because that will return true. Aviators, they're also on sale. So the aviator is going to be put in. Aviators. The winter chocolates are not on sale. So the filter method will return false for this one. Therefore, winter chocolates will not be pushed into our new array called items on sale. The winter scarf, similarly, is also not on sale. On sale is set to false. That property has a Boolean value of false. Therefore, it will not meet our condition. It's not on sale, so it will not be returned to us and therefore pushed into the new array. The summer sunblock, well, is it on sale? Yes, it is, and that's the condition we're looking for. So remember, when we're saying return product on sale, on this iteration, this is the product. Is it on sale? Yes, it is. That evaluates, in this case, to true. So therefore, we push the summer sunblock into our new array. And then lastly, this package here is not on sale, so that is not pushed in to the new array. So what I can do now is just console.log out the original array for you. So if I just say console.log products, so we'll just call them maybe, you know, all products or something. Let's say all products, and the string there, and comma separate. So if I log out the string all products and then our products array of objects, we should get all of the products. That's awesome. But now watch what happens when I just log out the items on sale. So we'll say on sale items. That's just a string. And now let's log out our items on sale array. And remember, the items on sale array, what we did was we used the filter method to iterate over each product, essentially an object, and check to see whether it was on sale or not. If the on sale had a Boolean of true, it was pushed into our new array. If it had a non-sale Boolean value of false, it was not. So if now I save and refresh, we get all products on sale, like so, but the items on sale are just the summer products because we were looking out to see if they were on sale. If that had a Boolean value of true, that was our condition. That's what we were checking for. Was the on sale property, did it have a Boolean value of true? And if it was, we wanted to return that and then store it in the items on sale. So it's a very useful method, the inbuilt filter method in JavaScript. Thank you. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so in this tutorial, I'm going to be introducing you to the reduce method in JavaScript. So what the reduce method does essentially, it actually returns just a single value. What it does is essentially you can call or invoke the reduce method on an array of values. You must pass in a callback function as an argument, and the callback function will have two parameters, okay? It will have the accumulator or the total and the item that we are iterating over. So what it can be used for is, let's imagine a fictional situation. We all love the movie Inception, where Leonardo DiCaprio goes in and says to Michael Caine, "Give me your best student." Or in the same way, tech giants will go into a university and try hire the candidates perhaps with good personalities and resumes and portfolios, but also perhaps the highest grades as well. So what we want to do is we're going to create an array of grades. We'll put some numbers into it, and what we're going to do is we're going to check to see how many students got a particular grade or higher, okay? And we can use the reduce method to do that. So let's create an array. We'll say let grades be equal to, and I'll just put in some values. We'll do a 70, a 65, a 55, a 40, an 85, that's quite high, a 90, a 55, a 40, 45, 75, let's do a 66, and a 12. Someone went out the night before the exam and was hungover. They'll have to repeat in August, but they'll do quite well the next time. Okay. What we want to do is we want to find out how many people or candidates or students got a grade, okay, of 70% or higher. So we know we can check for that by saying greater than or equal to 70. Well, using the human eye, that's one student. They didn't get over 70, neither did they. 40, 85, yeah, that's 2. 90 is 3, and then 75 is 4. So 4 is not a lot. Let's add one more student at the end who did quite well. They got 73. So we can see here that 5 students got a grade of 70% or higher. But how could we write code to find this out? Well, what we could do is find the total number of students who met our criteria by using the reduce method. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a variable, and we're going to call them hired students. These students will all get a job if they got a grade of greater than or equal to 70. So we just want to tell maybe Google or Amazon how many students in our class got the grades they were looking for. So what we can do is assign this to the value of grades, the name of our array, and then using dot notation, access the inbuilt reduce method in JavaScript. It is a method, so it has parentheses. And what we need to do is we need to just pass in here a callback function, okay? Now the callback function is expecting to receive 2 parameters. Number 1, when we're iterating over the elements of the array, we need to keep count of how many students have met our criteria. So we can call that total. Some people call it ACC for the accumulator, okay? And then of course we need to keep track of the item that we're iterating over in the array, and we will call that grade, okay? So we will call that grade. Then what we can do is have our condition, because remember, we're trying to see how many grades were greater than or equal to 70. And we know we can do that check with an if statement. So we'll say if grade is greater than or equal to 70, we're going to do something. We're going to enter the code block. And what we're going to do is we're going to increment the variable that we called total. And we know we can do that using the increment operator symbolized by plus plus. Now there's only one problem. We first of all need to actually return total, okay? So let's return the total. So if I come down here, I can say return total, that variable. But one key point you'll note is at nowhere here have we actually initialized total, that variable with a value. So what we can do is down here, just put a comma and put in 0, okay? And that is the last piece of data that we need to define, is what is the variable value for total. So we're just basically putting in a 0 here at the end to assign that a value of total. So now what we have is we have a variable. We've said let higher students be equal to. On our grades array, so the array name, you can invoke the method by using .reduce. We pass in the basically 2 parameters to this callback function. So see here we have our callback function, and what we're doing is we're having our total to keep track of how many students met our criteria, and we're doing our check, and of course we're initializing the total variable with a value of 0 down here. So what happens is we pass in the accumulator, or the total, and grade. Grade is just a reference to each item in the array that we're iterating over, or in other words, the array that we're using the reduce method on. So what happens is, for each grade, the reduce method is iterating over each of these values, and it performs this check. So if the check is true, we're adding 1 to the total. So the first time the reduce method begins iterating, we get 70. Is 70 that grade greater than or equal to 70? That evaluates to true. So what we do is, using the increment operator, we're adding 1 to our total variable. So now total has a value of 1. Okay. 65 does not meet our criteria. It's not greater than or equal to 70. Neither is 55 or 40. So therefore, we do not enter the curly braces, the if statement code block. We don't increment the total. 85 we do. 85 is greater than or equal to 70. So we use total plus plus. We use the increment operator to add 1 to our total. So 1 plus 1 is 2. Now total, the number of total students with a grade of greater than or equal to 70 is 2. 90, of course, meets our criteria. So again, that will be 3. Unfortunately, we have a batch of students who do not get a grade of, 70 or higher. So none of those basically meet our criteria. Therefore, we don't increment the total variable. And finally, our last student got 73. I said at the start there was 5 students. Have I missed one? 1, 2, I missed 75, apologies. Okay, so basically what it is there's actually 5 students who are going to meet our criteria. So if I now say refresh and go down to Google Chrome and refresh, well, I didn't log out to the console, my bad. So let's just log out hired students. Hired students. And now let's have a look, and we should see 5. And we get 5. So the great thing about the reduce method is you can iterate over an array of values and check to see how many, in this case, students got a grade of greater than or equal to 70. We could, of course, be more strict if we want. We could say, okay, we actually want to see how many got a grade of 75 or higher, and that's going to reduce now to just 2 students because only candidates with scores of 85 and 90 meet our criteria. And I noticed there I said the word reduce, no pun intended. So if I just refresh now, we see here we now get a score of 3. What the hell? Ah, sorry, I forgot about you. 75 as well. Okay, awesome. So basically 3 people get a grade of 75 or higher. Maybe the economy slows down a bit, so they don't need to hire as many candidates. So we could actually change this now if one of the tech giants wanted to. We only want to hire candidates with a grade of 80% or higher. And if we refresh, and we see there, now we only get two candidates or 2 students who got a grade of 80% or higher. So that is the reduce method in JavaScript. The key point about the reduce method is it returns a single value. So we saw that here, for example, we're only now getting 2 students, so it's a single value. Basically with the reduce method, you must pass in a callback function, okay? So we see the callback function here, and basically what it's doing is it's doing our check for us. That callback function receives 2 parameters, or 2 arguments passed in, 2 parameters you need to define. The total, so we will always call that ACC, the accumulator, keeping track of how many you're adding to your total or your counter. And then of course you have the item in the array you're iterating over, and in this case we called it grade because it is an array of grades. And then lastly, of course, you must initialize your counter variable or your total or your accumulator with a value. So I just set 0 here at the end after the comma, and then what we did was we just essentially just logged out the returned result to us from the reduce method to the console, and in this case we get 2. But if we were to lower that back down to be, let's say, 70, then I believe we saw previously that we hire 5 candidates. 5 students got a grade of 70 or higher. Okay, and we see here a single value has been returned to us, just the number 5. Okay, that's awesome. Thank you for your attention. That is the reduce method in JavaScript. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so in this tutorial we're going to cover the find method in JavaScript. So how you can call or invoke it is on whatever array you're looking to iterate over, use dot notation, and you can access the find method. So how it works is when we call or invoke the find method, we're going to call back in, we're going to pass in a callback function, and the callback function is going to fire for each element in the array while we're looking for some sort of condition. So what the find method does, it returns the first value or element in an array that meets our search criteria. So imagine, for example, one of the tech giants wants to hire the first person in the class they see with a grade of, let's say, 80% or higher, okay? So it doesn't matter that this person here got 90% and they got the highest grade. The tech giants come in and they just say, who got a grade of 80% or higher? And the first person they see that meets that criteria, they say, you're hired, come with us, and that's it, it's over, okay? So how this would work is, if we're searching for 80% or higher, 47 is not greater than or equal to 80, either is 11, but this person here, 89, that is the first score that meets our criteria, so they're hired, okay? So to prove this to you, what we can do is we can say let hired student, so we're only hiring one person who meets our criteria. So how we can find this person is on the array we're iterating over, called grades, use dot notation, and you can access the find method, okay? And what we're going to do is we're just going to pass in here a callback function, and that is going to fire for each item in the array, okay? Well, really it's just going to return the first criteria, but you know what I mean. So we could call it item, but what we're going to do is refer to each element in the array as grade, because that's what they are. And all we're going to do is just return where the grade we're iterating over is greater than or equal to 80, okay? So what will happen is, and then we'll just log it out to the console. So what's going to happen is the filter method runs on our array that we've invoked or called it on. So we've called the inbuilt find method on the array called grades, okay? And what we do is we pass in a callback function. So the callback function is going to fire for each grade, okay? So the first time it runs, what it's going to do is it's going to say, okay, is 47 greater than or equal to 80? Well, 47, okay, is that greater than or equal to 80? That evaluates to false, okay? So that number is not returned to us in this variable. So then the find method searches the next element of the array, 11, okay? Does 11 have a value greater than or equal to 80? Well, that is also going to evaluate the false. But then the next time it runs, it comes across 89, okay? Well, is 89 greater than or equal to 80? Well, that evaluates to true, okay? So because that is evaluated to true, what happens is we are returned that value. So 89 is returned to us, and it is stored inside of the hired student variable, and then all we do is log that out to the console. So 89 was the first score that met our criteria, i.e. it was greater than 80, and because that returned a Boolean true, then the element in the array 89 is returned to us, and we store it in the variable called hired student. So if I now save and refresh and go to the console, we get 89. Awesome. If you were to change the criteria, so for example, make it that we hire the first student with a grade of, let's say, 90 or higher, well, what's going to happen is 89 no longer meets our criteria. It would in fact be 90. So if we just save and refresh, we should see here that we get 90. So really what the find method does is it is searching the elements or the values of an array. It is trying to find one that matches your criteria, and the first element of the array that meets the criteria is returned to us, okay? So when we were looking for someone with a grade of, did we say greater than or equal to 80 or 85? I think it was 80. Even though 90 was a higher score, and even though 87 also is greater than 80, because the person who got 89 was closer to the start of the array, maybe they're sitting at the nearest the door in the class, so when the tech giants come in, it's the first person they see. The whole key point about the find method in JavaScript is it returns the first element in an array that meets your search condition. In this case, finding someone who got a grade greater than or equal to 80, and grade is just a placeholder, just what we call the parameter. Grade is just a reference to each item in the array called grades. Okay, awesome. Thank you for your attention. I'll see you in the next one. That was the find method in JavaScript. Hey friends, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial, what I'm going to do is I'm going to teach you about method chaining in JavaScript, the idea that we can chain different methods together. Okay, so method chaining. So for example, we could use, for example, the filter method on the array of heroes down here, maybe filter out just to get the heroes who are in the Marvel universe. And then what we could do is map over that array and then do something with it. So the key point about method chaining is you could do something with an array, use one method, but then chain on another method and do something else. And what you'll notice is that we can actually make the syntax of this quite short. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to first of all use the filter method to iterate over the array of heroes and just return any hero that is in the DC universe. Then what I'll do is just log them out to the console. Then what I'll do is I'll store them in a variable, another array, the heroes we've got back from the DC universe, iterate over those and just return out using a template literal, the hero is awesome and they belong to a certain universe. And then what we'll do is we'll actually do that with method chaining, and I'll show you how the syntax is a lot shorter. So that's what we're going to do in this tutorial. So we might just say let we'll do it with Marvel. So we say let Marvel heroes be equal to heroes. So heroes, this array of heroes, an array containing objects. Using dot notation, we're going to use access the filter method, okay? And we know with the filter method we need to pass in a callback function. And what we're going to do is just get a reference to each object in the array that we're filtering over, and we'll call that object hero. And remember, the filter method will return heroes to us. So what I want to do is just want to say return where the hero that we're iterating over, where their universe is strictly equal to the Marvel universe. So basically, remember, we saw previously with the filter method that if the condition that we're testing for evaluates to true, we add the element of the array we're iterating over to our new array. So for example, is Batman part of the Marvel universe? No, he's not. That evaluates to false. But Thor and Iron Man are. So when we filter over those, that will evaluate to true. And same with Captain America. And essentially what will happen is they'll be pushed into the Marvel heroes array. So now if I just say console.log Marvel heroes, we should see that we've gotten Thor, Iron Man, and Captain America. Let me just show you this. We see here Thor, Iron Man, and Captain America. Awesome. Now, what I could do is take the Marvel heroes and then map over them. So what I could do is I could say Marvel heroes, okay, dot map, and what we want to do is we want to iterate over each hero that belong to the Marvel universe. So we know we need to pass in our callback function, the function that's going to run or fire for each element in the array we just saw in the console. So we got to get a reference to each hero. We'll call that hero. And what we want to do is we just want to essentially return a string for each hero, but I'm going to use a template literal. So I should have said we're going to actually return a template literal. So using the backticks beside the number 1 on your keyboard, we know that we can embed variables. So we can just say the hero name. So we'll say hero.name is an awesome hero and they belong to the, and then using the, remember with the template literal, using the $sign and the curly braces, we can access the, basically we can embed variable values into a string, or more specifically template literal, and they belong to the hero.universe. So what we should see here now is basically we're going to be logging out, when we log out Marvel heroes, we'll see that, Thor is an awesome hero and they belong to the Marvel universe. Well, it's just actually going to say they belong to the Marvel, so we just add universe there for that to make sense. So now if I say console.log Marvel heroes, let's have a look. Hopefully I didn't make any mistakes. we get this new array. And did I not log it out to the console? Oh, my apologies. I didn't store that in an array. So Marvel Heroes, yeah, I haven't actually returned that. My apologies. So what I want to do is we want to say let, we'll call them awesome heroes. Awesome heroes be equal to awesome heroes, and then we'll log out that array. Awesome heroes. My bad, apologies. So just to recap, what we're doing is we have an array of heroes. We've all the different heroes from the various universes. When I say universe, you've got DC Comics, Marvel Comics. So what we're doing is we're filtering out to get back all of the ones from Marvel. So Thor, Iron Man, and Captain America, okay? Then what we're doing is on that array with our 3 heroes from the Marvel Universe, we're iterating over each one of those and just returning that the hero name is an awesome hero and they belong to that universe. We store it then in the variable awesome heroes and logged it out to the console. My apologies for not, I'm getting a bit hungry, so I'll have to make some food after this. But we see here, for example, Thor is an awesome hero and they belong to the Marvel Universe. Iron Man is an awesome hero and they belong to the Marvel Universe. And Captain America is an awesome hero and they belong to the Marvel Universe. So we're just basically returning a string for each one. But you notice that this is how much code I wrote, and then I logged it out to the console. So is there a way we could actually make that more concise? Well, there actually is, and you can do that with method chaining, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to write out that code again, but this time I'm going to use method chaining. So what I can do is I can actually make this code more concise. So I can say let Marvel Heroes be equal to, okay? And we're going to use filter. So it's heroes, original array, dot filter. And what I'm going to do is, once again, we're going to pass in the callback function, okay? So we're going to iterate over each hero and do what we did the first time. And what we're doing is we're just going to return essentially where the hero universe is equal to Marvel. So use the code we did above. We're going to say return where hero.universe is strictly equal to Marvel, okay? So that's what we're doing there. Now, instead of, basically doing what we did here, I want to map over the Marvel heroes and store it in a variable. What we can do is we can actually just chain on the map method right here. So instead of taking Marvel heroes down here and then mapping over it and storing that new variable, we don't need to do that. We can just use the map method right away. So what you do is you just say dot map. And now we can do our map method here. And remember, the map method, again, will take back in, it's going to take in a callback function as an argument. So we'll call it hero, okay? The 2 methods don't have access to each other, so that's why I can say hero here, use hero as a local variable there, and then hero again here for map. And what I can do then is just do our original code, where I can say return, we'll do the template literal, sorry, wrong button. What we're going to do is we're going to return hero.name, what do we say, is an awesome hero, and they belong to the hero.universe, and then add the word universe at the end, just so it makes sense, okay? So now what I've done is instead of writing out all of this code, I've just wrote this code. And what you can do is put your semicolon at the end there. So you notice that I don't put a semicolon at the end of the first method, in this case the filter method. So that's what we did up here when we wrote the code. I know it's commented out, but we have our semicolon there to basically end that statement, and then we run another piece of code. There's no semicolon there, okay? Now, if I log out Marvel Heroes, we should basically get the exact same thing. So Marvel Heroes, tell you what, I won't log out anything. Let me just save and refresh and just clear the console. So let's do that. Console is now clear. And now let's log out console.log our Marvel Heroes. Okay, and then I want to show you that this works and how to make it even more concise. Okay, and we see here, we get our array, okay? So Thor is an awesome hero, so is Iron Man and Captain America. And the cool thing about this is we've actually used method chaining. We did something on the heroes array, we filtered over it, okay? We wrote our code here, so we have our first callback function. So we're writing our filter code, filtering out over this array of objects and only returning those in the Marvel universe. And then what we're doing is then we're mapping over and basically just returning a template literal. Now, to make this more concise, you'll notice that we've only passed in one parameter to both callback functions. So the first thing you can do is delete the parentheses there for hero, and also delete the parentheses there. So we know what arrow functions we're allowed to do that. So if I save and refresh, our code should still work. So we get no errors, that's cool. But we can make this even more readable. What we can do, and I'm not crazy, is we can actually, suppose you could say, put or scoot down the filter method onto a new line. And what we can do is just delete that space there, bring all that up to one line. Okay. Just do that again. So you notice that we have the semicolon ending within the code, but for the end of the filter method, I'm just going to put a space there and then call the map method. And what I can do is basically just delete all of that up like so. So this might look crazy, but you'll notice here we're able to put the filter method on one line, okay? Filter method on one line and the map method on another line. So if you wanted, what you could do is you could put the dot there and then delete the dot there just so they look the same. But I actually prefer, what I like to do is put the dot here. So dot filter and then dot map. And if I save, I should get no errors there in Visual Studio Code, and that's still working. So what we're now doing is we're saying let Marvel heroes be equal to heroes, okay, this array of heroes, but on this line here, we're filtering over this array of heroes and returning only the heroes that belong to the Marvel Universe. So Thor, Iron Man, and Captain America. Captain America, let's try that again. And then what I'm doing is on the next line, I'm then using the map method to iterate over what was returned to us and then just return this string. So, you know, return hero name is an awesome hero. We'll delete and they belong to that universe. It just makes it a bit very long. But if I save and refresh, what we're doing is basically on this line, we're using the filter method to get the Marvel heroes. And then what we're doing is we are using the map method to return essentially a template literal. Basically, a fancy way of saying a string with a variable inside of it. So if I just save and refresh, we see here we've basically used two different methods now. And what we've done is step one, we've got the Marvel heroes back, and step two, we've created a template literal. We've said Thor is an awesome hero, Iron Man, Captain America, etc. And the really cool thing about the ability to chain methods together is you'll notice that we actually did the filter method on that line, and then we did the map method on that line. And if I just delete all of the comments here, just so you can see the code and how concise it is. And notice again, I didn't use a semicolon here. Okay, I did not do that. There's no semicolon. We're going straight onto the map. It's almost like doing this, you know, heroes. Well, it is like doing this. It's like heroes.filter, run this code, and then .map, run that code. But as I say, you're able to put the filter method onto a line by itself, and you're also able to put the map method onto a line by itself. Okay. If I put a semicolon there, you notice then I start to get an error. So don't have a semicolon there. That would end the statement and you get an error. So if I save and refresh, hopefully everything should still work. I believe it will. Awesome. Okay. And yeah, that was method chaining. Basically, method chaining means we can chain array methods together. So that's the first time we've done that in this course. So that's awesome. Really what we did was we used the filter method to iterate over an array of heroes and just return the ones in the Marvel universe, and then we used the map method to iterate over what was returned to us and then just create a template literal. So I'll leave that tutorial there. That was awesome. Get some practice yourself and see if you can do it with the DC universe. But I'll see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome back. Welcome to chapter 9 of the course. Chapter 9 will be very brief. It's just going to be two very short tutorials introducing you to date and time in JavaScript. So that's what this tutorial is about. So what we're going to do in this tutorial is we're going to use the new keyword and we're going to use a constructor to create a date. So a constructor is basically something we can use in JavaScript to construct something. You'll learn a lot more about constructors when you start looking at object-oriented programming in more detail. So that's a topic I encourage you to look at. I'm not going to include it in this course, JavaScript for Beginners. We're going to do date and time, then look at asynchronous JavaScript, and then the course will be over. But definitely worth looking at as a topic. So what we're going to do is, we're going to say let date be equal to, and we're going to use the constructor to create a new date. And all we need to do is just say new, the keyword, and we have date, and it has parentheses, okay? So what we're doing is we are creating a new date, okay? So date is an inbuilt constructor in JavaScript. So let's actually type this out. Well, what I can do firstly is just say let date. So we're just calling our variable date, and we're assigning that the value of new date, okay? And date, you see here, it is a constructor. So we invoke that with our parentheses, and JavaScript is going to create a date for us. Now, if I save and refresh, nothing is going to happen because I haven't logged date out to the console. So if I just say console.log, so I'm going to log out our date variable. And now if I save and refresh, we see here, we get the current date and time that I'm recording the video on. So I'm just traveling North America at the moment. I'm near Toronto and New York. That's why we're seeing this very long date there. So you're seeing here, it's Thursday. It's the 11th of January 2024. Really funny, I started recording this course in 2023. So here we are in the future. This will be the past by the time you watch this video. So hello from the past. Okay, so what we've basically done is we have used the new keyword in JavaScript to create a new date, and we created the new date by invoking the constructor, and then what we did is we just stored it in the date variable and we logged it out to the console. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, let's just comma separate here. So I'm just going to write a string, sorry, I don't want to escape, where are my double quotes? Yes, we'll say today's date is, okay. So basically I've just logged out a string before today's date, and the reason I'm doing that is because the next thing I want to show you is just to prove to you that date is actually, well, I want to show you the data type. So I'm going to say console.log, the data type is, okay. And then what I want to do is, we've seen type of before, where we can check to see what type something is. Is it a string? Is it a Boolean, etc.? So I'm just going to say type of date to show you what we get. So if we save and refresh, we see here that the data type is an object. Okay, awesome. So basically, you can use JavaScript to create a date object. That's what we did. So when you invoke date here, what it does is it creates a date object. Sorry, that should be date object, not data object. Although technically it is a type of data, I guess. Anyway, we use the new keyword to invoke the constructor date. What that does is it creates a new date for us of type object, and we stored it in the date variable. So you're saying to yourself, okay, Dara, that's great. We have this very long piece of data here, and you've told me it's an object. What else can we do with it? Well, remember, we know in JavaScript there are inbuilt methods and properties on arrays, and we also know at objects that objects, we cover that in that chapter on objects, also have inbuilt, methods and properties. So what we can do is we can actually access all the different inbuilt methods that we can use. So for example, on date, we could call or invoke get full year, and what that will do is actually get the full year. So why don't we do that? Well, what I'm going to do is just log out console.log, and I'm going to say date, and then I'm going to call or invoke get full year. Okay, now it is an inbuilt method in JavaScript, so I need to invoke it using parentheses. Okay, so let's save and refresh, and we see here I get 2024. Very big year for the world, a lot of elections around the world, so that's exciting. So that is the get full year. Let me just make that a single comment. Yeah, so that's how we can get a year, by using the get full year method. So the year, basically you can just use the get full year method. You can also, for example, if you wanted to, get the months. So that's another thing you could do. So if I say console.log, we have our date. Remember, date's just the variable up here. Date is a variable. It's been assigned the value of new date. So we can then say get month, okay? So let's call that with our parentheses, and let's have a look at what we get. And we see here we get 0. So what you'll note is that even though it's January, JavaScript has assigned this a value of 0. So remember, JavaScript is a 0-based language. It starts counting at 1. So when you use the get month method, while the get full year method will essentially, apologies, return the actual year. So for example, in this case, 2024, what get month does is it actually returns a number between 0 and 11. So basically January is 0, February is 1, March is 2, April is 3, etc. So it's a bit counterintuitive, but you just got to remember that JavaScript does start counting at 0. Another thing you can do as well is you can also get the day, for example. So if we were to say day, how you do that is you just call or invoke the inbuilt get day method. Okay, so let's have a look at that. We can say console.log date.get get day. Okay, so remember, it's an inbuilt method. You have to call or invoke it with parentheses. And what do we get here? We get 4. Okay, so it's kind of weird. It actually starts counting for Sunday. So Thursday is actually 4. Okay, Monday is 1, Tuesday is 2, Wednesday is 3, Thursday is 4, Friday is 5, 6 is 7. So sorry, 0. I should have recorded this on a Sunday, but essentially, if I had done it on a Sunday, Sunday would actually be 0. So Monday is 1, Tuesday is 2, Wednesday is 3, Thursday is 4, as we saw, Friday is 5, and Saturday is 6. So basically, get day actually counts between 0 and 6. Okay, so I sometimes find it a bit weird because it actually will return the actual year, but then if you want to get the month, you know, it returns basically a number between 0 and 11, 0 being January, and then if you want to say get day, it will return 0 on a Sunday. I did it on a Thursday, so that's why we got a 4 there. Okay, awesome. So there are other inbuilt methods as well, but key point about this tutorial is that you can call upon the date constructor to construct a new date for you in JavaScript. The date is of type object. You can also then store that in a variable. I just called it date, and we saw here we were able to log out the date, that full long string. We checked to see it was its data type. It is of course an object, and we saw just 3 inbuilt methods we can use that we can call on the date object. We saw get full year, in this case 2024. We saw get month, in this case 0, because it's January, and then get day, and that gave us a 4 because I'm recording this on a Thursday. Okay, awesome. I'll see you in the next tutorial. We'll do a bit more work with date and time. Awesome. Hey friends, and welcome back. Okay, in the last tutorial we saw how we can use I was trying to say that and the, sorry, we start again. Hello friends, in the last tutorial we saw how we can use the date constructor to create a new date in JavaScript. So we use the keyword new, we use date with a capital D, we have our parentheses to call or invoke the constructor, and that creates a date object for us, and we just stored it in the variable called date. We saw that we can see the date, we can confirm it is of type object, and we saw that we can use these inbuilt methods in JavaScript. So we can say date.getFullYear to invoke that method on the date object, and we saw that got us 2024. We saw we can use .getMonth, and that will essentially get us a month. You know, 0 is January, 11 would be December, so it gets us a number between 0 and 11. And we saw we can use get day as well. Just double check yourself get day and whatever time zone you're in and what do you get. But to the best of my knowledge, I think Europe and North America are the same, but double check that. Okay, awesome. So what I want to do now is just show you some of the other inbuilt methods we can use on date. So for example, we can use the get hours method, and that will return essentially a number between 0 and 23. As I'm recording this, it's 5 past 7 p.m. So if we say console.log hours, okay, and what I'm going to do is on the date variable that we have created, and that's obviously been assigned the value of a new date, we're just going to call or invoke the get hours method, and then we're going to get our hours. So if I go down to Google Chrome and just refresh, we see here we get 19. Okay, so basically it goes between 0 and 23. It's just gone to the 19th hour. At 8 it'll be 20, etc. Okay, awesome. So that's pretty straightforward. So when I did it, it was 7:05 p.m. Well, now it's actually 7:06, and we saw that returned to us 19. Was it 19:05 or 19:06 or 19:04? Oh, sorry, this is just get hours. Yeah, so that's just 19. It doesn't matter. Apologies. Awesome. Okay, and then we also have another inbuilt method we can use, and that is get minutes. I'm thinking of miss minutes from Loki, but anyway. Okay, so what we can do here is we can say console.log, and we're going to do minutes, and minutes will get you a minute between 0 and 59. So it looks like it's still 6 minutes past the hour here. So if I say date.get minutes, it'll probably be 7 by the time I log this out to the console. But again, date.get minutes to call or invoke that method, and we have our parentheses there. It's gone 19:07. So if I save and refresh, we see here minutes. It's 7 minutes past the hour. So that's awesome. So we saw get hours and get minutes. And believe it or not, yes, you can actually say get seconds. Not food, I mean get seconds as in, the actual seconds. So for get minutes, as we saw, that returns a number between 0 and 59. For seconds now, let's have a look. We say console.log and seconds. And again, we're just going to say date.get seconds. And remember, date just isn't a random variable. Date is a variable that we've created, but we've actually assigned the value of new date. So when we call or invoke date with a capital D, and remember we invoke it with parentheses, we are basically calling upon the constructor to create a date for us, and we use the keyword new before it. So we're saying new date, and we're storing that in the variable date, and that's why we can say date.getHours or date.getMinutes, and now we're doing date.getSeconds. So I'm going to keep refreshing a few times just to show you how the seconds are updating. So we get 17, 20, 22, let's wait a minute, or let's wait a few seconds, 26, 29, 32. It's a shame it isn't a countdown to a new year, but as I say, we've just had New Year's. Okay, 37, 38, 40. I'm actually going to go the whole way. 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 55, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, and then 0. Did you see that? Went from 59 to 0. Okay, so yeah, that's awesome. Okie dokie. Okay, so that is how we can use the different, well, first of all, that is how you can create a new date in JavaScript. We saw it in the last tutorial. We created a variable called date, and we just assigned it equal to new date, and we called the constructor to create a new date for us. That's inbuilt into JavaScript. And then on the date object of type object with a date, we can say .get hours, get minutes, get seconds, etc. And we saw in the last tutorial, there's other methods as well. Feel free to just have a look to see what other inbuilt methods there are. So if I say date dot, we see here there's get date, get day, get full year, get hours, get minutes, get month, get seconds, get milliseconds, etc. So a few different things there that you can access. Okay, awesome. In the next chapter, we're going to start looking at asynchronous JavaScript. So I'll see you then, and let's just delete the random.ge there, not the share price, General Electric. Okay, awesome. See you in the next one. Okay, congratulations. Welcome to the last chapter of the course where we're going to be working with APIs for the first time. So what is an API? Well, an API stands for an Application Programming Interface. And you're saying, okay, that's great. I now know what an API stands for, but what is it? Well, what we can do when we are creating applications sometimes is send a request somewhere else to get data, okay? And then we get that data back. So for example, you might make a weather app whereby you send a request to get data from an API somewhere, and it might send back whether it is raining or not in Houston, Texas, okay? That is an example of a request being sent to an API and a response being sent back. If you were to ever make a YouTube clone, maybe with a front-end framework such as React, you might also have to send a request to an API, maybe for example the YouTube API, and get the videos back in the form of JSON. So in this chapter of the course, we're going to learn about GET requests, how to send a request to an API, the data format that it comes back in. But first we have to understand the difference between asynchronous and synchronous JavaScript. So what we've covered in this course so far is synchronous JavaScript. That is the idea that things happen one at a time. So JavaScript is a synchronous programming language whereby tasks or operations are executed one line after the other in a sequential manner. So we saw this, for example, when we were logging out things to the console. If we were to run this code, we would have the statement, I'm the first line of code execute, followed by I am the second line of code, followed by the third line of code, okay? One of the downfalls or disadvantages of synchronous code is that if there is a mistake somewhere, one line of code can block the rest of the operation from running. We saw that whenever we had a typo, for example, if I was trying to access a variable that didn't work, the whole script file essentially would just stop working, okay? So synchronous is the whole idea that tasks are executed one at a time. So for example, building a house, maybe you need to chop down the tree, I need to turn it into limber, and then our friend actually, puts the timber onto the roof. That would be basically an example of a synchronous operation where you have to chop down the tree, I have to wait for you before I can, make the timber bars, and then our friend has to wait for me to provide them with the timber or the lumber in a certain way for them to use the nails and hammer it onto the roof of a house. Okay, so it is synchronous. Asynchronous JavaScript is the idea that code can take some time to run, but typically what it means is that multiple tasks can happen at the same time. So for example, in the real world, making a Big Mac, believe it or not, can be an example of asynchronous because one person might be toasting the buns at one time while simultaneously someone is cooking the meat. Then of course the buns are handed to the person who dresses them, but you might have a situation where while the burger is cooking, we're actually toasting the buns and doing the dressing then. Okay, so that's two tasks happening at the same time. So that is the idea behind asynchronous. It's the idea that multiple things can be happening at the same time, so not necessarily in a sequential manner. So for example, you might be making an application and the first statement is executed. Then we move on to the second statement, statement 2, but maybe that is a piece of code that sends a request to an API and we're waiting to get data back. So if we write our code in an asynchronous manner, what happens is instead of waiting for us to get a response from the API to then go on and do the third task, we make our code so that, okay, while we're waiting for a response for statement 2, let's go on and do the third task, okay? So this is the whole idea behind asynchronous JavaScript. It's basically non-blocking. If you're sending a request to an API to do something, you don't need to wait for a response before doing something else. You can continue to execute operations in your JavaScript file. So the benefits of asynchronous JavaScript is that we can start running some code, but I'll have to wait for it to finish before going on to do something else. Like I just said, maybe you're sending a request to an API to get back, a song or a video but while you're waiting for that, you're doing something else, okay? And it is the whole idea that the execution of tasks in JavaScript or statements are not dependent on each other. So this conceptually doesn't make a whole lot of sense until we actually see the code. Key point about this part of the course, we're going to start working with APIs. We're going to learn what JSON is, GET requests. So just one key takeaway from this tutorial, try to understand the difference between synchronous and asynchronous JavaScript. Synchronous is the idea that tasks are executed one after the other. Task 1, then task 2, then task 3. If there is a mistake or an error somewhere, task 3 cannot happen until task 2 executes. Task 2 cannot happen until we've completed task 1. Asynchronous JavaScript is different. It is the idea that we can perform multiple operations simultaneously or at the same time, so they're not necessarily executed in a sequential manner. We might do task 1, then we start task 2. Task 2 is currently ongoing while we're waiting for a response, but we don't wait for a response to go on and execute task 3. So that is the key difference between synchronous and asynchronous JavaScript. Synchronous JavaScript is what we've seen so far in this course. Tasks are executed one after the other. Things happen one at a time in a sequential manner. But with asynchronous, multiple tasks can happen at once. Okay, so for example, I don't know if anyone's seen Loki on Disney Plus, but me and you in our lives, that's all happened in a sequential way, I suppose you could say. You might do one thing and then do something else and then do something else, where with the multiverse theory, there are potentially multiple things happening at the same time. Also, even in our current timeline, if I went down and made a cup of tea, maybe I'm waiting for the kettle to boil, but I'm also cooking beans at the same time. That would be me performing asynchronous tasks, basically doing two tasks at the same time, not waiting for one to finish before doing the other. But conceptually, it's hard to really get a grasp of this until we actually see it in action. So I'm going to end the tutorial there, and I'll see you in the next one. We need to understand the difference, of course, between synchronous and asynchronous and what they are for us to work with APIs. Okay, awesome. See you in the next one. Okay, so in this tutorial, we're just going to speak in a little bit of detail about APIs, what they are, and just some basic terminology I want you to be aware of or to understand before we actually start writing code to talk to an API. Okay? So first of all, what is an API? Well, as I said, an API stands for an Application Programming Interface. You can send a request to an API and get data back. So an API almost is like a server somewhere. It is a server on a computer over the internet, and you can speak to an API to get data back. So as I say, we can talk to APIs and get back data. This data typically comes in the form of something known as JSON, okay? So JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. That's not really important. What matters is that you understand it is a format, and JSON is an easy to read format. So you can talk to APIs that already exist. So for example, there are weather APIs where you can get the weather, as I say, weather conditions in Florida, Texas, maybe Calgary. You can actually get the latest Bitcoin price if you want to speak to a Bitcoin API. You can even make your own API if you know a server-side language such as Node.js. So the key point is that an API is a server somewhere. You can talk to it, basically say to the API, hey, I want to get data. You can get data for Bitcoin, for stock prices, for weather, okay? So it allows you to make really cool applications. So here are two examples of an API endpoint. So I've said to you, you can speak to an API. APIs will have different endpoints, okay? So for example, there's one API called catfact.ninja/fact, where you can actually just get a random fact about a cat, okay? There's also a Bitcoin API where you can get the Bitcoin price, the latest price for Bitcoin, if you hit that Bitcoin API endpoint, okay? So just to recap, an API stands for an Application Programming Interface, and you can talk to an API to get back data. The data will typically come back to you in the form of JSON. JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. It's just a formatted data, and APIs will have endpoints. They're the endpoints that I often use the term we speak to, okay? When I say we speak to, we're basically writing code to send a request to the API to get data back. And then, like I say, what is JSON? Well, JSON is the format of the response we typically get nowadays. Most APIs will send back a response in the form of JSON, most but not all. So as we've said, JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation, and really it's basically a string of data that looks like an object or an array of objects. It's not really, but it looks like it, and it's very easy to work with and easy for the human eye to read, okay? So that is what an API is. We speak to an API to get data. It comes back in the form of JSON. Okay, awesome. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so this is a visual representation of what talking to an API looks like. Now, I like to use the term talking to an API, but if we're trying to get data back from an API, when I say talking to an API, what I really mean is we are sending a GET request to an API, and then we're getting some form of response. So if everything works, we're over here, we're building our website. Maybe we're building a weather app, for example, or a YouTube clone. So this will be our application. What we do is we can send a request to the API to get data. So this is our website, our application, also known as the client. And what we're doing is we're sending a request to some sort of data source or server, okay? Maybe we're hitting the Bitcoin API. There's lots of them, but you know, a particular Bitcoin API, some sort of endpoint. So if everything works correctly, if you have a good internet connection, you don't make any typos, and the API is working and operational, what will happen is you will send a request to the API to get data, and the API will send the data back. So we're almost ready now to start writing up some actual code to talk to an API. So as I say, we are the application or the client. We're sending a request to get data back from an API or server, and if everything works, it'll send back the data. Key points to note: when we send a request to an API and we're trying to get data, this is known as a GET request, and most APIs now will respond with a format known as JSON. Okay, so remember, an API, we know it stands for Application Programming Interface. It's really just a server somewhere on a computer over the internet, and you can get data back. You can get the latest price for Bitcoin. You can find out if it's raining in Vancouver. You know, what are the weather conditions like in Florida or Sydney, Australia, or whatever the case may be. Okay, so hopefully now over the last few tutorials you understand what asynchronous for synchronous programming is. You understand that an API is basically a server out there where we can get back data. Okay, so this is just a quick overview of that. We'll start writing some code now in a couple of tutorials, but just want you to conceptually understand an API is basically something you can talk to get data back, but you obviously have to write the code to talk to an API. So that is what we'll be covering now over the next few tutorials. Okay, so we're just going to talk briefly about fetch before we actually start writing code. So we're going to be writing out code where we make a GET request to an API and get data back. And to do that, we will be using what is known as the fetch API. So fetch is inbuilt into JavaScript, and it essentially is a new and modern way that allows us to make HTTP requests over the internet or the World Wide Web to get data. So what we're going to do is we're going to be using the fetch API to essentially fetch data, okay? So when you're working with the fetch API, we're just going to call it fetch, like Mean Girls, fetch. Anyway, the fetch API will expect to receive some sort of URL, okay? And this URL will be the URL or the API endpoint that we are trying to talk to or get data from. So in a previous tutorial, I actually showed you an endpoint that you can use to get random cat data and even to get the latest Bitcoin price, okay? So we're going to have to understand various things as well, such as promises, etc. But when we get a response back from an API, we're going to get a response that is known as a promise, okay? So if everything works out, the promise will eventually resolve to a response object, i.e. the data we need. What we can then do is use .then to essentially see the data or catch, if we need to catch an error, okay? So speaking to an API, there's a few different steps you have to go through. It's not just as simple as writing fetch, pasting in a URL, and then you get the data back in the format that you want. We're going to have to speak a bit about promises and then using a method known as .json. Just a quick point to note, Internet Explorer does not support the use of the Fetch API. At least that was the case last time I checked. So I'll be using Google Chrome. And then at a very basic level, this is a very basic example of a fetch request. We are going to use fetch to basically send a request to get a random cat fact back. Then what we're going to do is chain on the .then method. We will call the response, we get back the response, and then we're just going to log it out to the console to see what we get. Okay, so we've covered now over the last few tutorials, we've done a lot of theory. We've spoke about what an API is. We know an API is basically a server somewhere, and we can send a GET request to get data back. I've now told you we're going to use the Fetch API to send that request. We can hit or speak to an API endpoint to get data back, and that will come in the form of JSON. So we've covered now the basics of what an API is. In theory, the last few tutorials are very much theory focused. So the next few tutorials now we're going to actually start writing some code. We have quite a bit to learn, so I'm looking forward to being on that journey with you. So I'll see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so in the next tutorial is where we're going to start having fun. We will be writing our first fetch or first GET request in the next tutorial. For this tutorial, what I want to do is just do a very basic example using the console to show you the difference between synchronous code or JavaScript and asynchronous. So really everything we've seen so far in this course is synchronous. It is essentially code that executes in a sequential manner. One thing happens at a time. So for example, if I just log out to the console, you know, Bruce Wayne is awesome, okay? And then maybe if I just log out then afterwards, you know, console.log, I also love Superman. And then maybe we'll just say, you know, console.log. Sorry, man, I keep missing keys. Robin is cool too, okay? So we know what's going to happen. We've seen this before. So this is synchronous JavaScript. Our JavaScript file is going to load, the browser is going to run it, and it's just going to go console.log, Bruce Wayne is awesome. Then it's going to say, I also love Superman. And then it's going to say, Robin is cool too. So these three statements, these three console logs are happening one at a time, one after the other. We execute this one, then that one, and then this one. Just for the sake of it, I'll just refresh the browser and just show you that. Okay, so you see here it happens in order. So that is an example of synchronous JavaScript. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to change this code to make it asynchronous. So now we're going to do an example of asynchronous. So what I'm going to do is let's just change that to be asynchronous. Okay, now what I'm going to do is in between Bruce Wayne is awesome and I also love Superman, I'm going to use what's known as the set timeout method. So the set timeout method is another method inbuilt in JavaScript, and what it does is you can essentially delay the execution of code. So I could just log out to the console, you know, Wonder Woman is the best, but use the set timeout method to delay it by, let's say, 5 seconds. So if I say set timeout, note the use of camel case there. So it is an inbuilt method in JavaScript. So to call or invoke it, we have parentheses. And we actually need to pass in a callback function to it. So we're just going to have an arrow function here, okay, like so. And then what I'm going to do is just inside of the set timeout, we're going to write our code. We're just going to say console.log, Wonder Woman is the best, okay? And then in here, okay, what we can do is just use the amount of milliseconds that we want to delay the code. So I'm just going to tell you in advance what's going to happen. What's going to happen is as follows, because this is asynchronous code. JavaScript is going to see this statement and it's going to say, okay, fine, I will log out Bruce Wayne is awesome to the console. Then it's going to see the set timeout and it's going to say, okay, I would need to log out Wonder Woman is the best, but whoever wrote the code here wants me to wait 5 seconds. So rather than waiting, okay, rather than waiting for this to execute before continuing to execute statements in a file, JavaScript is going to come back to that. So it's going to actually log out I love Superman, I also love Superman, and then Robin is cool too before logging out to the console Wonder Woman is the best. So that's actually an example of asynchronous JavaScript where it executes this line, Then it says, okay, I need to do something, but we're not going to stay here and wait for it to finish before we continue on executing statements in the JavaScript file. No. What we're going to do is continue on executing. So this is a very basic example of asynchronous JavaScript. I just want you to see it in action before we work with fetch in the next tutorial. So we see here, Bruce is awesome, we love Superman, Robin is cool too. Then we wait, and see, we get Wonder Woman is the best. There was a delay. So the cool thing is that, you know, the Wonder Woman, that piece of code, that was actually written ahead of, you know, I also love Superman and Robin is cool too. And yet they were logged out, the messages about them to the console first, okay? So that was a very basic example of asynchronous code in action. The idea that multiple things are happening at once, whereby we execute this, JavaScript says, okay, I need to run this code, but rather than waiting for it, I'll continue executing these statements underneath while this is running in the background. Because yeah, okay, awesome. So guys, that is a very basic example of asynchronous JavaScript in action. We're going to start seeing some cool stuff now in the next 2 tutorials. We'll work with fetch and actually get back data from an API. I feel I've been talking about APIs the whole course and getting back data, so we're going to actually be able to do it, which is pretty cool. So key takeaway, synchronous JavaScript is code that executes, you know, essentially line by line, one thing at a time in a sequential manner. Asynchronous JavaScript is different. It is the idea that our code is non-blocking. You know, we're not going to sit here and wait for this timeout method to run before executing out, you know, I love Superman or Robin is cool too, okay? So get a cup of tea or coffee, see you in the next tutorial. We're going to see fetch for the first time, so that's going to be great. Okay, welcome back. So in this tutorial, we're actually going to make a GET request to an API. I apologize, over the last few tutorials, we've done a lot of theory. Technically, there is more theory we could do because we need to speak a bit about what a promise is, but I don't want to keep just talking about, you know, what is an API, what is JSON, what's a promise, all of these things. I'd like us to actually just start writing the code now, just so you can see it. So what I did was, I just Googled free APIs, and I'm at this URL here. So we have this website. It looks like it's API Fini, I think. I hope I pronounced that correctly. But basically, it is a huge list of free or public APIs that we can use for testing. So this is us just learning how to make a GET request to an API for the first time. And crucially, we don't need to use an API key, okay? So I scroll down and there's 2 APIs I like here. So there's this one called cat facts. You just get a random cat fact, okay? So basically, this is the URL endpoint that we're going to have to hit or talk to, as I often say. And some people would say perhaps a more useful one would be you could make a GET request to the Bitcoin API, okay? So feel free in your own time to have a look through those various APIs, okay? So what I've done is inside of Visual Studio Code, I'm after just writing out some notes and I'm going to talk you through it. So in this tutorial, as I say, we're going to be writing our first GET request. Remember, a GET request is we're looking to get data from another source, you know, a server somewhere, like we say. And what's going to happen is when we make our GET request using fetch, we're going to be returned a promise, okay? Now, a promise initially is in the pending state, right? And then eventually what happens is the promise either resolves or it rejects. So if a promise resolves, it means that everything has worked. You know, we had a good internet connection, the API was working, it wasn't down, and our code was good, okay? Basically, if you meet all of the right conditions, if you send a GET request to an API, you return a promise, and eventually that promise will resolve. And if it is fulfilled, you then have access to the data that it sent back. A promise can reject, of course, as well, if something has gone wrong. But assuming everything works, these are the steps we're going to follow. So the first thing you need to do is decide, you know, what API it is you want to talk to. So for example, do you want to get random cat data or do you want to get the Bitcoin price? So I've chosen to start off, we're going to get cat facts. So I've chosen the API, and this is it says here sample API URL. So this is the URL or the endpoint we're going to use to make a request. So we're going to be requesting data from this endpoint, okay, or that API. So then what you do is once you've decided on your API and the endpoint or the URL, which I just showed you there, what you do is you write down the keyword fetch, okay? So see here, I've written fetch. Then you have parentheses, and inside of the parentheses, you just paste in the URL. So you notice there, I have an opening and closing quote. So therefore we fetch parentheses, and inside of quotes we pass in our API endpoint. Okay. Then what we need to do is chain on dot then. So we've seen method chaining before. We make our request, and then what we can do is use dot then, and basically we can log out the response to the console. Now, when you see the response, it's going to be in the form of JavaScript object notation or JSON. Not JSON, the person, hi Jason, but actually JSON. So not JSON, JSON. Okay. Now the problem with JSON, well, JSON is great, by the way, it really is. It's very easy to read, but it's not actually a JavaScript object. It kind of looks like a JavaScript object, but it's actually not. So then what you need to do if everything works is you need to just add on another dot then, okay? And essentially, when you get your response, you call or invoke the .json method. Only then will you be able to then actually log out the data to the console. So just to recap, we use the fetch keyword, we have our parentheses. Once we've decided on our API endpoint, you paste that in. You can then chain on a dot then just to log out the response object to the console. But as I say, it's not actually a JavaScript object. It's actually in the form of JSON once the promise resolves. So then what we're going to do this piece of code first, just so I can show you it. But then what we want to do is actually use the JSON method to basically parse or get the data back in the form of a JavaScript object, and then we can just log it out to the console. So then what we're going to do, this will be the first thing we're going to do together, but then we're going to write this piece of code where what we're going to do is we're going to use the fetch keyword again. We have our parentheses, paste in our URL endpoint for the cat facts, chain on a dot then, and on our response, what we're going to do is we're going to then, on that response, chain on a .json method to return the JSON response to a JavaScript object, and then we'll chain on another dot then, and then with the data we now have in a JavaScript object, we can then just log that out to the console. Okay, I'm going to try and make this tutorial as short and as concise as possible, and in the next tutorial we'll have a look at this again. Just want to slowly take your hand now and introduce you to these concepts. Okay, so let's actually do that. So what I'm going to do is just refresh the console, so we see there's nothing there. So let's actually write out the code together. So as I say, you use the keyword fetch, okay? We have our parentheses, and then what we need to do is paste in the URL, okay? So I'm going to paste in the URL for catfax. Just paste that in there. So now we've made the request, okay? But then what we need to do is we need to, of course, check to see what the response is. So what I can do is I can use or chain on dot then, okay? Dot then is a method, so it has parentheses. And then what I'm going to do is we're going to just pass in here a function, and what the function is going to do is just return a response to us. And then I just want to log out the response, okay? So let's just log out the response that we get. Okay, awesome. Let me just save and refresh. Okay, so what we've done is we've actually got a response, okay? But what you'll notice is we see here, it says it's of type response. We have the URL. We have all these things called cores and status 200, so headers. So what you'll notice is it is a response, okay? But like, it's not very useful, is it? So the good thing is we have a status 200, which means that everything has worked, but we have not actually got back what we wanted, okay? So in the sense that we don't actually see any cat data. And that is because what I spoke to you about a moment ago. You get a response, okay, but what you then need to do with the response is instead of logging out to the console using .then, you need to use the .json method to parse the JSON response into a JavaScript object. So what we're going to do here inside of the code here now, instead of just logging out the response to the console, on the response, what we want to do is call or invoke the .json method, okay? So what that will do is parse the JSON response into a JavaScript object. And then if I chain on a .then, okay, what we can do is we can just call this data, okay? And then what we're going to do is just log out to the console the data, okay, what we've actually gotten back. And now if I save and refresh, instead of getting this weird looking thing, we're going to get a fact. So we see here, a cat has 230 bones in its body, a human has 206. Okay, so I can't really read it all. Can I bring this across? There we go. There we go. Okay, so the fact is a cat has 230 bones in its body, a human has 206. A cat has no collarbone, so it can fit through any opening the size of its head. Okay, I did not actually know that. By the way, if I refresh the page, our code is going to run again. We're going to send another request, so we might get a different fact. The richest cat is Blackie, who was left £50 million by his owner. Okay, did not know that. Okay, so I'm going to leave that tutorial there. In the next tutorial, we'll talk to this again in more detail. But essentially the key points are, when you're looking to make a request to an API, you can use the inbuilt fetch in JavaScript, okay? You have parentheses, you paste in the URL endpoint that you want to hit, you can chain on a .then, and with the response object, what you can do is call or invoke .json to basically parse that JSON response object into a JavaScript object. Then you chain on another .then method, and this time for the data, you can actually then just log it out to the console. So a bit confusing when you first see it. So I'll see you in the next tutorial, and we'll talk to this again in more detail. Hi everyone, and welcome back. Okay, in the next tutorial we're going to be introducing you to two very important keywords in JavaScript, and they are async and await. But before we introduce new concepts, I just want us to get a bit more practice with sending another or our second GET request to an API. What I'd like you to do is to pause the video and see if you are able to write up code where you can send a GET request to get the latest Bitcoin price. So my hint to you is you can use the CoinDesk API on the website we saw previously. So this one here. So here is the endpoint I want you to use. So really what you can do is just follow the steps, write out the keyword fetch, have your parentheses, have your opening and closing quotes, paste in the API. Then what you can do is chain on a .then to log the response. Make sure you get a status response of 200. If that is the case, you can then chain on the JSON method to parse the JSON response into a JavaScript object. There are actually better ways to make GET requests, which I'll be showing you in the next tutorial, but for now, let's just get a bit more practice with this before we see async and await. So please pause the video and try this challenge yourself. Otherwise, feel free to code along. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say fetch, and let's just paste in the CoinDesk API here, the API endpoint I should have said. Okay, awesome. Then what we can do is chain on a .then, and what we're going to do is just call the response. So it's a callback function being passed in, and it's going to run, and then just say console.log response. Okay, so now if I just save and refresh, we should hopefully have a 200 response. Okay, so this is good. So we have a status of 200, which means our request has been basically successful. So then what we can do is essentially, instead of logging that out to the console, our response, what we can do, like I say, is on the response, we can call or invoke the JSON method. And what this will do is, this will essentially parse the JSON response into a JavaScript object. And then what we can do, we can chain on a .then, is just on the response. So you could do like so, data. What we're just going to do is just log out the data response that we get. Okay. And what you could do is just maybe put Bitcoin price there in a string beside it if you wanted. So if I just save and refresh, we see here we have gotten a response. Okay. We see here if I open up, we get the latest Bitcoin prices in Euro 39,000, USD 42,000. Okay. So we have gotten a response from the CoinDesk API. So that's pretty cool. Another thing you could do as well if you wanted is you could actually create a button and have an event listener, and when the user clicks on the button, only then does it actually make a request to an API. So that's something you could do as well. So in the next tutorial, I'm going to be showing you how we can actually use async and await to just make our GET requests just a bit more reusable. You know, you don't want to be just making a GET request just randomly in the root of the document. You know, typically you might do that. You might send a GET request if the user has pressed on a button, they're looking for data, that kind of thing. So this is just a very quick practice. So I'll see you in the next tutorial where we'll see async and await. So I'll see you then. The next tutorial will be a long one, by the way, so get a cup of tea or coffee. Welcome back. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you a better way to make GET requests, and I'm going to introduce you to concepts known as async and await. Async and await are two keywords in JavaScript that we can use. It's a better way because so far in the last two tutorials we saw how we can make a GET request to the cat API, but there's a lot of method chaining going on, you know, dot then let's do this, and then dot then let's do that, and the same when we made the request to Bitcoin. So I'm going to show you a better way where we're going to avoid multiple dot thens or method chaining, and we can essentially neatly package our code into a function rather than just randomly making a GET request using fetch in the root of the document. Okay, so first of all, I just want to talk to you about essentially async and await. Okay, so async, the keyword, can be used with a function, and what it will do is essentially it means the function will return a promise. Okay, so when you use the async keyword with a function, that function will return a promise. Okay, so we'll speak about that in a moment. And then what await does is await will stall JavaScript from assigning a value to a variable until that essentially that value is resolved. Okay, so async and await are used together. So we've async and await. So first of all, I'm just going to create a function and just prove to you that when you use async with a function, it will return a promise, even if our code block is empty. So what I can do is I can say const get data. I'm making a get data function, and I'm going to assign this the value of an arrow function like so. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the keyword async on front of the parentheses. So if I say async like so, we have our function called get data. Now, what I can do is I can just essentially call or invoke the get data function and basically just store the data we get back into a variable and log that out to a console. So I'm going to say const data is equal to our get data function, and I'm going to call or invoke the get data function, and then I'm just going to console.log out the data just to see what we get back. Okay, so this is a function. It is an async function. I've used the async keyword there. Let me just refresh. And what you'll notice is we get a promise. Now, it's undefined, there's no code in the function, but the key point is that we get back a promise. So that's the first key learning point from this tutorial, okay? That when you use, let me come down here, sorry. So basically, lesson one is when you use the async keyword with a function, that function will always return a promise. Okay, first thing to note. Okay, so that's great. But now what we want to do is we want to actually write a function that makes a GET request, you know, rather than just an empty function. So this is what we're going to do now. And what we're going to do is we're going to make a quick GET request to the cat API the way we saw previously, and then we're going to refactor our code to the better way. So we saw previously how we can make a request to the API. So we have the fetch keyword, we have our quotes. Oh, I closed down the free APIs. There we go. My internet's a bit slow. I apologize. I should have had this still open. I'm going to code this up pretty quickly, by the way. The last two tutorials explain it. So I'm going to just plow on here a bit quicker than I normally do. So basically what we do is we have our fetch, and we know then that what we can do is we can chain on a dot then, and basically, we have our arrow function in here, and we have a response, okay? So we saw previously this, we have a response, and we can just log out the response like so, and this will hopefully give us a status 200 if everything works. Okay, so that's awesome. We have our response, okay? But obviously, we don't want to just log out the response to the console. What we can do is on the response, we can basically call or invoke the JSON method, then chain on a dot then, and then what we're going to do is just the data we get back, we will just log this onto the console. Now, the problem with this is there's an awful lot of chaining going on. It's not quite intuitive, really, what's happening. Like there's a dot then, we get a response, we use the .json method to basically make sure we're getting a JavaScript object, and then we're chaining on another dot then. So let's have a look here. So see here, okay, we get our fact, so we've made our call successfully, and that's great. But what I want to do is I just want to show you a better way than that of making a request to an API. So just comment that out for now. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to uncomment out the new way we're going to do it. So we have our const get data equal to async function, but of course there's actually nothing going on inside of the function right now. So what we can do is we can actually paste in fetch, okay, into the function. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just going to come down here. So we're going to, inside of the function, use fetch to make a request to the API. But what we can do is we can actually store the response of this into a variable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const, or you could say let response be equal to fetch the data. Okay, so here is we are basically using fetch to get the data. But what I can then do is on front of fetch, I can use the await keyword. Okay, so what the await keyword does is the await keyword essentially will stall JavaScript from assigning a value to a variable until essentially that response has been resolved, everything is loaded. And this is great because what we can do is we can essentially wait for the get request to occur before we then assign the response into our variable called response here. So this will essentially stall JavaScript from assigning a value, assigning to a variable until everything has essentially resolved. And this is pretty awesome. We saw previously in the first chapter we can assign a value to a variable, let age be equal to 36, let name be equal to Bruce Wayne, etc. But now we're working with APIs and asynchronous data essentially. So we just want to say await. We're saying JavaScript stop, don't assign the value of the response to the response variable until everything has essentially resolved and loaded. Okay, and then what I can do is just console.log response. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete this, and we're going to call or invoke the get data function. So what's happening here is we've created a function called get data. It is an anonymous arrow function. Oh, sorry, it's not. No, Dara, come on, you're having tea and coffee. Sorry, it's not. It's called get data. I'm going to have a sip of coffee here. Apologies for my error. Okay, let's go again. So I'm so used to when I see this code, I always say inline anonymous arrow function, but we know it's not. It's not inline because there's multiple lines, and of course we've get data. Anyway, enough babbling by me. We have const get data, and we've assigned this the value of an asynchronous function. So we've seen here the syntax before. It's a function that doesn't take any argument. We have our equal sign and chevron. So it's an arrow function. We have our opening and closing brace there, semicolon to end, but we've used the keyword async. So when we enter the code block, what happens is we use fetch, which we've seen before, to make a get request to the catfact.ninja API. And what we're doing is we're just restoring the response. Of course, we're awaiting. We're saying await until there is a response before we assign that response into what we called response, the response variable. And then all we're doing is we're just logging out that response to the console. And then, of course, I call or invoke the get data function. So we actually can make the get request and then log the response out to the console. So now if I save and refresh, we see here we get a response, and we see we have status 200. So that's great. We've definitely got a response from the API, but you know, that's all we've done so far. So what we want to do now essentially is we want to basically get that response, but then what we can do is use the .json method to basically turn the response into a JavaScript object, and then what we'll do is we'll store that in a variable called data. So now what I'm going to do is, instead of just logging that response out to the console, let's say const data is equal to, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to call upon, on the response that we saw that they're just logged out to the console, we're going to use the .json method, and we know that will return a JavaScript object to us. So what we're doing is we're essentially parsing the JSON response that we got into a JavaScript object. But what we can also do here is use the await keyword. So in other words, on the response, we're telling JavaScript to use the inbuilt JSON method to convert the JSON response into a JavaScript object, but only when that's done. Remember, when we use the await keyword, we are essentially stalling JavaScript from assigning to the variable until everything has occurred. And just a side note, I do think the JSON method is very poorly named, because if you think about it, you're actually converting a JSON response into a JavaScript object. So maybe they could have come up with a better name for that, but it is what it is. And now what we can do is just say console.log data. Okay, so now what we're doing, just to recap, is we've created a function called getData. It is an asynchronous function, so we know when you use the async keyword with a function, the function will always return a promise. Then what we're doing inside of the function is we're using fetch to send a request to the API. We are awaiting that response before assigning that to the response variable. But we know that only gives us, you know, the response in a certain format. We don't yet have access to it as a JavaScript object. So then on this line, what we do is on the response, we call or invoke the JSON method to convert the JSON response to a JavaScript object. We await for that process to occur before assigning the response to the data variable. And then what we're doing is we're just logging out to the console data. So now if I refresh, we see here we get our fact. Okay, so that's awesome. But a better way to do this would be actually to essentially, instead of logging out the data to the console, and our data was, we got a cat fact. Unlike humans, cat cannot detect sweetness, etc. So we have our fact, which is great. But you don't want to actually, because remember, the whole point about this tutorial is we want to make a GET request. We want to neatly package it into a function, but you don't want to log the response out to the console here. You want to actually do something with the data. So logging out the data there is not good enough. What you actually want to do is you want to return the data. Okay, so really what's happening, if you think about it in this function, is three things really. We are, number one, making our GET request to the API. So let me just rewrite out the comments here. So what we're doing is, number one, we are making a GET request. So this line here is where we make our GET request. Then what we do is we assign the response into the response variable. Then what we do here is we use the .json, or sorry, the JSON method. I don't need to say .json. We use JSON, that method, to basically return a JavaScript object. Okay, so the data is actually useful. And then what we're doing then is we are just returning that data. So now when this function is called or invoked, we get a response, and therefore we can actually then use .then on getData. So now when we use the getData call to invoke our getData function, what we can do is we can then say then, and basically what we're going to do is just we're going to get our data back. And here we can just say console.log data. Okay. Have I got a syntax error? Doesn't feel right. Oh, my apologies. That was the wrong one. Okay, awesome. So now what's happening is as follows. We've created our getData function. I've used the async keyword to make this function asynchronous. We know an asynchronous function will return a promise. So when you use the async keyword with a function, that function will always return a promise. Okay. Then what we do is we're using the fetch API to make a request to the cat API, but we're using await. And remember, we know that await will stall JavaScript from assigning a value to a variable. So that's lesson 2. Await will stall JavaScript from assigning a value to a variable until it's all essentially been resolved. So key points about this tutorial are the async and await keywords. Then what we do is after we've gotten our response, we store it in the variable response. But then what we do to avoid, method chaining, like here, response.json.then, etc. We make it much more easier to read here. We simply just, on the response, call or invoke the JSON method. We await that process to occur before storing that in the variable called data, and then we just return the data, okay? So that's what we've done. And if I just delete all my comments here, so number 1, we make the GET request. Number 2, we use the JSON method to convert to a JavaScript object. And number 3, we essentially return, okay? What you'll notice is that code we've written here, it's much easier to read than our fetch here, okay? Because it's so neatly packaged away, number 1, into a function, so you don't need to make the GET request in the root of the document the way we have here. You can neatly package it in a function, and this will only run when you call or invoke the function like we did here. And you can see it's just quite easy to read, because you can see very clearly, there's a GET request here. We are awaiting the promise. We're essentially waiting for that response before we store it in the response variable. Then when we have that JSON, what we do is on that response variable, we call or invoke that JSON. We await that process to occur before assigning it to the data variable, and then we simply return the data. Then what we can do, because our function is called getData, we just call or invoke getData. We know that will return a JavaScript object to us, and then we just use .then to just log out the data. And this is a much neater way of doing it than what we did up here. So going to delete that code, and what we see now is this is our entire code to basically make a GET request. And to prove that to you, what we could do is actually basically change our URL endpoint. So if I just paste this URL in now, so we're going to change where we're looking to get data from. So now I'm just going to save. So what's happening? Well, we have a function called getData. It is asynchronous, so we know that will return a promise. What we do is we make a GET request using fetch to the API here, the Coinbase API, to get Bitcoin data. We await for that process to occur. When I say that process to occur, I really mean for the promise to resolve, okay? Then we store what we get back in the response variable. Then what we do, because we know that's in JSON format, is on response, which is a variable, we then call or invoke the JSON method to basically return us a JavaScript object. We await for that process to occur before we store it in a variable called data, and then what we do is we just simply return data. So then when we call our function, we call or invoke our function getData, we're running all this code up here, we're chaining on only one .then data, and then console.logging the data, okay? So that is essentially, guys, how we can make a GET request using async and await. Key points about async and await. Number 1, the async keyword will make a function asynchronous. So you could have other code occurring up here. This will all run, and then the JavaScript file will continue. We saw that a few tutorials ago, when we use the set timeout. So asynchronous is non-blocking. If you have a load of JavaScript code up here, statements and below, JavaScript will say, okay, this is asynchronous, but I'm going to continue on executing the code underneath it while I'm waiting for all of this to occur. Benefit 2 is it's easy to read. It's quite neatly packaged. So you see here, there's not multiple .thens. It's quite simply, we make a request to the API, we store it in a variable, we then basically use the JSON method to convert the JSON response into a JavaScript object, and we return the data. And we've only used one .then. When we actually call or invoke the function, we see here we can just use the .then method to essentially log the data out. And if I just save and refresh, and we just see our response console, we see here we have a response here from Bitcoin. And if I open up BPI, we see here Bitcoin is now at 43,000 US dollars, just under 40,000 euro. Okay, awesome. I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. I encourage you to try and make a weather app. You know, so you've got the basics now of how to make requests to an API. Hope you enjoyed that tutorial. I really enjoyed teaching it. That's awesome.